This is Audible.
Scholastic Audio presents The Keeper, Vega Jane, Book 2, by David Baldacci. Read by Fiona Hardingham. The past is but the past of a beginning. H.G. Wells. Weeds are flowers too, once you get to know them. A.A. Milne. To escape from the Quag means imprisonment forever. Madame Austria Prime. Chapter 1. The Quag. It seemed both fitting and even absurdly poetic that, hitched together like links in a chain, the three of us would die together. But having jumped off a mile-high cliff while being pursued by murderous beasts didn't leave us much choice in the matter. We had literally leapt for our lives. And now we had to land properly, or our final resting place would be down there. Far down there. We fell a long way, far longer than I would have liked. I glanced at my best friend, Delph, as we plunged. He was looking at me, not in stark fear, but, admittedly, with a bit of anxiety. My canine, Harry too, on the other hand, was grinning, ready for our adventure to begin. The reason we had jumped was around my waist. My chain, Destin, allowed me to fly. But I had never jumped off a mile-high cliff, and we were plunging faster than I ever had before. I tried my best to manage the landing smoothly, though we thudded into the dirt with ample force. We all just lay there momentarily, stunned. But I soon realized that while we were battered and bruised, we were alive. I unhooked Harry too from his harness, which had allowed him to rest suspended against my chest. I watched as Delph slowly rose and stretched his arms and legs tentatively. Then I looked upward, all the way to the spot we had so recently vacated. If we hadn't, we would assuredly be dead. The beasts that had been hunting us now stared down over the precipice. It was a herd of garms and a roughly equal number of amaroks. Even without being able to see them properly from this distance, I knew the scaly garms, with their own blood perpetually dripping down their armoured chests, were breathing rage-filled flames at us. I'm sure the amaroks, giant wolf-like creatures that apparently lived for no other reason than to kill, looked simply homicidal. Yet none of them appeared willing to take the mile-long dive that we just had. It was worth all the coins I would ever have that these creatures could not fly as I could. I looked down and patted the chain around my waist with the letters DESTIN imprinted on some of its links. It had saved my life on numerous occasions already, although I had not possessed it for that long. I could hardly believe it. I was in the Quag. Me, Vega Jane. I had lived my entire 15 sessions in the village of Wormwood. It was all I'd ever known. I had been told that, other than the deadly Quag, it was all there was in existence. But I believed that to be a lie. There was something beyond the Quag, and I meant to find out what. I was not doing this for a lark. I strongly suspected that my parents and grandfather were on the other side of the Quag, while my brother John still lived in Wormwood. He was not the young, innocent lad he used to be. The sinister and murderous Morrigan had seen to that. Thus, my mission in life was to get the three of us safely through the Quag as quickly as possible. It might be an extremely ambitious goal, but it was mine, nonetheless. I breathed more normally and again looked over at Delph. "Watcha, Vega Jane," he said. "Watch yourself, Delph," I replied, failing, despite our near deaths, to keep the smile off my face at having successfully entered the Quag. "You reckon those ruddy beasts can get down here?" he said. "I reckon. I don't want to wait around to find out, do I?" I shot back. I hoisted my tuck over my shoulder, and Delph did the same with his. I kept Harry Two's harness on in case we had to take to the air quickly. The map of the Quag that my friend Quentin Herms had left me was very detailed, but there were some troublesome lapses to it, now I could see. For one, it did not mention the cliff that we had just jumped from, and, correspondingly, I was not prepared for the valley we now found ourselves in. And yet I had seen Quentin enter the Quag one night. That's really what started this whole journey for me. He must have known what lies in here. The map gave me general directions, but did not provide a precise route to take through this place. I apparently would have to figure that out on my own. I also possessed a book, which I'd nicked from Quentin's cottage. That explained the sorts of creatures dwelling here. Delph said, "The map has us heading generally that way." He pointed. "Toward that mountain. Way in the distance over there." I hesitated and then said haltingly, I don't want to start that sort of trek at night. We need to find a safe place till first light." He looked at me like I was completely mental. "Safe place? In the bloody Quag? Do you hear yourself, Vega Jane? The Quag has many things, no doubt, but safe places ain't one of them, I reckon." I looked ahead at the flat, open expanse. There were trees and bushes and long, sweeping fields of grass slowly bending in the breeze that blew off the cliff. It looked peaceful and serene, and not dangerous at all, which told me that there were probably dozens of foul things lurking in wait that could and would kill us, given the slightest of opportunities. I looked down at my feet. Which way to step? I glanced at Harry too, who was gazing up at me curiously, apparently waiting for me to make up my mind. It struck me, rather uncomfortably, that I was to be the leader here. Blimey, was I up to it? I wasn't sure that I was. Far, far in the distance was a place the map called the Mykenmoor. It was described as a dull, dead sort of place that went on for a very long way, and which, unfortunately, there was no sure path around. The map was remarkably silent as to the exact perils that lay directly in front of us, but the book I'd nicked filled in some of these details. I slipped it from the pocket of my cloak and lit a bit of candle stub to read the pages more clearly in the darkness. Delph looked nervously over my shoulder. "'Tis nae a good idea to be lighting us up that way, Vega Jane." "You know, Delph, you can just call me Vega. It's not like we're flooded with folks here named Vega, as far as I can tell. In fact, I'm the only one." He took a long breath and slowly let it out, his eyes big as cup saucers. "Of course, right you are, Vega Jane." I sighed and stared down at the page. I basically had to match up the map with descriptions of the places in the Quag where the creatures described therein dwelled. It would have been much easier had Quentin Herms conveniently placed all this information in one place, but he hadn't. I felt my spirits plummet when I fully realized how ill-prepared I was. And here, Delph and Harry too were depending on me to have a plan. Harry too started growling. I looked down at him. His hackles were up, his fangs bared, and I quickly gazed around to see what was causing this reaction in my canine. But there was nothing in the darkness, at least that I could see. I looked at Delph. He said, "What's got into him?" And then I noticed it. My canine was breathing heavily through his snout. He wasn't seeing the danger. He was smelling it. And in my experience, foul smells usually led to foul beasts. I took a whiff of the air, wrinkled up my face, and glanced sharply at Delph. "Do you smell that?" He took in a chestful of the air, and then exhaled it. "No." I thought rapidly. I knew that scent, or at least something close to it. And then the clouds in my mind slowly cleared. "Poison." "What is it?" he asked nervously. "I'm not exactly sure," I replied, and I wasn't. But I had smelled that sort of concoction before, back at Stack's, the factory where I was employed as a finisher. I pointed to the left. "Let's try that way." "Shouldn't we maybe fly?" said Delph. "Get there faster, won't we? Let Let us maybe see what's coming before it gets us," he finished breathlessly. We would get there faster flying, but something in the back of my head said to leave our feet firmly on the ground, at least for now. I was one who tended to follow her instincts. They had served me more right than wrong over my sessions, and that's when I happened to look up and saw it. Or rather, them. A flock of birds was racing in perfect formation across the knock-lit sky. This surprised me because I did not think that birds flew at night, but perhaps things were different in the Quag. As I watched the birds soar along, something very strange happened. From out of nowhere appeared a cloud of bluish smoke. The birds turned sharply to avoid it, but a few could not make the turn in time, and when these birds passed through the smoke and came out the other side, they were no longer flying. They were falling, because they were dead. I stood there, paralyzed. Then I felt something grip my arm. It was Delph. "Run, Vega Jane!" he yelled. "Run!" As we ran, I looked back once and wished I hadn't. It was a creature I had never seen for real before, but still, I knew what it was because a drawing of it was in the book. I glanced at Delph and knew that he too had looked behind him and seen what I had. Taking to the air would do us no good. Unlike the Garms and Amaroks, what was back there and coming on fast was something that could fly. It looked like our journey through the Quag was about to end before it had even truly begun. Chapter 2. The Kingdom of Cataphile. It was a fiendish inficio behind us. An inficio was a large creature with 2 massive legs, a set of powerful webbed wings, and a long scaly torso out of which grew a serpent-like neck, capped by a small head, which was fronted by blazing venomous eyes, and a mouth with razor-sharp fangs. If that wasn't enough to terrify sufficiently, the inficio also expelled a gas that would kill any who breathed it, like those poor birds. I had been right in not taking to the air. We would already be dead. Delph looked back as we sprinted along. "It's coming lower! Coming to kill us!" he yelled. "Run!" I needed to do something. Anything. Why was my brain so muddled? I had just stood there as the inficio was coming to kill us. It was Delph who had told me to run. "Vega Jane!" screamed Delph again. Without really thinking, I reached into my cloak pocket, pulled on my glove, and then my fingers closed around the elemental. In its present state, it looked completely unimposing, only 3 inches long and made of what looked to be wood. But when I willed it to full size, the elemental grew into a spear taller than I was, and a brilliant gold. I had been given the elemental, along with the glove that I was required to wear while holding the elemental. On a great battlefield from long ago, by a dying female warrior. She told me it would be my friend whenever I needed one. Well, I needed one now. I needed to do something. I refused to simply die. As I looked back, the inficio was closing fast, its clawed feet nearly on the ground. I saw its mighty chest fill with air, and then it expelled a breath, which became a great cloud of blue smoke that at its centre held death. Still running, I turned and prepared to hurl the elemental, guiding it with my thoughts. When I let it fly, the elemental zipped past the outer edge of the smoke, and the wake caused by its speed disrupted the cloud of poison, pushing it back toward the creature that had released it. The inficio instantly soared upward. Apparently, though the beast was the source of the deadly fumes, inhaling the smoke could harm it too. The elemental flew back to me. Just as I grasped it, the ground under our feet gave way, and we plummeted downward about 50 feet. Whatever we hit was softer than our landing off the cliff. Still, I felt myself gasp, and I heard Delph do the same. Harry, too, yipped once, but that was all. I rolled onto my back and saw the dark sky disappearing behind the cover of large branches and rolls of matted grass. These elements were being hoisted into place by what looked to be a series of pulleys and ropes. But that could hardly keep the inficio at bay. I expected it to burst through this flimsy cover and destroy us. But the inficio did not come. Instead, a heavy net fell over us, and we became tangled in ropes so thoroughly that I could barely move. I looked to the side and saw that Delph and Harry too were in the same predicament. As we lay there, struggling, I heard something approaching. Delph obviously did too, because he grew quiet. I willed the elemental to shrink and placed it in my pocket, and then took off the glove and placed it in my other pocket. I reached out as far as I could and took Delph by the hand. In a low, tremulous voice, I said, "Be ready for anything, Delph." He nodded. Our gazes locked for a long moment. I think we realized that this might be it for us. Two simple wugs from Wormwood attempting to cross the insanely treacherous Quag. It seems so absurd right now. We never stood a bloody chance. "I'm so sorry to Delph," I said, my voice breaking as I finished. Surprisingly, he smiled and rubbed my hand gently, which sent shivers up my spine. He said, "'Tis all right, Vega Jane. At least we're together, eh?" I nodded and felt a smile creep to my face. "Yes," I said. I looked beyond his shoulder and saw lit torches set into holders on the rock walls. This gave the place a shadowy, vaporous illumination. It only added to my sense of fear and foreboding. What would be coming for us now? I looked past Delph and stiffened. There were dozens of pairs of eyes, looking back at me from barely 10 feet away. As my vision adjusted to the feeble light, I could see that they were smallish creatures with fierce, grimy faces and strong, toughened bodies. But their backs were bent, and their fingers dirty and gnarled, perhaps from heavy toil. As they grew even closer, I received another shock. They had mats of grass growing on their exposed arms and necks, and on their faces. I heard Delph quietly mutter, "Ruddy hell." The column of little creatures transformed into a circle, and they surrounded us. I heard one of them call out in a series of grunts. When the net started to lift, I realized that he had been giving the instruction to do so. The weight of the ropes lessened, and we all three struggled to rise. Quick as a flash, the creatures whipped out weapons and held them at the ready. Small swords, lances, pickaxes, and long, lethal-looking knives. And about a dozen of the creatures held small bows with sharpened arrows tucked onto strings ready to fire. We could now see our captors quite clearly. Not only was grass growing on their bodies and faces, but their hair was grass as well. Outnumbered as we were, I thought a friendly, if direct approach best. I said, "Hello, I'm Vega, and this is Delph and Harry too. Who are you?" They all stared blankly back at me. Their faces were small and wrinkly, but their eyes bulged and were quite painfully red. I could see now that they were dressed in a hodgepodge of dirty clothing, trousers held up by stout rope, old shirts, frayed kerchiefs, stained vests, old coats, and peaked hats. Some had on nicked metal breastplates. Others had metal coverings held on with leather straps over their thighs. One bloke sported a cap made of rusty iron. We drew back because the little creatures were moving forward, tightening by considerable degrees the circle they had formed around us. They were jabbering and grunting, and a pair of them poked us with their little blades. "Oi!" I cried out. "You can keep those ruddy things to yourselves!" The creatures drew even closer. I took a sudden step forward. This obviously surprised them, and as a group they jumped back. The one who had spoken before grunted again to his fellows. He was taller than the others, and seemed to possess an air of authority. I turned my attention to him and said, "Can you speak my language? Can you speak Wuggish?" And I received another shock, one so great I thought my heart had stopped. Slowly walking toward us was, well, he looked like us, meaning like a Wugmort from Wormwood. He had all the applicable parts, and he had no grass growing on those parts. "Cool, blimey," muttered Delph, who obviously had also seen him. The male stopped right outside the circle of creatures, who had respectfully parted to allow him to pass. I said, "Are you a Wug?" The male stopped barely 5 feet from me. He was tall, and had on a green cloak, and I could see pointed shoes poking out from under the hem. He was elderly. His hair was white, as was his beard. His face was lined and remarkably pale. In fact, it competed with his hair for which was whiter. Then it occurred to me that if he lived down here, the burn of the sun would never touch him. "Not any more," he answered in a high-pitched voice. "I left long ago." He looked at the creature that had grunted before and started speaking to him in a fast, guttural speech that was impossible to follow. Again, my mind was seized with dire thoughts. Was this bloke inhabited by the outliers? Or was he an outlier himself? Back in Wormwood, we had been told of these fiendish outlier creatures that supposedly lived in the Quag. We had been warned they wanted to invade Wormwood and kill us all. And it had terrified all Wugmorts because we had heard these creatures could look just like us and could even inhabit the minds of Wugmorts and make them do their bidding. The male pointed to his right and said, "This way, if you please." My heart in my throat. We headed in that direction, and the creatures followed. We passed from the large, tall cave to a small tunnel, which was nevertheless well lighted with torches on the wall. When we entered a high, broad room of stone, the male stopped so abruptly I almost walked into him. He motioned Delph and me past him and into the cavernous room. Harry, too, obediently followed. When I looked around, the breath seized in my lungs. There were little niches in all the walls that rose up as high as I could see, and in each of those niches was a skull. It was as if hundreds of sightless eyes were staring at us. I looked over at Delph and found him gazing upward too. Poor Harry, too, started to whine. The entire space reeked of death. The male turned to look at me. "Do you know what they are?" I nodded, my stomach churning. Had he brought us here because our bones would soon be joining these? "Wug skulls?" I said, fearfully. "Look more closely," he said with a sweep of his hand. I stared more fixedly at the skull closest to me, and then at numerous others. I looked back at the male. "These aren't Wugs," he said. "They are creatures of the Quag, who seek to harm us." I crept closer to another skull on a lower niche. It was undoubtedly a Freck. I recognized the jawbone and the long fangs. Next to it was an Amarok. I had seen a skull of one of those at Delph's place in Wormwood. I looked back at the male. "Did you kill them all?" He chortled. "Not personally, no." "How then?" I asked. The male looked me up and down. "Who exactly are you?" "My name is Vega. This is Delph. The canine is Harry, too. We're from Wormwood." He said nothing to this. "Have you been here long?" I asked. "Longer than your tally of sessions." "You have retained your Wug speech nicely," I observed. "Indeed," he said, staring at me. "What do you call this place?" I asked. He looked around. "The kingdom of Cataphile, of course," Delph said. "What's a what's this?" And who's the bloody king? A cataphile is a collector and keeper of bones, and as you can see, we fit that criterion rather fine. As for the king, here I am, at your service. He gave a sweeping bow to us. You're the king? I asked incredulously. King Thorn, he answered with a dignified air. I said, How do you go from being a Wugmort to being a king here? He spread his hands. Well, I largely fell in a hole, as did you. He took on a dreamy expression. There is much to be said for falling in a hole. It opens up a world of possibilities. He paused. 'Tis a humble, darkened kingdom, but 'tis my own, and thus makes it right and just and plenty, and, most notably, my home. Delph and I exchanged nervous glances. I was beginning to think this bloke was more than a bit balmy. And what are they? I said in a small voice, with a glance at the creatures with grass growing on them. They are ecos. That is the Wug translation anyway. They are the highest form of life down here. Except for me, of course. I know there are other creatures dwelling on the surface of the Quag, but you mean there are other forms of life down here? Oh yes. The Quag has an abundance of life of all kinds. But come, we will give you refreshment and a place to sleep. He turned. I stood there open-mouthed. Refreshments and a place to sleep. The kingdom of Cataphile. I had imagined the Quag to be many things, but not this. It was turning out to be, well, quite civilized. But then again, I was still very much on my guard. We ought to be going, Vega Jane, muttered Delph. The king whirled around and looked at me with a face as though I had just told him I was a garm in disguise. Jane? That is your full name, Vega Jane? I nodded. Yes. And are you related to Virgil Jane? He was my grandfather. Did you know him? Yes, indeed. Is he well? No, he suffered an event. I now knew this to be untrue, but I had no reason to share that with him. An event? Well, well. And Virgil, too, of all Wugs. He turned to one of the little ecos and grunted a few times. Several of them raced off. He turned back to us. As for leaving this night, I'm afraid that is impossible. The Quag is a dangerous place, even at light. At night you will not survive. Now, are you hungry? He didn't wait for an answer, but headed off at a good clip, passing through another opening in the stone. We hurriedly followed, with the remaining ecos right at our heels. I drew close to Delph and began to whisper, I don't like this bloke. He looks like a Wug, but how can he be? Right, Delph hissed back. We would have heard if a Wug left for the Quag, like with Erms. He might be an outlier. He shot me a glance. Thought there was no such thing. Who knows for certain, Delph? I was prepared for Frex, Garms, and Amaroks, not a Wug, who has his own bloody kingdom of ecos with grass growing on them. None of this was in the book of the Quag that I found at Quinton Hermes's cottage. Aye, which means we have no idea what's coming, Vega Jane, once we get away from here. If we get away from here, I thought, miserably. Chapter 3. A Beastly Meal. The place we were taken was a large, low-ceilinged cave, roughly 40 feet long and 20 wide. Light came from fired smoky candles that were lined up on a table struck from solid rock, with rough-hewn wooden chairs all around. Thorn pointed to the seats and said, Please, be comfortable. The meal will be along presently. He took a seat at the head of the table. There was a large T carved in the back of his seat. For the king, I imagined. Delph and I shared a contemptuous look. What a ginked-up git, I said. The grass that grows on the ecos. Thorn smiled approvingly.
Oh, you noticed that, did you?
Well, I could hardly miss it, I thought. So, what is its purpose?
It helps them do what they do, he replied in a casual tone.
A noise in the doorway made us turn in time to see 4 ecos carrying in a large platter. As they drew closer into the spread of candlelight, I could see what was on it. Great clumps and claws of some beast with feather and fur still attached. My stomach gave a lurch. But around the meat were potatoes and asparagus and beans and peppers and purple onions. And I was fairly certain that was a rutabaga staring out at me from under what looked to be a furry thigh. Blimey, breathed Delph with a disgusted look. Metal plates were thrust in front of us, with rude forks and knives, metal forged as well. One ecos, the tall one from before, served Thorn personally. Then I reckoned it was up to us to do the same for ourselves. I avoided the clumps and claws and filled my plate with the vegetables and covered them with what I recognized as parsley and basil leaves. Delph did likewise, though I did see him tear off a chunk of meat that looked rather well smoked. A goblet of water was placed next to my plate by the hand of an ecos, so I got a much better look at the grass growing on it. In fact, some of it brushed against my hand. It felt hard and prickly. I drank some of the water, and Delph did also. I let a bit of my rutabaga fall to the floor for Harry too. Delph followed, with a slice of his meat.
A fine canine, said Thorn as he worked on what looked to be a wing, casually plucking off feathers as he did so.
Thank you. So, you have water resources here? It was not an idle question. We needed water to survive our journey through the Quag.
An underground stream. Quite tasty.
Delph spat a piece of hardened skin from his mouth and muttered something about, and why can't the bloody food be the same? Thorn pointed to the half-eaten joint of meat in Delph's large hand.
What you have is a bit of attercop. Don't actually care for it, myself, but the buggers are plentiful up on the surface of the Quag, and quite easy to trap.
Attercop, said Delph quizzically. Never heard of it.
Well, you might know it by another term. Spider?
With an enormous cough, Delph expelled his mouthful of meat, and it hit the wall opposite. I looked at Thorn, fearing his reaction to this. For a long moment, Thorn simply stared at Delph, and then he looked at the slop of spider meat sliding down the wall of his eating room. When he glanced back, he burst into a fit of laughter, which we soon both joined. After we had quieted, Thorn rubbed his eyes.
Delightful, he said. Never cared much for spider myself. As I said, chewy, you know. And then, of course, there is the question of the venom. Stick to the rutabagas. They never lead you astray, the noble rutabaga. Nothing dodgy about dear old rutabagas.
We continued to eat our meal, now chatting pleasantly. I said, You mentioned there were other things living down here.
Well, there are the ecos, of course. Quite civilized.
He stroked his beard with his index finger.
Then there are the gnomes.
The gnomes? I said. I had never heard the term.
Yes, well, sometimes I call them the unders, you know, because, well, they dig under the rock for things that we require. Quite the sharp claws they have.
And that's all the creatures living down here? I said in a prompting tone. He scowled.
Well, there are the bloody grubs.
Grubs? What do they do for you?
Do for us.
He bent forward, and his expression became so still it was like he had been transformed to rock.
They attack us,
he said quietly. Attack you?
Yes,
he said. His eyes narrowed to slits.
They want to kill me.
But why? I asked. He turned back to his meal without answering. Delph and I exchanged a puzzled glance. This bloke was definitely mental. I felt the hairs on my neck start to tingle. And what do the grubs look like? Delph asked, nervously. Thorn turned a very serious eye to him.
They look like the last thing you would ever want to see coming at you from out of the dark, my lad. Bloody grubs, he added in a disgusted voice.
Where are they? I said breathlessly. Down here, somewhere?
I'll tell you where they are. They are where you least expect them to be.
He struck the stone tablet, a sharp blow with his palm, which caused Delph and me to jump nearly out of our chairs. Delph accidentally spilled some of his water. Harry, too, immediately started lapping it up.
Now you must give me news of good old Wormwood,
said Thorn, as he washed down a mouthful of food with the contents of his goblet. I wasn't convinced he was drinking simply water, for he filled his goblet from time to time from a silver flask, resting at his elbow.
For instance, who is Chief of Council now? He asked.
Fancius.
Good for him. Well done, Fancius.
So you knew him? I asked.
Yes, he was a good friend of Virgil's too.
He took a sip from his goblet. And Morrigan's, I added. This had a remarkable effect on the wug. The colour drained from his face, and he choked on his draught. Regaining his breath, he said,
Morrigan, eh?
If it was a long time ago that you left, she might have still been very young, or perhaps not even born yet.
Yes, I do believe that she was born, actually.
Watching him curiously, I said, Morrigan is on council now. He chortled, but there was no mirth in his eyes.
What else?
He asked. Delph said, Well, we've been building this. I cut in. I worked at Stack's. As a finisher, as I said. Delph was at the mill. Delph shot me an inquiring glance, but I ignored him. The truth was, I didn't want Thorn to know about the wall. If Thorn was an outlier, or his mind had been taken over by them, the last thing I wanted was for him to learn about the enormous wall we were constructing around Wormwood to keep those very outliers out. I decided to get to the most important issue I wanted to ask him about. I never heard of any other wug heading into the Quag. It is forbidden.
Many things were forbidden,
replied Thorn in a more sober tone.
And yet you appear on my doorstep. What cause brings you into the mysterious Quag?
Curiosity, I said immediately. We wanted to see what was in here. And beyond, added Delph. My kick was too slow to forestall him.
There is nothing beyond the Quag, said Thorn sharply, eyeing us warily.
So you've been to the other side of the Quag? I asked, innocently.
No, I've never been past here.
Then how do you know there? He rose abruptly.
I believe that we all are extremely tired. Now your sleeping quarters are ready, he grunted,
and the same large ecos appeared.
Luke here will show you where. Off you go, and pleasant sleep to you both.
He hurried away. Luke grunted once. Harry, too, gave a bark in reply. Apparently satisfied that we understood, Luke turned and walked through the passageway. We hurried after the creature, with grass for skin and grunts for words. Delph whispered, Are you sure about all this? I'm sure of nothing, Delph. Absolutely nothing. I had never spoken truer words. Chapter 4. Bars of Bones. We were led to a chamber that was cold and filled with shadows that seemed to flicker and move about. There was one torch on the wall, and a lit candle on a wooden box next to a hard pallet on which lay a blanket and a pillow. I looked at Delph, who stood in the doorway. "Is it just the one, then? For the both of us?" he said, eyeing me nervously. When I shot him a glance, I had to hide a smile because his face turned scarlet, and the big wug quickly glanced away. Males. However, Luke was already pulling on his arm and pointing farther down the passage and grunting quite madly. "Guess not," I said with a tiny wave. "Suppose these are just my digs." I thought I saw Delph let out a sigh of relief, which I wasn't quite happy about for some reason. He said, "Look, anything comes up, just give a holler. I'll be here faster than, well, pretty bloody fast, I can tell you that," said Delph, somewhat anticlimactically. "Brilliant. You do the same," I said, feeling uneasy even as I said the words. Delph disappeared with Luke, and Harry too came over and settled down next to the wooden pallet. I dropped my tuck in the corner, sat on the rude bed, and took off my cloak. Underneath was my chain, which I would not be taking off. In the pocket of my cloak was the adderstone, which healed pretty much anything. Along with the stone was the glove. My shrunken elemental was in my other pocket. I pulled from my cloak the ring Fancius had sent me before I escaped into the Quag. It had belonged to my grandfather. It had been found at Quinton Holmes's cottage. I was told my grandfather had suffered an event, which basically meant that one vanished into, well, nothing. But that had been a lie. I had learned that my grandfather had left Wormwood of his own accord. On the ring was the symbol of the 3 hooks. I had no idea what it meant. I thought I might find out in the Quag. I thought I might learn a lot in the Quag. If the place didn't kill me first. I lay back on the bed and held the ring up to the flickering candle. The hooks glistened and glowed in the soft, bluish light. My grandfather had the very same symbol on the back of his hand. I had also seen this exact same ring on the finger of the dying female warrior who had given me the elemental. I put the ring on. It was too large for any of my fingers, except my thumb, where it rode snugly. As I looked at it on me, I couldn't help but think that I had just made some sort of unconscious decision, committing me to something. I felt my eyes close. The rise and fall of my chest started to slow, and I collapsed into a deep sleep. But right before I completely drifted off, I could hear Harry too's contented snores as he lay beside me on the floor. My dreams were not pleasant ones. In every crevice of my mind, I seemed to encounter danger. Time passed, and I slept on. When I finally awoke, I started to rise, but something held me back. I opened my eyes and gasped. I was in a cage. I sat up and looked around. Delph was lying next to me, still asleep. What had been keeping me from rising was Harry too. His paw was still protectively on my shoulder. The bars of the cage were stark white. As I drew closer to them, I could see why. They were made of bones. I instantly drew back when I heard a laugh, a familiar one. I looked to the right, and there sat Thorn on a huge chair carved from still more bones. And all around the cage were Ecos, bearing weapons. He pointed at the cage bars.
"As you can see, we do make use of our little, trophies here in the kingdom of Cataphile."
With a thrill of horror, I saw 4 items resting on a slab of rock next to his seat. Destin, my chain, the adderstone, my grandfather's ring, and the glove I had to use when holding the elemental. I touched my cloak and felt the small outline of the shrunken elemental still in my pocket. They must not have noticed it, or else thought it of no importance. I spoke loudly. "Why are we in here? And why did you take my things?" This roused Delph, who slowly sat up and then leapt to his feet. "What the—" he began, but I shushed him, and then turned back to Thorn. "Why are you doing this to fellow Wogmorts?" Thorn pointed in turn to the adderstone, the chain, the ring, and the glove.
What are these things, Vega Jane? I would dearly like to know.
Why?
Well, how else can I make use of them?
You're not to make use of them. They're mine, I said heatedly. I felt woozy in the head, and I suddenly knew why. You put something in our water to make us fall asleep, I said, accusingly. He picked up the ring.
I have seen this before. On your grandfather's finger.
I grabbed the bars of bones and shook them. Let us out of here! Now!
You are in no position to make demands, my silly little female.
I'm not silly, and I'm definitely not little, I shot back.
To me, you're nearly invisible. So insignificant are you.
Well, then I guess you don't need me to tell you what they are, if I'm so bloody insignificant. He stood up and strolled over to the cage, stopping a foot away, and smiled maliciously.
You must think things through a little better.
He pointed at Luke, who held a bow with an arrow perched on the string. He grunted, and Luke came forward.
Thorn said, I just ordered Luke to kill the canine.
No! I screamed and immediately thrust myself between Luke and Harry too, as Luke began to take aim.
Move out of the way, Vega. It's only a blasted canine, said Thorn.
He's my canine, and I'm not moving, so you can just go to hell. He grunted again, and 4 more ecos came forward with their bows and surrounded the cage. They all took aim at Harry too. I couldn't be in 4 different places at once, so I ended up covering him entirely with my body. Vega Jane! Shouted Delph, and he put his big body over both of us. Thorn drew closer to the bones, a dangerous smile playing over his lips.
There is a mile-long drop from a cliff when entering the Quag to get to my kingdom. How did you manage it?
My glance betrayed me. I looked past him to the objects he'd taken.
I see, he said. Now, which one?
When I didn't answer, he pointed at Luke, while keeping his gaze directly upon me.
One grunt from me, Vega, and Delph is no more. I will add his bones to your cage. With his size, they'll fill all the bloody gaps. Now, which one?
Vega Jane, don't! Shouted Delph. Thinking quickly, and already having sized up Thorn as vain and arrogant, I said, I'm sure your secrets are far more amazing than my pitiful ones. Thorn appraised me for about a slither.
You know, I think you've hit on something there. I actually think it appropriate to show you how my mind works. Then you will understand that it is futile to resist me.
He grunted in rapid succession, and the ecos sprang into action. The bone cage was opened, and with pokes and prods from swords and spears, we were herded out of it. Delph grew close to me and whispered, He's a mad un, Vega Jane. I know he is. We've got to get out of here. I nodded again, but I couldn't think of a single way for us to accomplish it. Thorn led us down another passageway, until we came to a far larger cave than the one we had left. I heard the sound of something pounding into rock long before we reached it. As we came into the space, I could barely believe my eyes. It was a mountain of rock underground, and swarming over it were little creatures in work clothes and sporting red woolen caps and high leather boots that covered most of their short legs.
The aforementioned gnomes, said Thorn, pleasantly enough.
The gnomes stopped what they were doing and turned as though hooked together to stare down at us from their mountain.
Come closer, said Thorn enticingly. I'm sure our little friends would simply love to meet you.
Well, neither Delph nor I wanted to move closer and meet anything, but the prods in the back from the ecos forced the issue. When the gnomes came more fully into view, I flinched. It wasn't just that their faces were deathly pale and prunish and evil-looking. It was their hands, or rather, where their hands should have been. Instead, they had long claws that looked as strong as metal. They were curved and deadly sharp, although they were covered in dirt from their work on the rock. Their lips curled back like attack canines, revealing yellowish-black teeth that were rotted and misshapen. I put a hand down in front of Harry too, because I was afraid he might go after them. And as strong and brave as he was, he would have no chance against 100 gnomes with sabres for hands. Thorn grunted rapidly, and the gnomes fell back as the armed Ecos advanced on them. So, I thought, the gnomes were obviously kept in check by force. I glanced at Delph, and could tell he was thinking the same thing. Thorn said,
"Do you know what they're mining off that rock?"
I looked at him. No. He clapped his hands together, and one of the gnomes ran off, but was back in a jiffy, hefting a large bucket made of wood and encircled with metal bands. Thorn took it from him, as the gnome respectfully swept off his cap and bowed. I could see that his hair was bushy and filthy, and from the smells wafting off the thing, I could tell that bathing did not occupy a sliver of the creature's time. Thorn held up the bucket so that I could see inside. It was filled with blackish powder.
"Still don't know what it is?"
asked the king, in an amused tone. Delph answered, "Looks like mortar powder." Thorn seemed impressed.
"Well, well, brains and brawn. But you're not exactly right. It's not yet mortar powder, but it will be."
He pointed to the high rock the gnomes were working.
"That stone has 2 of the 3 elements necessary to make the powder. The third is charcoal, which must come from trees on the Quag's surface. I brought the requisite formula with me here, and the Ecos, once I trained them up a bit, are delightfully efficient in doing the appropriate mixing, compression, and other tasks necessary. Indeed, they are quite good at building many things." He thrust the bucket back into the gnome's claws and waved him off with a casual flick of his hand. The creature instantly obeyed, but as I kept my gaze on him, I could see him look back with a sullen expression as he clacked his claws ominously against the bucket's side. Thorn clapped his hands, and the gnomes returned to their work. I marvelled at how rapidly they tore through the rock and dirt with their claws. They were like ants, flitting through grains of sand. Thorn led the way down another passage. We arrived at a large, stout wooden door with a blackened iron keyhole. Thorn produced a key and opened it. We filed inside, and as I saw what was there, I gasped. It was a large room, and from floor to ceiling it was filled with mortars. Tall, short, and even some in-between models I had never seen before. They were all shiny and looked in perfect working order. "You would need furnaces and dactyls to make these," I noted. "We have both," replied Thorn, "plus a great many other skilled Ecos. They have proven themselves quite adaptable to my teachings."
Thorn walked over to a corner and patted a thick-barreled contraption that was bracketed by 2 wooden wheels.
"We call this a cannon,"
he said. He pointed to another section of wall where many crates were stacked.
"And powder and ammunition for the weapons."
Delph was staring upward at the shelves and stacks of shiny mortise. He said, "What do you need all these for?" But somehow I already knew the answer. "War," I said. "You're planning on going to war." Thorn smiled, even as Delph exclaimed, "Cool, blimey!" I added, "And you're not going to war against beasts in the Quag?" Thorn shook his head and smiled even more broadly.
"What would be the point?"
I finished my horrible thought. "You're going to war against Wormwood." Chapter 5. Blood from a Stone. "War against Wormwood!" exclaimed Delph. He stared over at Thorn like he wanted to rip him apart. Are you nutters? Thorn gave him a withering look.
I can assure you that I am in full possession of my faculties, my brawny bloke.
Thorn's statement had hit me as hard as a collision with a garm. I felt sick to my stomach. Through my mind flashed the horrors that would result from what Thorn was planning. My village of Wormwood, all the places I knew so well. Stacks, the Care, steeples, council building, looms, and my old family home all lay in ruin. And starker still, I saw piles of wogmorts, dead from mortar wounds, even mighty Thancius and magical Morrigan. Chiefly, though, I saw my brother, John, lying dead, his eyes frozen, his features still, his magnificent mind gone for all time. With cold dread, but a steely resolve, I turned to Thorn. "There is one problem," I said firmly. Thorn studied me, his eyes crinkling, and an arrogant smile playing over his lips.
"Oh, you think so?" he asked. "Do tell."
"It's a heavy problem," I said cryptically, though I could tell he knew exactly what I meant.
"Oh yes, indeed it is," replied Thorn. "You've laid the mallet directly on the nail-head, Vega. I can see that you've inherited the brains of your grandfather. You're thinking of the mile-long rise we will need to reach the top of that cliff, eh?"
Delph said emphatically. "You can't climb it, not with all those mortars, cannon, and ecos."
"Quite impossible," agreed Thorn.
"And you can't go to war without your bloody army," Delph said, a triumphant look on his features.
"Well, I won't have to, will I?" said Thorn patronizingly. "Let me show you."
The room we now entered through a massive portal, which Thorn unlocked, was far larger than any we had seen so far. My gaze quickly flitted to what dominated even this enormous space. "What in the hell is that thing?" gasped Delph. There was a huge structure, rectangular in shape and made of wood, that looked rigorously constructed. It reminded me of the water vessels fisher-wugs used back in Wormwood, only far larger. It could easily carry hundreds of ecos. Connected to its sides were long, stout ropes, but suspended over it, high in the air, was something that dwarfed even the mammoth wooden carrier. It was black, and roughly the shape of a circle, though it was thinner at the base and wider at the top. The stout ropes from the wooden structure were connected to a frame that was in turn attached to this thing. It was flattened and suspended by other ropes from the high ceiling.
"That, my fine wug," said Thorn, "is the culmination of many sessions of work."
He waved his hand at it.
"It is, in fact, an aeroship."
Delph looked at him blankly. "An aeroship?"
"It flies," he pointed up. "Aero. Up there."
"How?" demanded Delph heatedly. I could feel waves of anger rising off him. I gripped Delph's arm tightly and looked at him, trying to calm him before he did something we might all regret. Thorn motioned to the flattened, suspended object.
"That is what I term a bladder. Once it is filled with heated air, the bladder will lift the underneath carriage quite easily, and I have fashioned certain controls that will allow me to guide its path. By my calculations, it will lift my army and all its equipment in a very few excursions. Then we will make our way to Wormwood. Our triumphant march to Wormwood, rather."
"But how are you going to get this contraption out of here?" He pointed upward again.
"Much as the hole you fell in. Well, we have dug up to the top there, though it's well covered now. The hole we have fashioned is far large enough for my aeroship to be launched through."
"Why do you want to attack Wormwood?" I asked fiercely. "You're a wug."
"Well, the truth is I didn't choose to leave Wormwood. I was forced to leave.
Really? I snapped. And you? Such a nice bloke and all.
Enough,
he barked, his mad eyes narrowing.
I've told and shown you all that I plan to. I require answers from you, and I will have them now.
He grunted several times, and Luke brought over Destin, the Adderstone, and the glove.
It's your turn to speak.
Thorn grunted once more, and we were surrounded by bow and arrow-wielding Ecos. Half took aim at Delph, the other half at Harry too. I couldn't defend them both at the same time. I had no choice. Delph gazed at me. I could tell he knew what I was going to do. He shook his head, but I ignored him. If I lost Delph, there would be no point going on anyway. The chain allows one to fly. The stone can heal wounds. He looked suitably intrigued, if a bit sceptical of my words.
Indeed. And the glove?
I had the pair, but I lost one when we were running from beasts in the Quag. It has no powers, I added, which was perfectly true.
Well, let's try one out, shall we?
He said. He grunted a few more times, each one louder and more authoritative than its predecessor. Several Ecos shot forward and picked me up clean off the ground. "Stop!" shouted Delph, but he and Harry too were instantly surrounded by a wall of armed Ecos. I shouted, "It'll be okay, Delph!" I knew what I was going to do. The Ecos carried me back into the room where the mountain of rock and the minor gnomes were located. Thorn followed us, as did Delph and Harry too, at the sword ends of the trailing Ecos. Thorn tossed the chain to me.
Now prove your statement, he said.
I wrapped the chain around me, even as the Ecos clambered up the mountain of rock, carrying me all the way to the top. They were strong, and their grasses scratched and irritated my skin. We reached a ledge at the very top of the rock. The Ecos set me down. I heard grunts from below. Thorn was obviously giving his final instructions. The git needn't have bothered. I wasn't going to wait to be forced off the ledge. When a pair of Ecos reached out to me, I pushed them away so hard they fell back against the rock wall. "Bugger off!" I cried out. I looked down at Thorn with as much defiance as I could possibly muster, which wasn't hard. And then I jumped. I soared straight downward. I looked at no one other than Thorn. I wanted him to see the revulsion on my face. He looked stunned, which ordinarily would have made me smile, but my anger was such that all I could do was stare daggers at him as I fell. At the last instant, I lifted my head and shoulders and pointed my arms upward. I soared over them and then lifted up, up, up until I landed back neatly on the ledge. The Ecos all drew away from me. I looked triumphantly at Thorn. He smacked his hands several times by way of applause and then beckoned me to join him below. I jumped once more and landed nimbly right next to him. He looked at me, slyly.
From where did you come by such a remarkable thing as that?
You know Stacks? He nodded. It has rooms that are secret. I found it there. He looked lost in thought for a moment.
And Stacks was not always what it is now.
That's right. Did Julius Domitar tell you that?
Alas, Domitar and I did not see eye to eye on much.
Well, my respect for him just increased 100-fold.
You would do well to hold your tongue, Vega, he said, sounding dangerous. He pointed to Delph. Say you are sorry for disrespecting me.
I'm sorry. However, my stubborn features, I know, betrayed this as a lie.
There is a price to be paid for lying to King Thorn.
He grunted to the group of Ecos, and before I could react, it happened. One of the Ecos shot an arrow into Delph's thigh. He screamed and toppled to the rocky ground, holding on to the shaft that had suddenly sprouted from his limb. "Delph!" I screamed. I rushed to him. Blood was pouring out of him far too fast. I ripped off part of my sleeve and used it to try and stanch the bleeding. But it kept pouring out. Delph's face turned chalk white and he stopped screaming. He sank flat to the floor. Harry, too, stood in front of us both, his fangs bared, as though daring any of the echos to come closer.
Oh, Vega!
I turned to look at Thorn. He was casually holding up the adder stone.
Might you want to try this? Your purported healing rock.
Now I knew why he had Delph shot, as a way to prove that what I had said about the adder stone was true, as well as to punish me for my disrespect. I held up my hand. Toss it here, quickly.
Sorry, I don't think that was quite what I was looking for, he said smoothly, his manner unhurried.
Swallowing both my pride and anger, I said in a pleading voice, Please, King Thorn, might I have the stone to help my friend? Please, O King.
Now, that's better. See what a bit of respect and politeness can manage.
He threw the stone to me. I caught it and instantly waved it over Delph's leg, thinking good thoughts. Not only did the wound heal, the arrow slid free from his thigh and dropped to the rock without a smidge of his blood on it. Delph's breathing returned to normal, though he was still deathly pale. He slowly rose from the floor. "'Tis okay, Vega Jane," he said, but the fear was evident in his eyes. "Thanks for doing the stone over me." In a breathless voice I said, "Don't thank me, Delph. It was my fault you got shot." When I turned, Thorn was right next to me.
"What did you have to do to cause such a cure?" he asked.
"Don't tell him, Vega Jane," shouted Delph. I looked over at him. Again, I had no choice. A dozen arrows would be flying at Delph if I didn't. "You wave the stone over the wound and think good thoughts."
"Does it work on all living things?" he asked eagerly.
I knew why he asked this. He would want it to heal the echos in case any were injured during his attack on Wormwood. "I've used it on my canine."
"Can it bring back the dead?"
"No," I said emphatically. "Nor can it regrow limbs that have been lost. I tried that once, and it didn't work."
"Pity,"
he said, snatching the stone from me.
"But still, it has its uses. I'll grant you that. You will, of course, teach me how to fly with the chain."
I was about to scream out, "The bloody hell I will, you king of the gits!" But I refrained. "I might just take an arrow to the head." "It will take time," I said evenly. "It's not easy to train someone up to fly."
"Well, it's not like you're going anywhere. Ever again."
Despite the clear menace behind his words, I breathed a bit easier, though I didn't let my features express this. At least we would be allowed to live, until we could figure out a way to escape this place. Thorn made sure to pocket the stone and the ring. He did not, however, take the glove. When he wasn't looking, I slipped it into my cloak. From out of the corner of my eye, I caught a gnome staring at me as I did this. It was the same bandy-legged creature that had fetched the bucket for Thorn. At first, I thought he was going to tell on me, but he just looked at me, stonily, before turning away to jabber with one of his mates. I marched along behind Thorn, with Delph and Harry too at our heels, and the brigade of armed echos bringing up the rear. Delph whispered, "Why'd you tell him about the bleeding stone? And show him what Destin can do?" "Delph, he would have killed you if I hadn't." "So?" I was so stunned, I stopped walking. A prod in the back from an echos made me start up again, but I looked at Delph in astonishment. "You wanted to die?" "I wanted you to survive, to get through this here place." "I'm not getting through it without you," I replied heatedly. "I'm not that important, Vega Jane. Not really. You're the one what needs to live, like the female what gave you the elemental said." "Not important," I hissed back. "You're all I've got, Delph. I can't go through the Quag without you. I won't." His face grew red, and he looked away. I knew Delph so well that I understood he was searching for the right words to say back to me. "Well, neither will I," he said. "Both or nothing, eh?" "Yes." He drew closer to me. "Then what I do is get him up high like, with Destin, and when the bloke least expects it, drop the prat." I nodded slowly. This plan was certainly tempting, but if we killed the king, what might his minions do to us? Thorn led us back to the room where we had dined. Lit torches still lined the wall. He sat at the table, drew a knife, sliced open his finger, and then waved the stone over it, and, I supposed, thought good thoughts. The wound instantly healed. He smiled.
"We will begin the flight lessons next light," he said. "You will be taken back to the cage. Until then."
Thorn was intelligent, crafty, vain, and mercurial. A difficult combination to corral, but I needed to try. "Surely you have sufficient guards to watch over us without resorting to that," I said. "You'll be invading Wormwood soon enough with your mighty legions. Compared to that, I doubt that the three of us will pose much of a challenge. We are totally in your power." Thorn rubbed his beard while I stood there watching him. I could hear Delph breathing heavily next to me, no doubt wondering if another arrow would soon be finding its way into his body because of more insolent remarks from me. However, my plan worked, and we soon found ourselves back in the room where I had slept. The Ecos left the three of us there, but I noted that a pair of them was stationed right outside the opening to the room. I sat on the wooden pallet with Delph next to me. Harry, too, sidled up to me. As I petted him, Delph said in a low voice, "It's not enough for us to escape this place, Vega Jane. In his blasted aeroship, Thorn can fly right over the wall." "I'll never let that happen, Delph. Never." "So, you got a plan?" he asked eagerly. It's forming right now, in my mind," I said lamely. I lay down on the pallet. "I just need to sleep on it, is all." "Sleep?" exclaimed Delph incredulously. "Are you daft? How can you think of sleep with all this going on and all? I'll not sleep a wink. Nay, a wink!" he added emphatically. "Brilliant. Then you can keep watch." I closed my eyes, and Harry too settled down next to me. As I expected, shortly thereafter, I heard Delph's soft snores. He was stretched out on the hard floor next to the pallet, sound asleep. His features were peaceful. I doubted that would last, but I was glad he could have that feeling for now. I pulled the blanket off the pallet and covered him with it. I took another look at Delph's features, and, despite our desperate circumstances, I felt myself go a bit willy. He was very tall, about 6.5 feet, with huge shoulders, long dark hair, a wide forehead that crinkled when he was embarrassed, which was often, and eyes that were deep and brooding. He was so brave, and well, just such a good wug. He had never let me down. Never. And then my heart felt like it had been split in half. Delph was expecting me to have a plan, to lead him and Harry too out of here, and also to save Wormwood from the mad king. Yet I had nothing. I was not a leader. I was a loner. I had always been a loner, more comfortable up my tree back in Wormwood, with only my thoughts as companions. But now I felt crippled by the absolute certainty that I was going to let both Delph and Harry too down. I lay back on the pallet, knowing full well that sleep would not be coming for me. I had no plan, and without a plan, we had no chance to survive. Chapter 6. The Flight of the King. We were rousted from our beds by rough hands that pulled us awake. It was a group of Ecos, led by Luke. All right, muttered Delph as he stood, towering over them. I stretched and felt kinks in my arms and shoulders pop. I had been dreaming something, but I couldn't remember what. They pushed us out of the chamber and down a poorly lit passageway. I could hear the sounds of digging, and I figured that Thorn's minions laboured all light and night. He struck me as that sort of king. We filed into a dark chamber with a dirty, pebble-strewn floor. Here, we were forced at sword point to sit on our bums and wait. Within a few slivers, Thorn walked in. He was dressed in trousers, boots, and a long, loose shirt. "Can we get something to eat?" I asked.
"After we've flown," said Thorn. "It is early yet. Your hunger will hold."
I bristled at this, figuring that his belly was no doubt always kept full. "Do you have the chain?" I asked, biting back my anger. I didn't want Delph struck with another arrow. He lifted his shirt, and I saw it strapped around his waist. Seeing my chain on him made my face flush. He smiled at my obvious discomfort.
"To the winner go all the spoils, Vega."
"Right," I said briskly. "Well, let's crack on." We were joined by a dozen ecos. They all carried short-barreled mortars and pouches of powder and ammo. We made our way up a set of steps in the same chamber that we had fallen into the previous night. With the cranking of gears and ecos straining on ropes below, the ceiling canopy rose, revealing the blue sky. As we clambered onto the surface of the Quag, the dozen ecos raced past us and formed a perimeter, their weapons ready and their gazes scanning both sky and land. They looked like they had done this before. Then they removed their peaked caps and put them in their pockets. Next, they sank down into the long grasses. Except for their eyes, they were completely invisible. Now I understood the grass on their arms and heads. They had adapted to their environment. I shot a glance at Delph and saw that he had noted this too. "Blimey," he said. "Figure me dad would have liked to seen that." I nodded and glanced at Thorn. He was scanning the skies, and then his gaze swept the area we were in. He grunted at an armed ecos, who came forward and relinquished his weapon to Thorn. Thorn expertly examined the mortar, raised it to his shoulder, swiveled around, aimed into the air, and fired. A moment later, a bird fell from the sky, mortally wounded. Thorn handed the mortar back to the ecos and gave me a derisive look.
"Unlike you, Vega, I came into the Quag armed and ready. However, when I fell in the hole, I thought I was finished. But when I fired off the first mortar round at the ecos, they scattered, like dormice. After that, they came back to me on their knees, and it's been that way ever since. That was the easy part, actually. The hard part was teaching the blighters to do things, make things. I plan to return to Wormwood in triumph. That's the only thing that's kept me going all this time. Now, let's get on with my lesson, Vega. How do you want to proceed?"
"I have to go with you," I said.
"How is that possible?"
I indicated the straps still hanging from my chest.
"Why can't you just tell me what to do?" he countered.
"Fine," I said. "You jump straight up or get a running start and leap into the air. You point your hands where you want to go. Shoulders and head up to gain height. Reverse that to go down. Right before you touch the ground, slip your feet downward so you can land on them. But if you botch any of that while you're up there by yourself, we'll need something to pick up the pieces of you with." Thorn, if it was possible, paled even more than he already was.
"Let's try it your way first," he said, with as much dignity as he could muster.
I held out my hand. "Let me have the chain, then."
"Why?" he asked.
"If I'm controlling the flying, I need to have the chain." He lifted his shirt, removed it, handed it over, and then stood with his back to me while I strapped him into the harness. He glanced back at me.
"Just remember, Vega, that your friend and your canine will be surrounded by my ecos. If anything happens to me, they die."
I turned away so he would not see the utter hatred on my face. I understand. Destin, I could tell, had been ice cold while around Thorn's waist. Now the links warmed to my touch. That gave me comfort. Because we're tied together, we're going to have to jump straight up. Just mimic my movements. Right then, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. On the last number, I kicked off hard, and so did he, albeit a little late. We rose awkwardly into the air, and then quickly gained both speed and height. I slowly lifted my feet into the air, drawing his with mine. We levelled out and soared along. The wind pushed harshly into my eyes, and they started to water. From my cloak pocket, I pulled out the goggles that I had used at Stack's. Thorn had not taken these from me because there was nothing special about them. But with the goggles on, I could see clearly and not be troubled by the wind in my eyes. Thorn's long hair blew into my face, but I tucked it under the harness's leather straps, and it stayed there. Thorn said,
"This is absolutely incredible."
Though I despised him, I nearly laughed at the wonder in his voice and words. It was exactly how I had felt when I first took to the air. I led him through the same drills that I had with Delph. We stayed up for a while, doing ascents and descents, changing direction, soaring around trees and over small hills. While Thorn gazed around, spellbound, I was taking in every detail and comparing it to the map of the Quag I had in my head and to what I had seen from the cliff when we first entered the Quag. And with what I was seeing, I thought I might be sick. The dark, fog-shrouded river I had spotted to the west from the cliff had moved to the north. The forested mountain to the north that had looked blue had shifted to the east, and the rocky slope was no longer even there. I said to Thorn, "What is that mountain in the distance?"
"I have no idea, having never been there."
"I suppose it's always been there, though," I said. "I mean, whenever you've come up and looked at it, the thing's been right where it's always been?" He turned his head, and I could see a faint smile.
"If you're referring to how things in the Quag have a tendency to move themselves, then yes, I have noticed that."
I exclaimed. "How can a mountain or river move? It's impossible, isn't it?"
"You will find that nothing in the Quag is impossible," he sneered.
It seemed balmy to believe such a thing was true, but the facts were literally staring me in the face. I was ripped from my musings by screams. I looked down. A very young Ecos was being chased by 2 Freks. The other Ecos were firing their mortars, but the Ecos and its pursuers were well out of the weapon's range.
"Idiot creature,"
snapped Thorn, who was looking down now.
"Ah, well, let's do some more manoeuvring
However, I had already gone into a steep dive.
"What do you think you're doing?"
screamed Thorn. The little Ecos could never outrun the Freks. They were gaining with every leap of their long limbs. In less than a sliver, he would be done for. I aimed so that I would approach from the rear. I slipped Destin from around my waist as Thorn continued to struggle.
"Up! Up!"
he screamed in my ear. "No!" Down below, I could see full-grown Ecos racing along, their mortars aimed. And there was another Ecos, a female by her appearance, that was running faster than any of them, though she had no mortar. I concluded that was the little Ecos's mother. She was grunting so loud I knew it was her way of screaming for her young. Whether beast or wug, a mother would sacrifice anything for her young. I swooped in behind the Freks and used Destin to swat them on the sides of the head. They were instantly bowled over by the blows. I put on a burst of speed, dropped the hand in which I held Destin, and soared over the little Ecos. "Grab it!" I called down to him. He looked up, the fear so painful to see in his small face. "Grab it!" I screamed, indicating the chain. I heard growls behind us. The Freks had recovered. I looked back. They were gaining. I looked ahead. A huge stand of trees was just ahead. I had to pull up.
"Go! Go!"
screamed Thorn, trying to snatch at the chain that I kept just out of reach.
"Leave the damn creature! Leave it!"
"Take it!" I yelled at the little Ecos, ignoring Thorn. Then something occurred to me. I grunted. I didn't know exactly what I was grunting, but I figured it was better than jabbering at the poor, terrified thing in Wuggish. He reached out his little hand, and his fingers closed around Destin. I instantly pulled up, and we did a sharp bank and headed in the other direction, missing the trees and leaving the Frecks far below. When the Frecks turned to follow us, they were met head-on by a mass of mortar-firing Ecos. I heard shot after shot, and then listened to the sounds of two large demonic beasts thudding to the dirt for the very last time. Good riddance to the bloody things. We were flying back when I heard a scream. I looked down. The little Ecos had lost his grip on the chain. He was plummeting to his death. I went into a dive, but I knew I was too far away to catch him in time. The little Ecos was going to die. My heart sank. Like a blur, Delph came racing into view. He leapt, soaring several feet into the air, his long arms stretched to their limit. "Yes!" I screamed in joy. Delph caught the little Ecos before he hit the ground. He rose and carried him over to his mother. The mother took her young in her arms, first hugging and kissing, and then scolding him in severe grunts. Then she went back to hugging and kissing him again.
"You imbecile!"
roared Thorn at me as we touched down.
"You could have gotten me killed. And for what? A bloody Ecos? I should have you."
He stopped because the Ecos had surrounded us. Then Luke, accompanied by the mother, approached and knelt down. Each took one of my hands and kissed it. Then they did the same to a mightily embarrassed Delph. The mother Ecos dragged her young one over and grunted at him until he did the same. When I looked down into his tiny, unwrinkled face, I noted that his eyes were as red as the far older Ecos. I smiled, showing each of my teeth, and then my smile deepened when the little creature put his arms around me and squeezed tightly. Delph was so tall that the little Ecos just gripped his legs when he next went to hug him. Thorn, who I observed had been studying all of this quite closely, said kindly,
"All right now. It's all over. Everything is fine. The little lad is safe."
He made some quick grunts and then pointed at me, and then at himself. It seemed to me that a few of the Ecos looked at us somewhat doubtfully after this. When I asked Thorn what he had said, he assured me that he had given us full credit for the rescue. Delph whispered, "And if you believe that, I'll sell you a bloody jabbit for a pet."
"Enough flying for this light, Vega," said Thorn. "I have no doubt I will get the hang of it soon enough, and then I will have no more need of your assistance. Just your chain. Or rather, my chain." He snatched Destin away from me, and then pushed and prodded us along until we descended once more into the darkness beneath the Quag. We were led back to my chamber, and guards were posted outside. However, a few slivers later, the mother Ecos came in carrying a large wooden tray. Luke was behind her. She put the tray down on a stone slab and smiled at us. On the tray was a pitcher of water and what looked like milk. Some goblets, breads, some meat and a few hard-boiled eggs and a fat tomato, all sliced, and 2 loaves of bread that oozed warmth. And there was a bowl of nuts and some hunks of different cheeses which filled the chamber with their deliciously pungent smell. I smiled and tried to grunt in return, which made her laugh. She reached her grassy arms around me and gave me a hug. I hugged her back. Luke came over and embraced me too. Then the couple, tears in their reddened eyes, departed. "Blimey," said Delph as he sat down and started digging into the meal. "I think we made some friends this light." I knelt next to him and poured us out goblets of milk. It was cold and tasted fresh. We were so hungry that we didn't speak. We just chewed, drank, and swallowed. I had given Harry too his share, which he was happily devouring on the stone floor.
I finished my meal and sat there idly, rubbing my canine's ears. Delph finally pushed away from the tray after finishing a long drink of milk and looked at me. "So, what be in your head, Vega Jane?" I took a deep breath and then just let it out. "What be in my head is that we have to get out of here before old King Thorn runs out of use for us. But first, we need to find out more of his plan to attack Wormwood. And I still want to know how he got down that cliff." "Why is that so important to you?" he asked. "Because I don't like unanswered questions. Thorn is evil. You saw how he was going to let that little Ecos die." Delph nodded. "I guess royalty don't care about ordinary blokes." "Well, Luke and the female cared." "Aye," Delph said. "She's a bit comforting though, ain't it?" I gave him a perplexed look. "What is?" I asked. "Well, creatures what got grass growing on 'em, and talking grunts got feelings like us. Care about each other. All I'm saying. Comforting." There was a lot going on in Delph's head, and that, for me, was comforting. I eyed the doorway, where I could now see Luke taking a peek at us. An idea struck me. I think this night would be a great opportunity for us to do a little exploring. "Exploring?" exclaimed Delph. "And how do you expect us to do that?" "Like you said, we made some friends here." Chapter 7. Luke Speaks. The Mother Ecos and Luke entered our chamber later to retrieve the meal tray. I said, "I know you can't understand me, but thank you."
"It is we who need to thank you, Vega,"
said Luke, as the female Ecos nodded. "You can speak Wuggish?" I asked Luke in astonishment.
"King Thorn taught me as a way to prevent him from losing the speech himself. And I taught my daughter here, Ciri."
Ciri added, "We do not speak Quag to the others. King Thorn forbids it." "And it was your son that was nearly killed by the Frex?" I asked. She nodded, and tears clustered in her eyes.
"But for you and Delph, Vega, little Corey would be no more."
She placed a grassy hand gently against my cheek.
"Despite what King Thorn said, we knew that to be true."
Delph said, "So what load of rubbish did the mighty king say then, eh?" Luke answered,
"That it was his idea to save Corey."
"He tried to stop me from saving him. He's an evil wug."
"Yet we all fear him too much to ever oust him,"
said Luke. Delph scoffed. "There's lots of you blokes, and only one of him."
"But he is the king,"
said Ciri in a trembling voice.
"And he sleeps behind a door made of iron, and he has recruited spies among us who report to him. Any signs of rebellion are quashed."
"Surely the Ecos would rally around you, Luke," I said. He lowered his head.
"No, Vega, that would not happen."
"Why not?" He would not look at me as he said the words.
"Thorn works us hard, no doubt, but he has taught us skills, and he keeps us safe."
"You could do all that without him," I pointed out.
"Yet many Ecos worship him," added Ciri. "I don't know why, really, because he is a cruel one, but they would follow him anywhere."
I looked at Delph, and then back at Luke. "That seems very odd," I said. "I mean, he's not exactly lovable, is he?"
"Well, it is mostly because he has broken our will. Our spirit," Luke explained. "Such a thing is greater than any weapon."
I thought about this, but could think of no ready reply. I decided to change the subject. I said, "We must escape from here, but before we go, I would like to find answers to questions I have. Will you help us?" Luke looked at Ciri, who stared up anxiously at him. Finally, he nodded.
"You saved little Corey, so we will come back this night, and then you will have your answers, Vega."
Late that night, we could hear footsteps approaching, and a sliver later, along the outer stone passageway, We could both see the shadows created by a light coming our way. Then Luke appeared in the opening to our chamber, holding a flickering candle in one hand. Ciri was behind him, looking pale and frightened. He said softly, "Tread lightly. There are eyes in the least likely places." The guards that had been stationed outside our chamber were no longer there. I figured that was Luke's doing. The three of us followed him back down the passageway. I had told Harry not to bark or otherwise make undue noise. I could have sworn he nodded his head at me as I finished speaking. We flitted down the cold passage. I did have one comforting thought. I had on my cloak, and in my cloak were my glove and the elemental. We reached a spot where 3 corridors intersected, and Luke led us down the one on the far left. We reached a wooden door, which Luke unlocked with a fat bronze key that he unclipped from a blackened iron ring on his wide leather belt. He pushed the door open and ushered us in before closing the portal behind us. The chamber was dark, but it brightened considerably when Luke used his candle to light the torches suspended on the wall. I gaped, and so did Delph, and we did so for good reason. The chamber was vast, with high ceilings, and strewn throughout were broad, scarred and stained wooden work tables, overflowing with what looked to be intricate tasks in progress. There were old worm-eaten plank shelves, literally bursting with strange objects, and piles of parchment, scrolls and leather-backed tomes, and an old desk packed with drawers and cubbies that were, in turn, bulging with scrolls and parchment, and there was a wooden swivel chair tucked into the knee-hole, and on a series of low tables were bottles, scales, and other delicate instruments that I had seen and used at stacks to do my job as a finisher. "He couldn't have brought all this with him from Wormwood," I said. Luke said, "He did some of the parchment, ink, scrolls, and a few of the instruments and tools you see. The rest came later, and the furniture we built according to his design after he showed us how. Thorn taught us a great deal. All he asked in return was our freedom." Luke finished in a resigned tone. As my gaze spanned the place, it came to rest on something suspended from a long metal chain affixed to the ceiling in one far corner. It was a skeleton, and next to the skeleton and attached to the wall was the outer layer of the thing. The skin. And now I believed I knew how Thorn had made it from the cliff down to here. "That's an Adar," mumbled Delph. "Was an Adar," I corrected. "That's how Thorn managed the cliff. He flew down like we did." "It's a big un," noted Delph. "Bigger'n I've ever seen." I turned to Luke. "This is his... what, workshop?" "Well, he calls it a laboratory," said Luke. "He spends most of his time in here, working away, talking to himself, sometimes cackling like he's gone balmy." "I think he has gone balmy." I walked around the chamber and eyed some drawings that had been fastened to the walls. These were maps of Wormwood, down to the smallest details. In the precision of the words and pictures, I sensed cunning and genius, but also a sickness of the mind. It gave me chills just to look upon the parchment and to envision the mad Quag bent over his terrible obsession for the destruction of his former home. These maps had been drawn for a very clear reason. They were going to be used as the basis of attack. I noted Thorn's scribbles and margin notes all over the parchment pages. There was an area noted as the landing place. He would probably send out his aeroship at night and make his landings at that spot while Wormwood slept. Then, when his army was fully on sight, he would attack and take them all by surprise. There were arrows pointing at stacks and steeples and the council building, with references like "first target" and "use for prisoners." And with a shiver I read the word "destroy" written over both the care and hospital. I wondered why, but then it occurred to me that in a war, the side that could not take care of its citizens or treat their wounds would likely not be victorious. I looked at Delph, who had been peering over my shoulder. He looked sickened by all of it. A nutter, Vega Jane. A nutter who wants to kill. We got to stop him. I looked at Luke. Can we go to the aeroship now? We made our way quickly through a number of passageways until I was hopelessly lost. But when I looked back at Delph, he nodded. I know where we are, he whispered. It's just up there, on the left. Sure enough, Luke and Ciri stopped and turned to the left and passed through another opening in the wall. The aeroship towered over us like an enormous beast waiting to strike and then devour. There was no one else here. We drew nearer to the huge wooden carriage that would hold both troops and their weapons. It was then that I noted the series of holes in the sides. What are those for? I asked. In answer, Luke pointed against one wall.
How he plans to steer it. Look.
Delph and I saw the long oars with large, flat rectangular ends neatly stacked there. Luke showed us how they worked, and then took us through the rest of the aeroship, pointing out the contraption that filled the huge bladder with heated air, and the steering mechanism, and how vents in the bladder released air and allowed the aeroship to descend. I nodded, in understanding. And what's the cause of your reddened eyes? I asked.
Mixing the mortar powder, he said. Powder dust gets in 'em.
But Corrie has red eyes too. Surely he doesn't make...
Thorn don't care how old or young one is, Vega, said Luke. We all have to work.
My blood boiling at this revelation, we went back out in the passage. I said expectantly, The grubs? He nodded wearily.
Aye, the grubs.
And I observed as he said this that he placed one large hand on the hilt of the short-barreled mortar that rode on his belt. He turned to Ciri and said,
You best head on back. Corrie will be missing you.
Ciri gave him a worried look.
Luke, think what you're doing. If Thorn finds out... You just go on, Ciri. Go on now, he added sternly.
With a baleful glance back at us, she quickly disappeared down the tunnel.
Let's be off then,
Luke said firmly, but I could see the fear in his eyes. Not because of the grubs, I didn't think, but because of the king. I glanced at Delph. I could tell he was thinking exactly what I was. Luke could be killed for helping us, but I didn't know any other way to do this. And I did have a plan. Well, part of one anyway. Delph was expecting me to lead. Hell, I was expecting me to lead. I just hoped I wasn't leading us to our doom. Chapter 8. The Plight of Grubs. I could both feel and hear my heart pounding as we walked down that long, dark passageway. We had gone far enough, perhaps a half-mile. That I could just tell. We were entering areas that were far removed from the life of the kingdom of cataphile denizens. Luke was walking in slow, measured strides, his gaze swivelling from side to side. When I looked at Delph, he was glancing over his shoulder. Luke, he said, turning back around. Do grubs attack anything?
No, not without a reason.
I looked at Delph. So let's not give them a reason. Luke's steps slowed as we neared what looked to be a blank wall. I thought perhaps Luke had taken a wrong turn down here when I heard it. I suppose that's when we all heard it. And then felt it. Rumblings, and the ground under us starting to shake. Dirt and stone dust from overhead cascaded down. We started to cough and gag. I had turned to run back the way we had come when I felt a hand on my arm holding me in place. Luke said,
It's all right. Just their way is all. They've heard us approach.
The next moment, the wall in front of us collapsed, revealing a hole. In the hole was a face, which took up the entire opening. A pair of dull, yellow eyes was staring at me. When the mouth opened, I could see enormous, jagged teeth, far more lethal-looking than any knife I'd ever seen. Luke looked at the creature and said some words that I had no way of understanding. They appeared to be a cross between grunts and hisses. Then he turned to look at us.
"They know Thorn's not with us. No need to worry now."
I looked down at the mortar. "Then why do you have that out?" I asked.
"Well, Grubs might have struck first, and then found out Thorn wasn't here. Pays to be cautious when dealing with anything as big and unpredictable as a grub. That one there weighs about a ton."
I crept forward and rested my gaze on the grub. It gazed back at me. Why is the grub staring at me like that?
"Well, you look like Thorn. A wug, I mean."
Can you tell it that while I am a wug, I'm not a wug like Thorn?
"Already did, Vega. It's why it hasn't tried to kill you."
My stomach lurched, and I found myself backing up a pace or two.
"Its name is... well, no use saying it. You won't be able to pronounce it, much less remember it. We'll just call it Grub."
"Hello, Grub, sir," said a panicky Delph.
"Matter of fact, 'tis a female, Delph," said Luke. "You can tell by the eyes. Yellow for the females and blue for the males. Don't know why. Just the way it is."
Luke marched forward and patted the grub on its, or rather her, head. The grub let out a sound that I had heard before, but then it had been a feline purring.
"Peaceful creatures," said Luke. "Keep themselves to themselves. They tunnel down here. Can eat through rock faster than gnomes with their claws can."
"They eat rock?" gasped Delph. I watched as Harry, too, sidled over to the grub and sniffed it. My canine was perilously close to those enormous teeth, and I was about to call him back when Harry, too, licked the thing. Before I could move, a long, slithery tongue appeared between the jagged teeth, and the grub licked Harry, too, back. I moved forward and cautiously put out a hand, stopping and looking questioningly at Luke.
"Go on, then," he said encouragingly. "Grub knows you're okay."
I patted the grub's head, and then Delph joined me in doing so. It was far softer, and not nearly as slimy as I thought it would be. It was like touching a cattail down by the pond back in Wormwood. I could see that it was about twice the size of a creeder, which was very large indeed. It must eat a lot of rock. As we were petting the grub, Delph's and my fingers touched. I looked up at him, and he down at me. We smiled at the same time. "Like being down at the pond in Wormwood," he said. "You remember?" "I was just thinking of the cattails we used to rub," I said, blushing a bit. The grub licked Delph's hand.
"She's taking a right shine to you, Delph," said Luke.
"What?" gasped a thoroughly wonked Delph. "No, I don't think... Why? What business is it of yours, if Vega Jane—" I felt so badly for Delph that I interrupted him and said, "I think he means the grub, Delph." I could feel my cheeks afire. Delph stared open-mouthed at me for what seemed 10 slithers. His face held so many different expressions, one tracking another, that it was all I could do not to laugh, though I was as embarrassed as he. "Oh, right, of course he does," he said in a voice he was trying so hard to make firm that it wobbled badly. Why do they hate Thorn so?" Delph asked, keeping his gaze away from me.
"Well, they have good reason."
Luke pointed to the creature's skin and then rubbed it.
"Its hide is strong, but it can also do something else."
"What?" I asked.
"It can expand, big as you want it to. It's why Thorn kills them."
"He kills them?" I exclaimed.
"Slaughters them, more like it. Least he did."
"Why is skin so important to Thorn?" Delph asked.
"For the bladder,"
answered Luke. "The bladder? On the aeroship?" I said. Then I realized what he meant. "He uses the grub's skin to make the bladder," I added, horrified. Luke nodded.
Has 'em stitched together, and the grub's blood. It hardens good and stout when you mix it with a few other ingredients. Where the needle holes are in the bladder when they stitch the hides together. Thorn uses the blood concoction to seal 'em, so no air leaks out.
I turned to look at the grub. While I knew it probably could not understand us, I sensed a deep misery in its eyes. Her eyes. Why did there have to be wugs like Thorn, whose only interest was furthering their own goals and not caring a whit about the effect on others? I whispered this thought to Delph. He nodded and said quietly, "'Tis a good lesson for us all, Vega Jane." Luke said,
"But he hasn't caught a grub in a long time now."
"Why?" Luke said his next words in a low voice.
"'Cause I come and warn 'em, and they go hide."
He shook his head sadly.
"They might not be much to look at, I know, but underneath that hide, they've a heart as big as any you're likely to ever see."
I looked back at the grub and could see that her yellow eyes were filled with moisture. When I shot a glance at Luke, he had anticipated my question.
"A grub can sense things like we never can. They can feel what we're feeling. I don't know if we give off a scent or what, but they know. They just know. She understands that we're sad, and so she's sad too. And with that sadness, it also tells her that we're good creatures. Not bad."
I had never been referred to as a creature before. But then again, a wug was just one thing among many other living things, I reckoned. I turned to look at the grub and gently rubbed her face. I said, "I think you're very beautiful." And I smiled. The purring sound filled the passageway again. I smiled even more broadly, and though I couldn't be sure, it seemed that she was smiling back at me.
"Now she senses happiness,"
explained Luke. I said, "Thorn said they've tried to kill him. Many times. How?"
"They can tunnel through anything. Never know where they might pop out. Only thing gives them away is the sound of their tunneling."
"So I'm sure Thorn, being as cunning as he is, takes precautions?"
"Patrols down the passageways, and has things on the wall that measure the smallest of vibrations. Gives him early warning when and where they might be coming. And his sleeping chamber is lined with iron. Grubs can work their way through iron, but it takes a while. Plenty of time for Thorn to get away, but even so, early on they came close to getting him."
He looked at the grub, and his face became embarrassed.
"Right, more courage than I got."
"But you warned them against Thorn," Delph pointed out. "That takes courage."
"Not the same, is it?" said Luke. "No, not the same."
"It's Ciri and Corey, isn't it?" I said. This statement made Luke glance at me. I continued. "He'd hurt them, right? If you turned against him. She was worried that you were showing us these places. She's afraid Thorn will find out." Luke slowly nodded.
"He has ecos, fiercely loyal to him. They'd kill their own flesh and blood. I think he's done something to their minds, but I have no proof of that."
A great many thoughts were swirling through my head. I turned to Luke, my determination resolute. "How long did it take Thorn to build the aeroship?"
10 or more sessions. Close as I remember. Lot of work."
10 sessions, I repeated, and then smiled. That was a good thing, I thought. And if he can't catch any more grubs, he can't build another bladder or aeroship. Delph whispered in my ear, "What are you planning to do, Vega Jane?" "Escape this place, and make sure he can't attack Wormwood," I said flatly, as though it were obvious. And it was, to me. I had expected Delph to simply nod in agreement, only he didn't. "'Tain't that simple, Vega." "What?" I said, startled. "What about the ecos and gnomes?" He rubbed the face of the grub. "And these here creatures?" I don't understand you, Delph.
You heard Luke. Thorn has spies. Those loyal to him. If we escape and ruin his plans, you think he won't take it out on them? On Luke, and Ciri, and little Corrie?
I couldn't look at Delph because I knew he was right. My heart was being torn in half with this dilemma. We can't save everyone, Delph. It's impossible.
Well, we can try, he replied matter-of-factly.
I started to snap something back at him, but then I realized that he was entirely in the right. I felt both relieved by this, but also like a mountain had settled upon my shoulders. We had come in here with the goal of surviving the Quag. Now we would be committing to saving a bunch of others as well. But Delph was right. We had to at least try. I said slowly, "We can try, Delph. But I'm going to need help. I can't do this alone."
That's why you got me, Vega Jane.
Chapter 9. The King's Secret. For the next 5 lights, I carried Thorn in the harness and taught him the intricacies of flying, and each night we were visited by Luke, sometimes accompanied by Ciri. They had continued to provide us with information about Thorn. Delph and I were doing our best to come up with a plan. We had parts of it in good shape, but how could we ensure that once we left, Thorn would be king no longer? And I did have one unanswered question that was driving me mad. Why did Thorn want to go to war with his own kind? What would make a Wug hate other Wugs so much? I talked to Delph about this one night.
Well, he said, seems to me that to answer that question we need to know why the bloke came into the Quag in the first place. Pretty desperate thing to do. And he told us that he was forced to leave.
That's right. Although I think he had to flee. If he had done something bad, they would have put him in Valhalla, not made him go into the Quag.
Whatever he did must have been pretty bad then, to make him choose the Quag. They were probably going to lop off his head if he stayed in Wormwood.
I shivered a bit. That had almost happened to me. So maybe one ties into the other, I said. He's getting back at them for making him leave.
Way I see it, yeah.
An idea came to me. I quickly told Delph about it. He said thoughtfully,
"It may work, but we need to know more."
"We know who to ask then," I replied. The next night, I queried Luke if he knew why Thorn had come into the Quag.
Luke said,
"Well, when he's been far into the bottles of mead some nights, I've heard him say things, spouting off names and such."
"What names?" I asked anxiously. Luke rubbed his cheek, staring off.
"Me? Let me think now. Murgatroyd. Yes, that was it. Murgatroyd."
The name meant nothing to me. I looked at Delph, who shook his head. "Anything else?"
"He would go on about Wugs not seeing him for the great leader he was. Oh, he did mention another name, except you already know it."
"What?" I asked.
"Virgil."
They were friends, I guess.
"In his mead cups, he didn't sound none too friendly toward him."
I puzzled over this for a bit. "Luke, is there any way I can get into Thorn's sleeping chamber?"
"Don't see how. Keeps it locked when he's out of it, and locked when he's in it."
"Why?"
Delph said. "We think the reason he came into the Quag might be in there."
"Aye, if he wanted to keep it secret, that would be the place, for no one goes in there but him."
"Can you at least show us where he sleeps, Luke?" I asked. We passed through quite a few corridors until I was hopelessly lost, but I knew Delph probably wasn't. I looked back at him to confirm that he could find this place again, if need be. He gave a quick nod. Luke stopped at the beginning of a passage and pointed down the corridor of stone. It was well lighted, and thus I could easily see the massive door at the end, set directly into the rock wall. There were no guards posted outside the door, yet it looked impenetrable. On the return journey, I spoke to Luke in a low voice. At first he was not receptive to my ideas, but I could sense that the courage and spirit Thorn had taken from him was slowly returning to the head Ecos. As soon as we got back to our little chamber, Luke left us. "We have to get into Thorn's sleeping chamber," I said. As I said it, I felt the collywobbles in my stomach, like a million moths were flying around in there. Delph nodded. "Thorn's become quite a dab hand at flying, which means he won't need us much longer, will he? Then we'll be bones, on a wall." "Luke will help, but I need a way to get into his room while Thorn isn't there." "Then what you need is to get him out of his room." I frowned.
Brilliant, Delph. I wish I would have thought of that. Well done, I added sarcastically.
"No, I mean, you need a distraction."
"What sort?" I asked, curiously.
"He's afraid of grubs, right?"
"Well, yeah. They want to kill him. So?"
"So, we start with that, and build our plan."
"You got some grubs that'll do your bidding?" I asked, sceptically. My cloak was hanging on a peg on the wall. He reached in one of its pockets, put on my glove, pulled out the elemental and willed it to full size.
"The elemental?" I said, completely puzzled. He nodded. "With this, I get to pretend I'm something that I'm not." I smiled, as I finally understood what he meant. "A grub," I said. 30 slivers later, Delph and I peered around the corner of the passageway leading to Thorn's chamber. Delph was holding the elemental. "Luke is all ready to go," I said. Delph nodded, exhaled a long breath and said, "You best be getting on then." I hurried down the passageway and secreted myself in a niche that would keep me hidden from view. I leaned out, looked back down the passage at Delph and nodded. Then I squeezed myself back into the niche. I saw the elemental blast past me, its turbulent wake snuffing out the torches on the wall as it sailed by. Then it struck the door a terrific blow, knocking it down. Moments later, in the near darkness now, I saw it zoom back toward Delph. There were screams and shouts, and I knew Luke had done his task as well. Echoes up and down passages were crying out that the grubs were attacking. The next sliver, I heard him. It was Thorn, shouting orders, and I shrunk back as far as I could in the niche when he raced past me in the now darkened passage, a short-barreled mortar in one hand and a flickering candle in the other. He was in his sleeping clothes, his hair wild and flying around his face. He had Destin around his waist. As soon as he was well past me, I turned and ran toward his chamber. I didn't know how long I would have, but I doubted it would be long. The illumination from the candle I had brought and just now lighted showed that the chamber had few furnishings. A bed, a nightstand, and an old wardrobe set against one wall. There was nothing on the bed except a pile of sheets and blankets. A pillow was lying on the floor. I looked at the narrow crevice between the floor and the bed. Nothing. Then I hefted the mattress. Yes! Wedged in among the ropes that supported the mattress was a book. I snatched it free and put the mattress back in place. I looked down at the book. Log of Experiments. I opened it to the first page. There was neat handwriting that I knew to be Thorn's, having seen samples of it in his laboratory. I read down some of it quickly, but I could make neither head nor tail of it. I looked down at the mattress. It had been a labour lifting it, and I was pretty strong. The book of experiments was full. There wasn't an empty page left in it. I doubted that Thorn would take it out often just to look at it, and thus he probably wouldn't notice it missing. I knew it was a risk, yet this might be the only chance I had. I thrust it into my cloak and continued on. I found nothing in the nightstand. That left the wardrobe. I pulled open the wardrobe doors and rifled quickly through the clothing hanging there. Next, my fingers frantically tugged at drawers, but I found nothing in them. And then my hand closed around the box. It was in an open cubby at the bottom of the wardrobe. It was wooden, with carvings that made no sense to me. I opened the box and gasped. Inside was my grandfather's ring, along with the Adderstone. My first thought was to take them, but Thorn would surely miss them. Unlike the book under the mattress, these objects were new to him and far more easily accessed. On the other hand, I might not get another chance to retrieve them. It was an agonizing choice. Finally, I decided to leave them there, and continued to rummage through the box. My fingers closed around a picture of 3 wugs. One was evidently a younger Thorn. He was standing next to a grown female. Perhaps this was the Murgatroyd that Luke said he had heard Thorn mention. And next to her was a very young female who looked both familiar and foreign to me. There was a hint of something I recognized in the eyes and around the jawline, but the rest of her didn't jog anything in my mind. I turned when I heard footsteps, and then a mortar was fired off. With the labyrinth of passages down here, the echoes played funny tricks on one's hearing. I couldn't really tell how close Thorn might be. Another loud explosion caused me to jump, and I dropped the picture. I waited, holding my breath, to see if another explosion would come. When it didn't, I picked up the picture, and this time the other side was facing me. I looked at the handwriting scrawled on the back. I held the candle closer, so I could read it clearly. Thorn, Murgatroyd, and... My breath caught in my throat. Morrigan. Thorn was Morrigan's father, and Murgatroyd was her mother. The likeness among them tallied. When I looked at the picture once more, I instantly recognized the younger Morrigan and wondered why I hadn't the first time. Morrigan had told me her father suffered an event when she was 6 sessions old. He had been down near the edge of the Quag, she said, hunting for a certain type of mushroom. Yet he hadn't suffered an event. He had done something bad that had caused him to escape punishment by entering the Quag. What had happened to Murgatroyd? Morrigan had never mentioned her. I quickly remembered, though, that Julius Domitar had mentioned her, only not by name. He had said that it was Morrigan's job to take care of Wormwood, and all wugs in it. He said that such tasks were often passed down in families, and that Morrigan's mother had done it before her. So Murgatroyd had been Wormwood's protector prior to Morrigan assuming the role. Then what had happened to Murgatroyd? I needed to know. The shouts and running feet were growing closer, and I knew my time here was limited. Only there was one more thing in the box that needed my attention. I pulled out the sheet of parchment. It was a letter addressed to Thorn. The handwriting was precise and clear. While I could tell the paper was very old, the ink was still as clear as the sky on a brilliantly bright, cloudless light. I read the contents of the letter quickly, slowing as I neared the end. When I saw the signature at the bottom, I thought my heart would stop. So many things started to make sense to me. Then I heard Thorn's voice, and shot a glance over my shoulder. He was very nearly at the door, which meant I was trapped. Chapter 10. Nothing from something. I looked frantically around. There was no space under the bed. The nightstand was too small to conceal me. There was only one option. I put out my candle, jumped up into the wardrobe, and shut the doors. I was trying to shrink myself behind the clothing when I heard Thorn enter his chamber. At first, I dared not move. The box was still in my hand. As I bent over to set it down, the contents inside shifted, making a slight sound. I held my breath, hoping beyond hope that he had not heard it. A sliver went by, and I finally let out the breath. I figured it had been the ring sliding around that made the noise. I slowly opened the box and felt for the ring in the darkness. My fingers closed around it, and I slipped it on. Then I set down the box and waited. I heard Thorn muttering to himself. He seemed to be spending some slivers around the fallen door. That made sense, I thought. How could so paranoid a wug safely go back to sleep exposed, particularly after such an attack? Then I heard grunts, and more grunts. A group of echoes apparently had joined their king. I heard a great deal of huffing and puffing, and then something hard hitting something else hard.
The grunts continued for about a sliver, and then there were multiple footsteps going away. Then silence. As I stood there in the wardrobe, I thought about what to do. Finally, I reached an answer. My plan would be to wait until he fell soundly asleep and then make my way out of the chamber through where his door had once been. His mutterings continued, and I grew more and more curious as to what the bloke was doing. I found that if I leaned forward, I could see through a slight gap between the two wardrobe doors. The chamber was lighted now because Thorn had evidently lit the wall torches when he'd returned. My hopes of escape plummeted. Thorn had had the Ecos lift the door and place it in its opening. While it was no longer a perfect fit, there was no crevice big enough for me to fit through. I would have to stay here all night and wait for Thorn to leave next light, or risk knocking the door over as soon as he was asleep. Then, suddenly, I had a far greater problem. Thorn was heading right for the wardrobe. I saw with a thrill of horror that his nightshirt was filthy. He was going to put on a fresh nightshirt to replace the dirty one. I shrunk back as far as I could, though I knew it couldn't possibly be enough. In my anxiety, I nervously twisted my grandfather's ring around and around on my thumb. The doors were flung open, and I caught a breath and closed my eyes, waiting for the blow to fall. Nothing happened. I opened my eyes. Thorn was staring right at me, our faces barely a foot apart. But he made no reaction. It was as if he couldn't see me at all. He pulled out a clean nightshirt and closed the wardrobe door. A sliver later, I heard him settle into his bed. I stood there, trying not to breathe, but also trying to sort out what had just happened. If Thorn could see to take a fresh nightshirt and then climb into bed, how could he possibly not see me? I ran a hand down my leg. I was solid enough. Then I rubbed my finger against the ring. In twisting it around and around, I had reversed it. The part of it with the strange three-hook design was facing downward, and the ring's band was exposed on the top side of my thumb. I had worn the ring before, and nothing special had happened. But I had never reversed the ring before, I thought. In twisting the ring around as I'd done, had I been, well, rendered incapable of being seen? It seemed an impossible thought, but what other explanation was there? So, could I sneak out of here? I would still have to move the door to get through it. Thorn would certainly know someone or something was there. Or I could stay here and wait for first light. I decided to chance it. I glanced through the crack once more and saw Thorn in bed. He had kept one candle burning, but the chamber was only partially lighted by it. I waited 20 more slivers until I started to hear his breathing deepen. When a soft snore escaped his lips, I counted to 10 and then quietly opened the wardrobe door. It gave a little creak, which sounded to me like the scream of a garm on the hunt. I froze, awaiting Thorn, possibly springing up and wondering how his wardrobe had managed to open its own door. But he didn't stir. I closed the door behind me after sliding the box with the mystic carving back where I'd found it. I looked up at the massive chamber door. I tried to wedge my head through an opening between it and the wall, but I couldn't fit. The Ecos had leaned it back against the wall so that there were only crevices on either side. There was a hole, dead center in the door, where the elemental had hit it. Only it wasn't large enough for me to climb through. And anyway, it was too far off the floor for me to reach. I placed my fingers inside one of the crevices, set my feet, and pulled. The door didn't budge. It would have been easy with Destin around my waist because of the exceptional strength it conveyed to me. But my chain was around Thorn's waist, and I seriously doubted I could strip it off him without the bloke noticing. I almost cried out when I heard the whispery voice from the other side of the huge door. Watch out, Vega Jane. It was Delph. I crept forward and put my mouth right next to the crevice. He's in here asleep, but I can't get out. Stand back, he said. What are you going to do? I breathed through the crevice. Same as I did before. The elemental struck the door dead on less than a sliver later, and it toppled inward. I was through the opening so fast that I could see the elemental smack back into Delph's outstretched glove. Then he disappeared down the hall, running for his life. I was also running for my life down the passage, because mortar rounds were exploding out of the chamber I had just escaped. I turned for a moment and saw Thorn in the open doorway. He had a short-barreled mortar in either hand and was blasting away. And though I might be invisible, I was still flesh and blood. One round zinged past my ear, another splattered off the wall, and a piece of stone shattered off, hit my arm and cut it. I kept running and didn't stop until I was back in our sleeping chamber. Delph was already there, bent over, his big chest heaving in and out. The full-size elemental was on the floor. Delph had forgotten to shrink it, and Thorn might be here any sliver. I snatched the glove off his hand, hefted the golden lance, and willed it to its tiny size. Delph nearly jumped to the ceiling. It was then I realized that he could not see me. He had just seen the elemental and the glove suspended in air. I spun the ring around until it was back to its normal position. He stared at me like he'd seen an Adar flying around the room. How? Poor Delph couldn't finish. He was shaking too badly. It was the ring. I held it up. How can a bloody ring make you not there? I twisted the ring and vanished. I knew I had vanished because Delph was looking around to see where I'd gone. I put it back once more and reappeared. I don't know how it does it, Delph. I'm just glad it did so this night. Otherwise I'd be dead. This made me remember what I discovered. Delph, I have so much to tell you. I told him about the picture first. He scratched his chin and said, So you think Thorn is Morrigan's father? I'm sure of it. And Murgatroyd is her mother. Was her mother. She's dead. Well, how do you know that? He asked. Because of the second thing I found. It was a letter. From Virgil to Thorn. What letter? Virgil accused Thorn of murdering Murgatroyd with poisoned mushrooms. He said he was going to see Thorn executed for his crime, and he mentioned Morrigan in the letter. He said that Thorn had robbed her of her mother. That's why Thorn had to flee Wormwood. Bloody hell, exclaimed Delph. That bloke just likes to kill, don't he? I sat down on the pallet next to him. Murgatroyd was like Morrigan. It was her job to take care of Wugs and Wormwood. I bet that made Thorn jealous. I bet he also knew what else she could do. The same things Morrigan can do now. You mean magic sorcery stuff? I wonder if Morrigan even knows what really happened to her mother. Makes me feel kind of sorry for her, said Delph. I'd never thought I would feel sorry for Morrigan. But if Thorn had murdered Morrigan's mother, what a weight to carry in one's heart. I was surprised that Thorn had not turned up to check on us by now. But perhaps he was chasing down grubs in some far-off part of his kingdom. At least it would give us some time to think. Thorn was undeniably a monster, and he had to be stopped. Now, but how? Then I remembered. The book I had taken from under Thorn's mattress. Maybe there was something in there. I pulled the book out and showed it to Delph. Blimey, he said. Experiments. We started reading the book together. It was filled not only with words, but with drawings. We both turned pale, and then I felt sick to my stomach. They were drawings of cut-up ecos, gnomes and grubs. The drawings of young ecos, their bodies all disfigured, made me sick. I had to look away. He's been experimenting on them, Delph said. Someone's coming,
I said in a hushed voice. I looked down at the ring. The blasted ring. If I was found with it. And the book. I gazed around, searching for a hiding place. But there was really nowhere. Then something nudged my hand. It was Harry too. I looked at my canine, and he looked back at me. I took the ring off, and he opened his mouth. I placed the ring inside, and he closed his snout. I slid the book of experiments under him, and Harry too lay right down, his big body covering it completely. I blew out the candle, and the chamber was plunged into darkness. Delph and I quickly lay down and pretended to be asleep. A few moments later, Thorn stalked in, followed by a number of ecos. They were carrying torches and mortars. Luke was one of them. I sat up, stretched, and let out a yawn. "What is it?" I asked, sleepily. "What's all the fuss now?" Thorn came to stand over me. He looked first at me, then at Delph. His gaze swept over, but did not linger on Harry too, who lay there on the floor with his snout between his front paws.
"What's all the fuss now?" said Thorn. "What do you mean by that?" he added, suspiciously.
"Well, there was this commotion before. Screams, mortar shots. Then it quieted down, and then it started up again, but then it quieted down again, until you blokes showed up."
Thorn kept peering at me. "Have you been here all this time?"
I nodded and said, "Where else would we be?" Thorn looked at Luke, who said,
"'Tis true, my king. They never left here. 'Twas the grubs come back, no doubt." I wonder," said Thorn. There was a look in his eyes and a dangerous sound in his tone that made my skin turn cold. "I want them searched," he said, pointing at me and Delph. "What are we looking for, my king?" said Luke. Thorn roared. "I'll know it when I see it, Luke. Just do it." Now I knew he had discovered the ring missing. I didn't know about the book. Perhaps he hadn't looked under his mattress. I put on my blankest expression and prayed to steeples that Delph was able to do the same. I took a chance at glancing over at him and discovered that Delph had slumped back down and looked like he was asleep. I was so proud of him. We were searched, and nothing was found. Of course, they never thought to look in my canine's mouth for the ring or under him for the book. Thorn was not pleased. I could tell. And neither was I, at least not entirely. Now I knew Thorn would believe there were traitors among his number. And the last thing I wanted was to bring peril to Luke and his family. As Thorn stalked off, Luke gave me a tremulous glance that only heightened my fear for him. I reached out my hand, and Harry too obediently opened his mouth and allowed me to retrieve the ring. I wiped it off and put it on, careful to keep the 3 hooks side up so I wouldn't vanish. Then I took the book back and looked down at it. "An awful, terrible wug," said Delph solemnly. "I know, but with this book, I think we have a chance to make sure he's an ex-king, Delph." "How do you mean?" "This is proof of the evil things he's been doing to the ecos and gnomes." His features widened in understanding. "Right, we can give it to Luke, and he can use it to fire up the ecos like. There's no way they'd remain loyal to Thorn after learning he'd been killing their own kind like that. But first, we have to make sure that Thorn can never attack Wormwood." "This has to end soon, Vega Jane," said Delph. "He knows we're up to something. We'll never get another chance." "It will end soon, Delph. It will end next light, in fact." Delph looked at the ring. "There's a lot more to your grandfather than we thought," he said. "I think there's a lot more to everything than we thought," I said back, and I did not mean this in a good way. Chapter 11. Gone. The next light found us outside for another go at flying Thorn around. As I readied for our flight, he looked at my arm. "Cut yourself, did you?" he said, pointedly. I shot a glance at where he was pointing.
There was blood on my sleeve from where the stone fragment, blasted off by the mortar shot, had hit me. I caught it on a jag of rock. He gave me a dismissive look and stared up at the sky, which was quickly turning dark and foreboding.
Looks like a storm is coming. Shall we get on?
When I started to strap Thorn into the harness, he shook his head.
Positions reversed this time, my dear. I shall carry you.
Since I had no choice, I allowed him to harness me up, and then we kicked off and sailed upward. The ride up was bumpy as the winds pummeled us. We quickly became soaked as the rain began pelting down. I was glad of my goggles. A skylight spear shot sideways above us, and the accompanying thunder thrust was nearly deafening. I felt Thorn tense above me. It seemed the bloke was scared of a bit of rain and noise. "Everything okay, oh mighty king?" I asked, snidely. He didn't answer. Instead, I felt him wriggling above me. I couldn't tell at first what he was doing, but then it became quite clear as the harness started falling away from him. He had unbuckled it from around his torso, and since he was the only thing keeping me up, that presented a bit of a problem for me. A problem I solved by reaching back and grabbing Destin with one hand. Unbalanced, we immediately went into a dive.
Let go,
he roared, kicking at me. "Not bloody likely," I yelled back. We swooped, barrel-rolled, somersaulted, and plunged across the stormy skies. He kept kicking at me, and I kept parrying the blows. Then I grew tired of that and drew back my fist and walloped him across the face. Blood from his nose spurted so fiercely that it splattered over both of us. He looked down at me in shock.
"You broke my damn nose!"
"Here's another just for the hell of it!" I punched him again, giving him a black eye, and then I added a kick in his belly for good measure. I was a female, 'tis true, but I was tougher than just about any male of my acquaintance, including this git. He gripped my hand with both of his and tried to peel my fingers from the chain. He managed to pry 3 away, so I turned to face him and wrapped my legs around his torso. With my legs supporting me, both my hands were free, and I used them to sound effect. I struck Thorn over every part of his body I could reach. All the hatred, loathing, disgust, and just sheer fury I had pent up for this bloke was finally unleashed. I was hurting him for every vile thing he'd done to us, for every ecos and gnome he'd cut up, for every grub he'd killed, for murdering Murgatroyd, and simply for being the biggest, most evil prat I'd ever had the misfortune to meet. After a dozen hits, I thought I had very nearly knocked him out. But there was more fight in the old Quag than I gave him credit for. I didn't see the blow coming in time. His fist slammed against my face so hard I thought I felt all my teeth loosen. Thorn was old, but he was big. Another blow to my face caused blood to fly from my nose and my face to puff up. I felt woozy and sick. But I was not about to let this git beat me. Thinking he had an advantage, he threw another blow, but I blocked it with my arm, the pain rattling up and down the limb. Then, keeping one leg wrapped around him so I wouldn't plunge to the ground, I drew my other leg back and kneed him in a spot no male ever wanted to be hit. He groaned and went limp. "Oh no!" I cried out. Though I had won the fight with Thorn, our combined equilibrium had now been upset by his nearly being unconscious. We fell into a steep dive. I bent my head back and looked down. The only thing I could see was a mass of tree canopies coming at us sickeningly fast. Thorn must have seen this and roused himself. "You're going to kill us both!" he screamed between the gap in his teeth I had caused by knocking a front one out. "Well, you were trying to kill me!" I shouted right back. I spun us around so that I was on top. I gripped Destin with both hands like the reins on a slep and arched my neck and shoulders. Foot by foot we started to point up. As we finally soared upward, my boots brushed the tops of the tree canopy. Then, a skylight spear and accompanying thunder thrust struck so close that it jarred me loose from Thorn. He seized on this opportunity by grabbing me by the hair with both hands and ripping me away from him. Then he let go, which was perfectly fine with me because, unbeknownst to him, I had slipped Destin from around his waist while he was mauling me. I secured Destin around my waist and looked up just in time to see Thorn falling like a boulder. The mighty king was screaming like a frightened baby wug. "Help me, Vega!" he screamed. Part of me didn't want to do a thing. Let him fall and good riddance to the jumped-up git. But another part of me couldn't let the bloke die. At least, not like that. I suppose that's what separated the likes of him from the likes of me. And the fact was, a fast death was not justice enough for him. Not by a long shot. I pointed my head and shoulders downward and shot that way as if I was propelled from one of Thorn's cannons. I grabbed him by the hair to see how he liked it. When we landed, we hit softly enough to barely cause a stumble. The next moment, a short-barreled mortar was levelled against my head. I had beaten Thorn to a bloody pulp. His face was swollen, nearly unrecognisable, and I'm pretty sure I had cracked a rib or two in addition to my facial injuries. "I just saved your life," I snapped.
"And I'm about to take yours,"
he said, a completely deranged look on his bloody face. The next instant, he was lying face down, and his mortar had flown away. I looked down at Harry, too, who was perched on Thorn's back. Harry, too, then bit Thorn in his left buttock. The king screamed before I coshed him on the head with my booted foot, knocking him out. "Come on, Harry, too," I said urgently. "Quick!" I snatched up the harness, which had hit the ground near us, and donned it. Harry, too, jumped into my arms, and I quickly buckled him in. I jumped straight up and we soared into the stormy sky like a fired arrow. I pointed us in the direction where I knew Delph was. Her skylight spear shot near us, and I rolled over and then zipped downward. "Vega Jane!" Delph was there, running for his life. I knew this to be true because a group of ecos was right behind, firing their mortars at him. I pointed us straight at him, and Harry, too, and I rocketed toward the ground. At the last possible moment, I levelled out, reached down and gripped Delph's outstretched hand. We soared upward and then did a long backward arc before we both bent our shoulders forward, propelling us to speeds I had never reached before. We would need every bit of it, because we had only slivers to execute our plan. We streaked down the shaft through which we had both previously fallen and landed at the bottom. The only ecos there was Luke. This wasn't by happenstance. Delph had arranged it earlier with the head ecos, who had simply ordered the other ecos away. I freed Harry, too, from the harness and gripped Luke's arm. "The aeroship," I said. After grabbing our tucks from the sleeping chamber, we followed him down a passageway. Then I abruptly stopped. "Wait a mo," I said. I put on my glove, willed the elemental to full size, and took aim. Delph pulled Luke back and said, "Cover your ears." I let the elemental fly, and it soared straight ahead and smashed into the towering wall of skulls. There was a terrific explosion, and the bony masses collapsed downward, creating a mess of crushed bones on the rock floor. When the dust settled, there wasn't a single pair of eye sockets staring back at us from that hideous collection. "Bugger off, O mighty king!" I shouted to no one in particular. We arrived at the aeroship's chamber a few slithers later. Luke unlocked the enormous door. "I'll get the oars," said Delph. But a sound made us all turn. It was Ciri and little Corey at the doorway. "Thorn is returning," Ciri said breathlessly. "And I have never seen him this angry." She paused, her face quivering. "And from words I have heard, Luke, he knows we have betrayed him. We will not live past this light." "Yes, you will," I said firmly. I pulled the book from my tuck. "This is the proof you need, Luke. If this doesn't turn your kind against your prat king, nothing will." Luke took the book, opened it, flipped through a few pages, and his features paled. His expression then turned to one of disgust, and from that to anger. It was as if I could see Luke's courage filling back up inside him. He closed the book and looked up at me.
I knew that Thorn was mad, but I never suspected this evil.
Delph said, "But you must have known Ecos and gnomes were going missing."
Aye, but Thorn blamed it all on the grubs. I can see now it was his way to turn our races against each other.
"He's a cruel monster, Luke," I said. "I don't know what else we'll face in the Quag, but I doubt we'll confront anything more evil than Thorn." I paused. "So, what are you going to do about it?" I asked, bluntly, tapping the book.
Do?
Said Luke.
Do?
Luke seemed to be swelling right before our eyes, growing into something, or perhaps back into the bloke he had once been.
We are going to take our lives back and free us from a bloody king who never should have been allowed to lead a blade of grass.
We exchanged tearful hugs. As we drew apart, Luke said,
"Thank you, Vega. You have given us the chance to fight and take back what is ours. Now go, and good luck to you in your journey."
Luke locked the door behind him. We could hear shouts and running feet in the distance. While Delph grabbed the oars, I ran over to the aeroship, jumped inside the carriage, and started fumbling with the contraption that forced air into the bladder. "Can you figure out how this works?" I called out to Delph.
"I know how it works,"
came a voice. I whirled around to see the gnome who had looked at me funny that one light. He came forward from where he had been hidden in a crevice of rock. "Who are you?" I asked.
"Sieve,"
he answered. "And how come you can speak Wuggish?" I asked.
"Easy enough. I listen to Luke and the king,"
he replied smoothly.
"No one much notices us gnomes. So you hear things, you do."
"Can you fill it with air?" He hopped into the carriage and did something with the contraption such that a flame erupted in its belly. There was a whooshing sound, and I noted the bladder was rapidly beginning to fill as the heated air was propelled into it. I turned to Sieve. "How long?"
"Not long,"
he said.
"As you can see."
The ropes holding the carriage in place were already straining against the lift generated by the strengthening buoyancy. Delph stared up toward the ceiling and his features collapsed. "And how do we open that, so we can actually get this thing out?" I looked where he was looking. It was only then that I noticed there was no opening. "Damn!" I screamed. Our plan was apparently full of holes. But Sieve pointed to a dark corner where a metal lever was wedged between two large gears.
"That's how. It'll open the roof. Plenty of room to get out."
Now I looked at him suspiciously. I didn't care for blokes who were that agreeable. Give me stubbornness or outright deceit any light, and I will readily accept it. But casual kindness will bedevil me all night long. "Why are you helping us?" I demanded. He smiled and said with a slight hiss,
"I don't much like the company of kings."
He held up one of his claw-like hands.
"I like to get in the dirt. Why we gnomes get along with the grubs, I expect. And I saw you give that book to Luke. I heard what he said. No more bloody king."
He clacked his claws several times more in apparent delight at the thought. Delph pulled on the lever, and a hole opened up directly above the aeroship, which was nearly ready to go. I glanced at the locked door as footsteps hurried toward it. "Delph, quick! He'll have a key!" We rushed over to some heavy crates built from thick wood, stacked next to the door, and wedged them against it. We hurried to the carriage and climbed in, throwing our tucks in too. Delph had already slid the oars through the holes in the sides of the aeroship. There was a knife in a leather sheath inside the carriage. I pulled it out and looked at Delph. "To cut the ropes holding us down." He nodded and looked upward at the now full bladder. The ropes were mightily creaking and straining to keep the ship tethered to the ground. There came an almighty crash against the thick door, but it held fast with the added weight of the crates behind it.
"Cut the lines," cried Sieve. "Do it now, or you will surely perish."
I started hacking the ropes as fast as I could, but they were stout. Another great crash came, and the door split a bit, yet still held. I heard Thorn roar, "Fetch the cannon!" Delph grabbed the knife from me and started sawing at the ropes like a wug possessed. I looked up and saw the still stormy sky through the opening. Delph had 3 more ropes to slash. Harry, too, clambered up onto the edge of the carriage and began to gnaw at one of them. I looked around the interior of the carriage for the steering mechanism and the oars that would allow us to navigate. I mentally went through our plan and discovered about 4,000 things that could go wrong. When I heard the cannon being rolled down the passageway, I called out to Sieve, "How are you going to get out of here?" He held up his claws and smiled, once more showing his stained, pointy teeth.
"So long as I have these, I have a way out."
Then he turned and attacked the rock wall behind him. Harry, too, had cut through his rope. Delph was just about done with his, which left only one. I gripped it in my hands and pulled with all the strength that Destin provided me. The metal peg that the rope was attached to had been driven deep into the rock, but with one mighty tug, it came free. I fell over backward and hit my head on the fire contraption. I rose up at the same time the carriage did. It was a surprisingly fast ascent, but not fast enough. The roar of the cannon came an instant later, followed by the door and the crates being blown aside as though they weighed nothing. Delph screamed. Harry, too, barked. I ducked. The cannonball shot between the carriage and the bottom of the bladder. When I rose back up, I couldn't believe our good fortune. It had missed us completely, and we were very nearly through the opening that would lead us to the outside. But when I looked at Delph, I knew I'd been wrong. The cannonball had hit the rock wall, and a chunk of stone had flown off and slashed Delph's arm. He had dropped to the carriage's bottom, clutching his limb. The blood was pouring down his front. I knelt beside him and held out the adder stone. "Where'd you get that?" he cried out, his face twisted in pain. "Nicked it from Thorn's robe when we were cartwheeling across the sky." I waved it over Delph's wound and thought good thoughts, and the blood ceased and the slash healed. Then I used it to fix my wounds from fighting Thorn. I heard shouts and looked over the edge of the aeroship. Thorn was down there with his fist upraised and his features awash in fury. I could only smile, though, as I looked at his battered face and broken nose. Then I saw movement to the right of Thorn. It was Sieve. He had stuck his head out of a hole, apparently to see what was going on. Before I could utter a warning, Thorn, who seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, had turned and fired his mortar. The projectile caught Sieve full in the face. He slumped down in the hole. Dead. "You bloody murderer!" I screamed at Thorn.
"I will kill you too," he roared back.
Then we were through the hole and out into the open expanse of the Quag, where we were quickly slammed by the wind. It was pushing us back toward the cliff. That was not what I wanted. "Delph!" I called out. "The oars!" He dropped down onto the bench, gripped an oar in each hand, and pulled. "The other way!" I shouted over the blasts of the storm. "Right," he said, and he reversed his sitting position and tugged on the oars. I snatched the wheel and did my best to guide us where we needed to go. Every sliver, I looked down at the ground to see what was going on. Then I finally saw what I knew I would. Thorn and his army of Ecos. They were about 50 feet behind us. "Okay, Delph, you can stop rowing." "Are they catching up?" "Yes." He dropped the oars and joined me at the side of the aeroship. I looked ahead of us. The Quag had changed yet again. The mountains, the river, and the ridges all had exchanged places. I could feel a current of energy in the air, and for some reason, I didn't think it was from the storm. I looked behind us. A column of Ecos was aiming their long-barreled mortars directly at the aeroship. Thorn was right behind them, gazing up at us with great delight. I turned to Delph and nodded. He gripped the cord, dangling near the wheel, and pulled it, releasing the air from the bladder. We began to lower. I hoisted Harry, too, into the harness. "Delph, take my hand. It's time." He grabbed our tucks with one hand and gripped my hand with his other. I led him over to the far side of the carriage, away from Thorn and the Ecos. We held hands, each of us looking at the other. "If this don't work," said Delph. "It will work," I said firmly. "Right, but if it don't, well—" He leaned down and kissed me on the cheek. The mortars fired, and projectiles tore into the bladder, riddling it with holes. "Now!" I screamed. I kicked the contraption holding the fire, knocking it over. The wooden carriage quickly became ablaze. We clambered up on the edge of the carriage and leapt. Another round of mortars fired off, blasting into the carriage. I looked behind us and saw that the arrow ship was starting to fall. Right before we were about to hit the ground, I straightened out and we zoomed along just above it. I looked back again and saw the aeroship hit the ground with a tremendous crash, and as the remnants of the bladder fell on top of the carriage, there was a mighty explosion. The flash of light and geyser of smoke towered above us. Well, I thought, that was the end of Thorn's chance to attack Wormwood. Even if he somehow managed to escape Luke and the other Ecos, he would never be able to build another aeroship. When the smoke cleared away, Delph called out, "Vega Jane, look!" I turned and saw a sight I will never forget. Hundreds of armed Ecos were racing toward Thorn and his much smaller band, and leading them was Luke, and held aloft in his hand was the book, the proof of Thorn's crimes against the Ecos, unmistakably written out in the miserable bloke's own hand. I turned to Delph, a smile a mile wide on my face. He gazed back. "I think this is the end of old King Thorn." "Bloody well overdue," I said firmly. I turned back around and flew along as fast as I could. About 3 miles farther on, I was exhausted from toting Delph and Harry too, and our bags of supplies. I aimed my head and shoulders down, and we landed a slither later. I unhooked Harry too from the harness, and we all sank to the ground and just lay there. I was astonished that we were actually alive. As I looked over at Delph, I could tell he was thinking the exact same thing. He said, "Well, we done it, didn't we? All the things could have gone wrong with our plan, and we done it." He looked down. "Except for Steve getting killed." "I know, Delph. We never would have made it out except for him. But he died fighting against Thorn. He was very brave." "Suppose you're right, Vega Jane." Harry too gave a sharp bark, and we both jumped. But my canine was grinning. It was like he was agreeing with me. I touched my cheek. "You kissed me. Right there. Before we jumped." He glanced down, his eyes half shut. I reached over and kissed him on his cheek in the exact same place he'd kissed me. "Thank you, Delph." He opened his eyes fully and gazed at me. "For what?" "Just for being you, which is pretty bloody wonderful." And then it happened. From nowhere a dark cloud descended upon us. I could see nothing. I heard Harry too bark. I heard someone gasp. And then the cloud was gone. And so was Delph. Chapter 12. Seamus. I jumped to my feet and screamed, "Delph! Delph!" I looked frantically around. He was nowhere. He was gone. The cloud. I looked to the sky. There was nothing up there except the storm. I rushed around in all directions. I looked behind trees and rocks and raced over little knolls with Harry too right behind me. I kept calling out for Delph until my lungs were exhausted. I collapsed to the dirt, my mind racing so fast I couldn't think clearly. Then, as the slivers passed and there was still no Delph, I started to weep, and then cry, and then sob. I sobbed so hard I vomited. I lay there in the dirt, Harry too curled protectively around me. I just kept mumbling over and over, "Delph, Delph, Delph, please come back, please come back, please." But Delph did not come back. He was gone. I slowly rose from the ground and picked up my tuck. That's when I realized that Delph's tuck was gone. How could that cloud... How could... The vile Thorn had told me that nothing was impossible in the Quag. Thorn? Could he have... But if it had been Thorn, he surely would have taken me too. As Harry too and I walked slowly along, I looked down at my feet. I focused on placing one foot in front of the other. I was trying to block out everything else. Most of all, I was trying to not think about Delph not being next to me. I still couldn't quite fathom how it had happened. I even stopped and closed my eyes once, and then opened them, hoping that my nightmare would be over, and there Delph would be. He would look at me with his silly, endearing grin and say, "Watch your Vega Jane." But he wasn't, and so he didn't. I was just a 15-sessions-old female from Wormwood who felt like bawling her eyes out because her best friend was gone. Only I couldn't. I had no tears left to shed. I looked ahead. The Quag stretched endlessly. I looked above, and my jaw dropped. The storm was still raging, and skylight spears and thunder thrusts had grown so ubiquitous as to be quite unremarkable. But there was something else in that sky. It was a huge, flying creature, nearly the size of the Inficio. I didn't know if it was ally or foe. Then, as it swooped lower, I got a better look at it. It was a firebird. Its plumage was a mess of brilliant colours that shone like a beacon even in the darkness of the storm. Its beak and huge claws were hideously sharp. Quinton's book had said that a firebird could be either enemy or ally. I couldn't afford to find out which right now. "Run!" I cried out to Harry too. There was only one possible escape. I saw the opening in the rock up the first ridge. I sprinted toward it, looking over my shoulder for the gigantic bird. But the skies were so dark now, and the rain falling so hard, that I couldn't see much of anything. We reached the cave opening and I stopped. Rushing headlong into a dark, confined space in the Quag might be the last thing I ever did. I took a moment to light my lantern and reached in my pocket for my glove, gripped the elemental and willed it to full size. I lifted the tuck over one shoulder. With the lantern in my other hand, Harry too and I cautiously slipped into the mouth of the cave. We had gone about 20 paces when I heard a sound. It was not the growl of a beast, nor could my nose detect a foul odour of any kind. It was more like someone mumbling. "Hello?" I called out. "Who's there?" Next moment, the mumbling stopped. I did not take this as a good sign. My hand tightened on the elemental. I crept forward with my canine next to me. The cave was deep, and the farther we went into it, the higher and wider it became, until I could easily stand straight up. "Hello?" I said again. Something raced across the passage in front of us, and plunged into darkness on the other side. I dropped the lantern and aimed the elemental. "Come out, right now, or else I'll hurt you," I said, my voice cracking embarrassingly. Inch by inch the thing came back into view. I picked up my lantern, holding it high and lighting the passage more fully. The creature was small, and it wore a hooded cloak. "Who are you?" I said, breathlessly.
"They calls me Seamus," it replied in Wuggish. "What be you, dearie dearie?" He curiously eyed the elemental cocked in my hand.
"I'm Vega Jane," I added. "Could you tell me what you are?" He lowered the hood.
"Me's a hob, me is."
I knew this as soon as he dropped the hood. I'd read about hobs in Quinton's book on the Quag, and there had also been a picture. The hob was about half my height, thick in figure with a small but wide jaw, a stout nose, and brown eyes set close above the nose, peaked ears like my canine, only longer and fuller, and pinker on the inside. The fingers that had lowered the hood were long, curved and spindly, with sharp-looking nails. The bare feet revealed at the hem of the too-short cloak were large and hairy. His cloak was ragged and dirty, and his face, hands and feet, not much cleaner. "I'm a Wugmort," I said. He inched closer and once more eyed the elemental. I had forgotten I was still aiming it at him. I lowered it.
"Why's you want to hurt things, dearie dearie?"
"I don't, unless they want to hurt me."
"Hobs don't hurt nobodies."
Quinton's book had said hobs would help you. All you had to do was give them little presents from time to time, though I had no inkling what an appropriate gift might be. "I've heard that of hobs," I said. "Do you live in this cave?"
"Till I moves on."
"It's stormy outside," I said.
"Storms are storms, let a hob roams and roams," he said,
nonsensically. "Do you live in the Quag?"
"What? This here place, you mean?"
"Yes." He gave me a crooked grin, revealing misshapen teeth.
"Where else would I live, dearie dearie?"
"You can just call me Vega."
"I could, if I would, if I could."
My head started to throb.
"You says you's a Wugmort. What's that, dearie dearie?"
"Wug, for short. It's what we called someone from Wormwood. It's a village. The Quag surrounds it." He nodded, though I wasn't sure he even knew what I was talking about. "Look," I said, "I have a friend, Delph. We were sitting together a ways from here when a dark cloud came down and covered us. When it lifted, he was gone. Can you help me find him? I have to find him. I have to." Instead of answering, the hob turned his back on me and ventured farther into the cave. I hurriedly grabbed my tuck and lantern, and Harry Two and I followed him deeper into the bowels of the place. We came to a little chamber that was outfitted with a couple of crates, a rolled-up blanket, a bucket and 2 lighted candles perched on rocks. I looked around and set my tuck and lantern down, and then sat on a crate. It was cold in here, and winds from the storm were managing to reach us even this far, causing the candles to flicker. I shivered and drew my cloak closer around me. The next moment I felt terrible guilt. Poor Delph might be out in the storm with nothing over his head.
"You cold, dearie dearie?"
asked Seamus. I nodded. He sat down on a crate, drew his hand in his cloak pocket, and what he pulled out of it made me fall backward off my seat, and caused Harry, too, to start barking. Seamus ignored this commotion and placed the small ball of blue fire he held in his hand on the dirt, sprinkled a bit of something he had pulled from his other pocket on the tiny tendrils of flames, and they immediately grew to over a foot in height. I regained my seat and said, "How did you do that?" He looked up at me with an innocent expression.
"Do what?"
"Pull fire from your pocket?"
"I pulls it, I does. Does you see?"
"No, I does not see," I said before catching myself. "I mean, I do not. I can't." "Where did you learn to do it?"
"All hobs can pull fires from their pockets. We just cans, dearie dearie. We just cans."
He finished the statement off with a cackle. I drew closer to the flames and felt immediate and deep warmth even though it was not a large fire. Flashing through my mind was a remembrance from many sessions ago. My mother and father and my brother were sitting in front of the fire back at our modest digs in Wormwood. We had eaten our usual small meal. We never had much in terms of things, but I remember sitting on the floor in front of that fire and looking around at each of them. My father with his ready smile, my mother with her kind ways, and my brother staring at a spider in the corner of the ceiling and silently counting its legs, and thinking I was the luckiest wug there ever was. The memory faded and I refocused. "Can you help me find my friend?" I said again. I pulled some tins of food and a jug of water from my tuck. "Would you like some of my food and water?" I asked. I had no idea if this would constitute a proper gift, but I had to try. "What you got, dearie? "Smoked meat, cheeses, breads, fried pickles, vegetables, and some apples and pears, among other things." He looked disappointed. "Is that all?" I looked down at my foods and wondered how there was nothing he fancied. I rummaged around in my tuck and, in doing so, brought out a tin of chocolates that I had purchased from Herman Helvit's shop back in Wormwood. Quick as a flash, Seamus seized the tin and sniffed it. "This be what Seamus wants, dearie." "The whole tin?" I said, stunned. He answered by using one of his fingernails to slice right through the metal top. He plucked out the chocolate on top and bit into it. He smiled, showing off his pile of crooked, darkened teeth. He devoured that chocolate and then finished off another. "Onesie, twosie for Seamus. Save the resties for later, I will." He put the tin down and held his hands over the flames. I stared warily at those quite sharp fingernails that had so easily cut through my tin top. His eyes became more hooded still as he leaned back against the wall and huddled in his cloak. I listened to the storm raging outside and drew closer to the flames. Could Delph find shelter? Would something find him first? I shivered. "Can you help me?" I said. "Please!" He said nothing but continued to stare at me with half-lidded eyes. Though the look was a bit creepy, I decided to carry on. "Seamus," I said, "I've given you sweets." When he still didn't say anything, I drew out my Quag book and opened it to the page on hobs. I read, "A hob is a force for good. It will befriend those in need. All one has to do is be kind to the hob and provide it a gift, and it will serve the giver faithfully." I stopped reading and held up the book so he could see the drawing. "Where did you get such a thingy?" asked Seamus as he stared curiously at the picture. "From someone who's been in the Quag and knows of blokes like you," I shot back. His gaze darted to the tin of chocolates that sat next to the crate. As his hand reached out for it, Harry, too, shot forward to perch in front of it, his fangs bared. Seamus quickly withdrew his hand and said sullenly, "No needs to be like that. Seamus is a good hob, he is. Like the words he say. So you can help me, right?" I eyed the tin of chocolates. "I'm really worried about my friend." Seamus clucked. "You should be, dearie." And then he added, without a trace of his claptrap, sing-song speech, "But 'tis a dangerous place, this is." We stared at each other over the smoky flames of the ball of fire. It was suddenly so silent in the cave that I thought the storm must have ceased. "He disappeared in a cloud," I said again. "What might you know about that?" Seamus put a finger up to his mouth, as though signalling he was in deep thought. I watched him through the smoke of the conjured flames. "There's a place," he said. "There's a place rounds here." "What place?" I snapped, my fear of what might be happening to Delph growing with each breath I took. "A cottage." I gaped at him. "What is a cottage doing in the Quag?" On this he fell silent and closed his eyes completely. "Seamus, what is a cottage doing in the Quag? Does someone live there?" "Maybe someone's does, and maybe someone's doesn't." "Are you a good hob or not?" I said heatedly. "I is a good hob." "So answer my question, please."
He opened his eyes and looked at me grumpily.
"'Tis a female that lives there,"
he said, again with none of the claptrap. "Dearie, dearie," I said, my eyebrows hiked. He sat up and looked at me. I mean, he looked at me for what seemed like truly the first time. "Who's the female in the cottage?" I asked.
"Why you be here?"
His tone was suddenly both aggressive and accusing. "I asked first, and you're a hob who has yet to show me kindness, despite the tin of chocolates." He pointed at the flames.
"You were cold, and now you're not.
And you've had 2 of my chocolates." I picked up the can and tossed it to him. He caught it neatly. "And nearly a full tin to spare." He considered this, his features turning sulky.
"Don't know her name,"
he said finally. "Is she kind?" I asked.
"Kind enough,"
he commented in a pouting tone. "How does she survive in the Quag, with so many dangerous creatures?"
"They leave her alone, don't they?"
"Why?"
"They just do,"
he said with finality. "And can she help me find Delph?" He shrugged.
"If she can't, no one here can."
"Can you show me the way there?"
"What? In this bloody storm?"
he said in a protesting voice. "I can fly," I added. His eyes widened.
"Fly? What rubbish!"
I strapped Harry too into the harness. "I'll show you. Come on. We haven't a slither to lose." He rose and followed me to the cave entrance. The rain was still bucketing down, and Seamus gazed out ruefully. But I didn't care. I just needed to find Delph. Though it wasn't night, it was dark because of all the black clouds. Clouds, like the one that had taken Delph. I said to Seamus, "That flame you conjured, can we use it to see?" He seemed surprised by my request, but nodded, reached in his pocket and pulled out another little blue ball of fire. "Climb on my shoulders," I said. He drew back.
"I'm too heavy."
I hoisted him up, effortlessly. "Now, when we fly, you can hold on to the straps of the harness, okay?"
"Up there is where we're going,"
he said fearfully. I nodded and said, "But don't worry. I've never had a crash that killed me." I stepped out into the rain, slid my goggles on, kicked off, and we went in search of the one wug I could not live without. Chapter 13. The Cottage of Astria Prime. The storm had grown in intensity. Even with my goggles, I was flying half blind. Yet Seamus was holding the ball of blue fire out in front of us, and the rain and wind had no effect on it.
"That way!"
roared Seamus over the fury of the storm that caused me to roll uncontrollably every few slivers. He pointed to his left, and I veered that way.
"How much farther?"
I yelled. From his earlier words, I imagined the cottage to be far closer.
"Well, it's moved, ain't it?"
said Seamus.
"That's bloody wonderful!"
I shrieked.
"Down there!"
he suddenly shouted. I looked through my fogged and smeared goggles and beheld a sight that even in the Quag seemed extraordinary. It wasn't a cottage. It was a dome of emerald green, and it didn't seem solid. It was, well, it looked to be simply a glow, like a pulse of a huge heart. But it was unmistakable, and it shone clear through the utter madness of the stormy darkness. I shot downward and saw a landing path next to a small stand of ash trees. I swung my legs down and touched feet first. I could hear Seamus mutter, "Never again will me feet leave the ground, so help me, Hobbsy." I freed Harry too from the harness as Seamus gingerly climbed down from his perch on my shoulders. We 3 stood there, staring at the green glow. I looked at the hob. "So, how does one get in?"
"Tricky, tricky, dearie, dearie."
I whirled on him. "If you start that load of tosh with me again, you're going to see a dicky fit, Seamus the hob, that you will never bloody forget." His face fell, and he said tersely,
All right. Don't wad your knickers. Follow me."
We strode single file toward the glow.
We stopped within a foot of it, and even in the dark I could perceive the outline of a structure within. "The cottage?" I said, glancing down at Seamus. He nodded and said with a heavy breath, "The cottage." "What now?" I asked. I watched as Seamus took a tentative step forward, but then he stopped and turned to look back at me. "Well?" I said expectantly. "Budge along." "Give me a mo," he said. "Why are you in such a bleeding hurry anyways?" "Oh, I don't know. Maybe because we're standing in the middle of a raging storm in the bloody Quag." Okay. I sees your point." He took several deep breaths. "Oh, for the love of Alvis Alchemist!" I walked straight into the green glow. "Oi, wait!" he shouted. Harry too instantly followed, and we passed clean through. I turned and looked back at Seamus, who was jumping up and down and gesticulating madly. I reached back through the greenish glow, gripped his hand and pulled him through so he stood next to us inside the emerald dome. I let go of his hand and stared down at him. His eyes were scrunched closed, and he was shivering like he'd been pitched into icy water. Seamus," I began. He made a frantic motion for me to shush. Then, little by little, he opened his great, bulbous eyes and stared around. When he realized where he was, he exclaimed in a scolding tone, "Now look what you gone and done!" "You brought us here." "But I didn't tell you to just barge right in. Why, when I think what coulda—" "What exactly was I supposed to do?" I interrupted sharply. "Why, you barmy git. Wait while I got things sorted out, that's bloody what." "Well, they're sorted out. We're inside. Now, where's the cottage?" I had been looking around, but the outline of the structure I had seen from outside the green glow was no longer evident from inside it. He pointed to his left. "Let's try over there." "Try over there?" I said blankly. "I thought you'd been here before." "Well, I have. I've been to the green glow, of course." "Wait, are you telling me you've never been inside the green glow?" "Go on with you. What's cheek? Why, I ask you?" "I am asking you. How many times have you been inside the green glow?" He looked upward and seemed to be counting off something in his head. He held up a solitary finger. "Well, counting this time, it comes to, 1. "1?" I roared. He leapt back at my shout. "Well, did you give me a chance? No, you just charged on in. Could have killed us all." "So, when I walked through the green glow, I could have been killed?" "And on your head it would have been too." "Oh, bugger off!" I cried out, and went in search of a cottage that may or may not contain a nice female who might or might not eat us the sliver she laid eyes on us. "You're a right shonky git, Seamus," I called back over my shoulder. "Trog!" he yelled back. "Pillock!" I screamed in return, before hurrying along. Then I stopped. I had just realized something. It was not raining in here. I looked up. There was no storm, no wind. I felt like I was walking along a heated path. It made me feel comforted. We kept walking and cleared a knoll. When we raced down its other side, I saw it. The cottage. It had a thatch roof, mortared stones for walls, and an oval solid wood door with a light shining through the small square opening at the top of it. There was a short, crazy-angled flagstone path that led to the door. Gathering my courage, I stepped up onto the block of old blackened stone that formed a rough porch and looked cautiously through the window in the door. Then I suddenly leapt back off the stone and stood there, shivering. The door had opened, apparently all by itself. When I thought things could not get stranger, I heard an imperious voice. "You may enter," it said. I looked around for the source of the voice, but saw nothing. Still, the voice hadn't sounded particularly threatening. I looked behind me once more, and there was a goggle-eyed Seamus standing barely 10 feet away. The bloke looked ready to vomit. I probably looked the same. "It said to enter," I told him nervously. Well, then you best do what it says, eh?" "Are you coming?" I demanded. He puffed out his chest and said in a strident voice, "I think I'll keep watch out here, dearie. Don't want nothing sneaking up on you, does old Seamus?" He gave a crisp little salute. "Prat," I muttered under my breath, and then I let out a long, resigned sigh. Of all the hobs I could run into, I had to run into this one. I stepped forward into the cottage, Harry too right next to me. As soon as we had done so, the door swung close and I heard a lock click into place. I grabbed at the door handle and tried to open it. But even though I had Destin around my waist and my strength was greatly enhanced, the door wouldn't budge. I turned back around. "Hello?" I said, first in a low voice that could barely be heard even by me. Then I said more loudly, "Hello?" Nothing. I looked around. The furniture I saw, a table, a chair, and a cupboard, was all small and low to the floor, which was wooden and looked about 1,000 sessions old. There was a large clock on the wall whose hands never stopped moving. They whirled round and around the face of the clock. I drew closer and saw that the hands were actually 2 black snakes, inexplicably hardened. Then, when I saw that the face of the clock was actually the flattened countenance of a garm, I leapt back and nearly upset the table, on which was a plate, a cup, and utensils, all made from tin. Maybe the female here was actually evil. Maybe Seamus had tricked me. I promised myself if I got out of this cottage alive, I would strangle him. Gathering my nerves, I said sharply, "Oi, is anyone about in this ruddy place?" I nearly jumped to the ceiling when it, or she, I wasn't exactly sure what, appeared directly in front of me. Harry, too, barked once and then went silent. I grabbed my chest to try and push my heart back into its proper place. "Holy steeples!" I panted, bent over, all my breath suddenly gone. "Where the blazes did you come from?" I wheezed. She, now I was sure it was a she, looked back at me. She was small, barely taller than Seamus, which put her at right about my belly button. She was young, maybe 20 sessions, and her black hair hung limply around her shoulders. Her face was oval, and her nose, eyes, and mouth all small and finely drawn. Her expression was one of mild curiosity, mixed with indifference, which struck me as quite odd. I mean, how many wugs did she have turn up in her digs with a canine in tow? She wore an emerald-coloured shawl over a long black cloak. She kept staring at me with that same curious yet ambivalent expression. "I'm Vega," I said. "This is my canine, Harry too." She looked first at me, then at Harry too, and then her gaze returned to me. "I am Astria Prine," she said, in the same voice that had told me to enter. "Seamus the Hob told me about you and your cottage. I need you to help me find my friend, Delph." "Delph?" she said, questioningly. "His full name is Daniel Delphia, but everyone calls him Delph. He's out in this storm. There was this dark cloud and it covered us and he was gone and—" "Why did you venture here?" she said, sharply. "I don't have time to explain. Delph is out in the storm and I'm worried about him. I don't want anything to happen to him." She suddenly turned and left the room, this time using her feet. We hurriedly followed her into the next room, which was far larger than the first and, indeed, appeared much bigger than the entire cottage had looked from the outside. In the very centre of the room was a round table. Astria strode over to it with quick, short steps and then stopped. We followed. On the table were 2 identically sized pewter cups, and in each cup sprouted an emerald flame. "What's that for?" I asked, curiously. She pointed to the cup on the left. "The Quag," she said, and then she took from her pocket what looked like sand and threw it on the flames. They instantly shot much higher. Then she tipped the cup over and the flaming liquid spread across the tabletop. "Look out!" I exclaimed, reaching out to smother the fire with my cloak. A moment later, it was as though I had run into an invisible wall. I was frozen, my outstretched hands inches from the molten liquid. "There is no need, Vega," she said, pointing to the tabletop. The flames had vanished, and the water had spread to engulf the tabletop, with the exception of the other cup, which the water did not touch. "This is a Circe," she said. "A prophetical eye." Confused, I looked down at the tabletop, and my breath seized in my lungs. It was as though a picture, a moving picture, had formed on the table. I scanned it frantically for Delph. "Amaroks," I said, sharply. There was a herd of them, in full gallop. They jumped and leapt and galloped and swerved around obstacles with a grace I could barely imagine. They would be beautiful to look at, if they weren't so murderous. "Can you see what they're after?" I was terrified that the something was Delph. She waved her hand once more, and the image leapt ahead of the Amaroks. It was a herd of deer, but they were all as white as snow. They were fast, but the Amaroks seemed to be gaining. "The Amaroks are swifter than the deer," I said, worriedly. She nodded. "But as you can see, 'tis no matter." I glanced back at the Circe and gasped. The deer were no longer there. In their place were little bits of light that flew into the air and then disappeared, leaving the Amaroks rushing around in all directions and roaring in fury. "What happened to the deer?" I said. "They were not deer." "Then what were they?" "Fairies, having a bit of fun at the expense of the Amaroks. And more's the better, I say. Bloody troglodytes." "Can you see Delph on this thing?" I said impatiently, my insides frozen with thoughts of what might have happened to him. She waved her hand over the tabletop once more. I caught a breath when I saw him, but then let it out slowly and with relief. Delph was fast asleep in the huge crook of a towering tree whose canopy was so thick that not one drop of rain could penetrate it. I could see that he had used a bit of rope to secure his perch. That way he could not turn in his sleep and tumble down. "Is he safe?" I asked, worriedly. In answer, she reached in her cloak pocket and drew something out. She lifted up her hand and let the things she'd drawn out fall onto the tabletop. They looked like grains of rice. They hit the water without making a splash, but I could see the ripples caused by the tiny collision of rice and water. These ripples carried over Delph and formed a circle around him, and then they hardened, becoming still and fixed in the water. It was like he was now in a cage. "He is free from harm now." She turned once more. "Please come with me, Vega Jane." As I followed her, it occurred to me that I had never told her my last name was Jane. Chapter 14. A Room with a View. Astria used a large iron key shaped like an arrowhead to open a door and led me into a room that was clearly a library, for every inch of wall was taken up by books in large, ornately carved cases that rose all the way to the ceiling, a good 15 feet above us. In the centre of the room were lumpy chairs and scuffed tables scattered hither and thither. As I gazed around, there was a distinct click. A section of the bookcases had opened, revealing a patch of darkness beyond. We entered the space, which was completely black until we had moved into it. Then the room was awash in light that cast the objects in the room into exaggerated relief. There were comfortable-looking overstuffed armchairs and small tables upon which rested contraptions unrecognizable to me. There was a large wooden desk, cut from timber so aged that it looked petrified. Behind the desk was a leather chair with a high wooden back with gleaming nail-heads visible. On the desk were papers and parchments and scrolls, stacks of books and glass inkwells, and a rack of old-fashioned quills that I had once seen my grandfather use to write a letter. There was a small fireplace surrounded by brick, with a thin copper-edged chimney-piece upon which sat a clock that, thankfully for my nerves, had no serpents on its face. In front of the empty fireplace were two equally decrepit-looking chairs, with the stuffing falling out and tiny footstools in front, where one's feet could draw closer to the warmth if there had been a fire burning. The next instant, Harry too and I leapt back as the fireplace, which had been empty not only of fire but also of logs, sprang to life and roaring flames leapt forth. The room, chilly when we had entered, quickly became warm and comforting, and, despite my excitement, I felt my eyes droop a bit. I suddenly realized that I was beyond exhausted. My eyes snapped wide open when I glanced at the floor. It was wooden, the boards worn down over the sessions from the tread of innumerable footsteps. But I was not focused on the planks. I was looking at the square of tattered rug upon it. More to the point, my gaze held on the images on the rug. "What are those creatures?" I asked breathlessly. Harry too went to stand on the rug, and I watched as he reached out a tentative paw and touched one of the figures woven into its surface. Astria pointed to the one on the left. "That's a unicorn. Its horn, of course, can cure all known poisons." I had no idea what a unicorn even was. "And the other?" I asked, looking at it. Though undoubtedly aged, the colours of the rug's images were extraordinarily bright, more vibrant than anything I'd ever created at Stack's. "A firebird," she said casually. "So named because of its exceptionally brilliant plumage. The feathers of the actual bird can be used to light the way and also for warmth against the cold." "Wait a mo. I've seen one," I said. "It chased me into a cave." "Indeed. 'Tis not usually dangerous." "Are you sure Delph is safe?" I blurted out. "He is safe. You care much for your friend." "I care everything for him." "It is a dangerous thing to place so much of one's self in another." I ignored this, and summoning up courage, I said, "How did you know my surname was Jane?" Instead of answering, she seized my hand with surprising strength and exclaimed, "That mark! How did you come by it?" I looked down at the inked 3 hooks which I had drawn there. I jerked my hand free from her grip. I had just endured imprisonment from Thorn. I was not going to make the same mistake with her. Until I knew she was a friend, she would be considered a potential enemy. "It's the same mark as on this ring." I took it from my cloak pocket and showed it to her. "It belonged to my grandfather," I added, warily. "So, he had this ring? You're absolutely certain?" "Yes." I wasn't about to tell her that it could make me invisible. She studied the ring for a few more moments before pointing at my hand. "That's only ink." "I know, because I inked it," I replied promptly. "My grandfather had the same mark on the back of his hand, though it wasn't simply inked." She waved her hand over mine, and the mark vanished. I stared down at my clean skin, and then back up at her. "Do you know what it means?" I asked. "No." I knew she was telling an untruth, which made me ever warier of her. Before I could ask another question, she walked over to a large blank wall, and Harry too and I scurried after her. She raised her hand, and an astonishingly bright light blasted from it and hit the wall a direct blow. I immediately squatted down and shielded my eyes from what I thought would be a terrific blast emanating from the collision of wall and light. But there was no explosion. I opened my eyes and stood, and gasped. The entire wall had come to life. If the little table in the other room was impressive in what it had shown me, this spectacle was like a mountain versus a knoll by comparison. Every inch of the great wall, which must have measured fully 50 feet in length, was now ablaze with images. Moving images. Astria turned to me and said simply, "The Quag, in all its glory, and in all its depravity, which runs deeply, very deeply indeed." When I had first seen the extent of the Quag from the top of the plateau, where Delph, Harry too and I were chased by the Garms and Amaroks, I had been gobsmacked by its breadth and dark, sinister beauty. I had thought I was seeing to the very horizon of the Quag, but I apparently had been wrong about that. As I watched, spellbound, I could see herds of unknown creatures bounding across open plains and up rugged ridges. Flying creatures, some I knew, most of which I didn't, soared across a sky that was as black as a lump of coal. Trees trembled and creatures crept, and I could hear sounds, some gentle that tickled my ears, and others fiercely foreboding, that gnarled my nerves and chilled my courage. I saw the majestic peak of the Blue Mountain, And there was the dark river that snaked across the face of the Quag to places unknown and probably hostile. With a thrill that reached all the way to my toes, I thought I saw a small boat with something or someone inside it, slowly making its way across the water's wide, blackened width. That image vanished and was replaced with a Freck devouring what looked to be a goat. And then a creature stepped from the trees into the clearing and came into full view. It was tall and powerfully built, and though it stood on two legs like I did, it had fangs and claws and long, straight hair over its body. I glanced quickly at Astria. "What is that ghastly thing?" "'Tis a lichen," she said. "I don't know what that is." "Its bite makes you become like it." We watched as the lichen, with a tremendous leap that covered yards of dirt, attacked the Freck. There was a furious battle, for they seemed fairly equally matched. Yet, finally, the lichen won out, and its fangs bit deeply into the Freck's neck. The latter howled in pain and fury, and then, bloody and beaten, it broke free and fled into the trees. The lichen stood there, dripping blood from wounds inflicted by the Freck, and then it reached its clawed hands to the darkened sky and roared in triumph. It was a terrifying spectacle to witness, and yet I found I could not look away. "The Freck's bite drives one mad," I said in a hollow tone. "The lichen is already mad, Vega. A Freck's bite will not make a spot of difference to its tortured mind." A long sliver of silence passed. "What is beyond the Quag?" I asked. "Why did you enter the Quag?" she asked me, once again. "I don't see why that matters," I said stubbornly. She looked back at me, impassively. "The difference between what I think matters and what you think does could likely fill a bookcase." "Do you know what's beyond the Quag?" I persisted. I glanced at her in time to see her face seize up like she was in pain. But before I could say anything, she replied, "It is late, and I'm very tired." "Well, I'm not tired," I said in a strident tone. "I will show you your digs, and then you can stay up or sleep, as you like. And I can go where I want? I mean inside the cottage. You can go into any room that will let you. Mind you, not all of them will." I looked at her like she'd gone completely mental. "The room mightn't let me?" "Rooms have opinions," she said. "And feelings, too." "Feelings!" I exclaimed. "Feelings, I said, and feelings I meant," she reiterated forcefully, and then turned and strode away. I hurried after her, wondering what madness awaited me in this place. Chapter 15. A Question of Doors. My digs turned out to be a large oval room with not a stick of furniture in it. I turned to Astria and said, "It's all right. I have no problem sleeping on the floor." "Now, why would you do that, I wonder?" she asked. I gazed around the room to make sure I had not somehow missed a hulking bedstead lurking in a corner. "Well, I'd need a bed to—" Harry Two and I jumped back to avoid being crushed by a mammoth four-poster that seemed to drop from the ceiling. "Bloody hell!" I cried out, my chest heaving and my limbs quivering. Harry Two started barking madly until I held up one hand and he instantly quieted. "One must be careful what one asks for, at least in my cottage," said Astria casually as she fluffed up the pillows. She turned to me. "Or at least move quickly on one's feet, as you did, my dear," she added benignly. "But where did that bed come from?" "It comes from wherever such things exist before they're needed, and it saves no end of cleaning time to have the things go away while they're unnecessary." "So," I said, "you simply ask for something and it appears. I told you, did I not, that rooms have views and opinions? Does it not logically follow that they can hear what you say?" "Well, a stout wardrobe would not be unwelcome for my things." I was ready this time. I had already jumped out of the way when an oak wardrobe with 2 big doors and a drawer underneath landed with a thud against a wall across from the bed. As I stared at it, the doors opened, and inside were nice cubbies and metal hooks for hanging clothes. Astria gave me an appraising look. "I see you're getting the gist of things." "Should I wish for a table and chairs?" I said, ready to jump. However, they simply appeared in the corner of the room with a lighted candle in the centre, burning brightly. I looked at her, inquiringly. "There's no rule that all things must drop from the ceiling," she said. "Now, are you hungry? I dare say things can be scrounged up in the kitchen. It does an excellent trifle, in fact, if you fancy such." I shook my head, though in truth, as usual, I could have used something in my belly. "I'm full up. You can toddle off to bed while I put my few things away." She looked at me curiously, but also intensely. A bit too intensely, I thought. "Well, if you're sure," she said in a drawn-out way. "Quite sure," I replied, perhaps a bit too quickly. "And we'll go for Delph. At first light?" she said. "Yes." After she left my digs, I turned out my tuck. The cavernous wardrobe swallowed my meagre possessions, with plenty of room left over. I jumped up on the bed, which I found quite comfy. Harry, too, hopped up next to me, and I scratched his ears. He rewarded me with a soft whimper of pleasure. I looked at the door, which had closed when Astria departed. I jumped down, strode over to it, and tried to tug it open. It wouldn't budge. I looked in disbelief at Harry, too. "She's locked us in." "Well, how do you like that?" I was miffed beyond belief. I stepped away from the door and sized it up. Then I backed up to get a running start. I glanced at Harry, too. "Don't worry. I want out of here, and we will be in a mo." I started to charge forward and then stopped dead. The door had swung silently open. "I want out of here." That's what I'd said. And the door had just opened. I cautiously peered around the corner into the darkened corridor. There was no sign of Astria. I stepped out of the room, Harry too, right with me. I looked down at him. I guess he could tell I was anxious because he gave my hip a nudge with his snout, as though to say, "Let's budge along, shall we?" I looked to the right. I had been down that way. Thus, I turned left. A door stood on the right side of the passage. I tried the handle, but it was locked. I stepped back, drew up my courage, and said in the most polite voice I could muster, "Might I come in, please?" The door swung open, revealing nothing but darkness. I looked at Harry too, who stared back up at me. Now he looked anxious. "Okay, right," I said confidently, though I was feeling not a jot of it, actually. I stepped through the doorway. Harry too followed. As soon as we did, the door shut behind us, and the room brightened. There was only one object in the room. It was an enormous clock that rested on one huge wall. Attached to it underneath were twin chains with large metal balls affixed to them. The chains disappeared through holes cut in the floor. I crept forward and stared at the clock face. It was unlike any I had seen before. Quag timepieces were divided into the different sections of light and night. There were numbers and words on this one. I drew even closer. "Century," I read off. That word was under each number etched on the clock face at regular intervals. There was only one hand on the clock. It was now pointed at 8 centuries. I had no idea what any of this meant. I stared down at the holes in the floor, into which the chains disappeared. I had no idea where they went. Well, I could learn nothing more here, it seemed. The next door we reached was about 10 feet down the hall. I stepped in front of it and said, "Might we come in, please?"
"Go away!"
The scream was nearly ear-shattering. I jumped back so far I hit the opposite wall and slumped down, dazed. "Bloody hell!" I muttered. I staggered up and we hurried along to the next door. It opened at my request, though I did cover my ears in anticipation of a negative response. We walked inside and I looked around as the room was illuminated by a source of light that remained invisible to me. There was a small cradle in one corner. I rushed over to it, but it was empty. It was also covered with cobwebs. So was the entire room, which was filled with old, mouldy furniture. While I stood there, I was slowly filled with deep despair, as though only sadness reigned in my heart. Then my despair grew fathoms deeper, and I felt tears creep to my eyes. I looked down at Harry too, and I could tell he was having similar emotions. He had lain on the floor and covered his snout with his paws. When I could stand it no more, I rushed from the room, with Harry too closely following. When the door closed behind us, the awful feelings instantly vanished. I drew a small knife from my cloak pocket and cut a tiny notch in the wood directly above the door handle. I rushed back and marked in the same way the door that had screamed at me. Now I would know which to leave alone. The next room shouted at me to go away. I marked it as well. The door after that didn't budge at first, and I thought the room was going to scream at me. But no sound came, except finally a tiny click as the door swung open. I crept inside and looked around as the darkness was dispelled by a wash of light, again from an unknown source. On every single wall were hundreds of paintings. I moved forward so I could see them more clearly. Groups of females had on long gowns with low-cut necklines, revealing far more of themselves than I was used to seeing. Their hair was beautifully styled and layered and piled on top of their heads. The males wore dark cloaks with embroidered stitching and what looked to be gold leaf on their shoulders. Some held short sticks of wood, and others had swords in holders on gilded belts encircling their waists. One male clutched a long leather lead attached to a canine that looked like a far larger version of Harry too. The thing looked proud and noble, staring off into the distance as it sat obediently beside its master. I looked down at Harry too, and found him staring at his counterpart, cast in oils on canvas. He seemed awestruck. My gaze kept roaming until it finally stopped and held on one female. She was taller than the others. Her flaming red hair pulled luxuriously around her broad, muscled shoulders. I instantly recognized her. She was the one I met on my trip through the fiery portals into the past, which I had discovered at Stack's. I gazed back up at the painting. This female had saved my life and given me the elemental before dying on the battlefield. Curious though I was about her, my gaze again began roaming to the other paintings, which held landscapes of broad, lovely countryside towns with towering stone buildings and smoothly laid cobblestone streets. Slepes and carriages were pictured on the cobblestones, and there was an air of prosperity and, well, peace. As I moved around the room, though, the air of hope and prosperity faded. The paintings turned far darker, and the lovely gowns, piled up hair and stately carriages on fine cobblestones were no more. Replacing them were scenes of bloody battlefields, smouldering ruins and abject carnage. Along with this change in subjects, the bright colours of the earlier paintings had disappeared into the shadowy and depressing hues of blacks and greys, displaced only by the garish thrust of bloody red, as someone lay dying. Flames leapt from the stone towers, and everyone looked frightened and confused. In one small painting, there was a young female alone on a street, her face uplifted to the dark sky, and her mouth open apparently in a scream as tears fell down her dirty cheeks. The sense of loss was awful. We left this room and reached the next one. The door opened at my asking. Darkness again. I expected the lights to come on, but they didn't. I did hear something. Something breathing. The breaths were uneven, harsh, and sounded painful. I felt my own chest tighten as I listened to them. I looked wildly around for the source of the noise. There was a large four-poster bed set in the deepest crevice of the room. As I drew closer, the room lightened a bit, allowing me to see more clearly. My jaw dropped when I saw him. He was the oldest male I had ever laid eyes on, even older than ancient Dis Fidus back in Wormwood. He had not a hair on his head. His beard was snow-white and curled down his chest and then past it by a good 2 feet. His eyes were sunken, hollow and brushed liberally with red. His nose was long and horribly misshapen. His cheeks were flat. When he rose up a bit on his pillow, I could see his hands. They were wrinkled claws with large brown spots across them. He said in a gasping whisper, "Who are you?" I'm... I frantically realized I'd forgotten my own name. Think, you git. "Vega! I'm Vega Jane," I said in a rush. "James," said the creature, now trying to prop himself up higher. I hurried to aid him. When I gripped his shoulder through the nightshirt, I could feel it was not much more than bone. His breath was foul, and his skin was like the chilliest of water. I easily lifted him because he weighed almost nothing. I stepped back. "Jane," I said more loudly. "Vega Jane." He looked up at me out of those cavernous eye sockets. "How came you to be here?" he said, croakily, though he seemed to be breathing a bit easier. "A hob named Seamus told me of the place, so I came." "And why?" "Because I heard that Astria Prine would help me." He gave a shuddering breath and said, "Help you with what, my dear?" I sprang back as a hand passed by me. Astria laid her youthful palm on the aged creature's chest, and he instantly calmed, his breathing becoming regular. He thanked her with a smile. Astria turned to me and said, "I see that you've met my son, Vega." Chapter 16. The Keeper. I stared from Astria to her son. "You mean he's younger than you are?" I exclaimed. "But—" She cut me off. "Come with me." "I thought you were tired," I asked. She turned back to her son. There, Archie. Try and get some sleep now, love, okay?" She kissed him on his withered forehead. Harry, too, and I followed her out and down the passageway. We returned to the place with the old desk and fireplace that one reached through the secret doorway in the library. She sat down behind the desk and motioned for me to sit across from her. "If Archie is your son, why is he so old and you're so young?" In answer, she pulled out a small glass flask. "Because of this." "Is it medicine of some sort?" "It is an elixir so potent that it keeps one young for as long as one takes it. It is devilishly tricky to make. It requires the blood of a garm and the venom of a jabbit, among other special ingredients." "How do you get blood and venom from those vile creatures?" "I keep one of each in cages here at my cottage," I cried out. "A garm and a jabbit in your cottage?" "If you try to enter the rooms where they are kept, they would have told you to go away." I shivered after discovering how close I had been to another wretched jabbit. "Archie is dying because he chose not to take the youth elixir." "Why?" "He no longer sees a point to it." "Then he'll die?" I asked. "And soon," she said coldly. Well, I thought she was rather heartless. "How old are you?" "Did you find the room with the clock on the wall and the chains going through the floor holes?" "Yes." "What did it read?" 8 centuries, whatever that is." "A century is 100 sessions." 100 sessions? But what is that clock keeping track of?" "My time here." My jaw dropped. "You mean you're 800 sessions old?" I could barely process what she was saying. It was all unbelievable. "A bit older, actually. I came here when I was already fully grown." "I also saw a room with many paintings." "You were no doubt told about the Battle of the Beasts back in Wormwood.
All Wugs were told about it. The beasts attacked Wormwood long ago, but were beaten back and thereafter remained in the Quag. She said emphatically, "Well, that was a lie. There was never such a thing." "But I've seen the paintings at the council building." She shook her head impatiently. "There was a war that took place over a great many sessions. However, it was not with the beasts." She paused. I was now squeezing both my legs so hard they felt quite numb. "Who was it with, then?" She gazed at me so strangely, I felt myself involuntarily shaking.
"It does not matter. Not now."
"It matters to me," I retorted. "It was a battle between two opposite forces. One won and one lost. That is all I will say on the matter." "You tell me nothing," I said forcefully. "I will tell you this, Vega. We created the village of Wormwood, and then we managed the building of the Quag. And the decision was made to wipe away our history and replace it with another. We called ourselves Wugmords." She paused. "Do you know why we chose that name?" I shook my head. "There is a plant that is universally considered bitter. It is called the mugwort. We altered it slightly to Wugmort. The survivors carried that feeling of guilt, of bitterness, every time they uttered the word." I sat forward, my mind filling with questions and possible connections. "I met a creature named Eon. Through him I went back in time, not just my past, but further back. I was on a great battlefield. A female warrior, while she lay dying, gave me something she called the elemental, that I could touch using the glove she also gave me. She knew my name. She said I had to survive, and she was in one of the paintings, back in that room." Astria looked gobsmacked by this information. You met her? As she lay dying?" "Yes." "Who was she?" Astria didn't look nearly so formidable now. Her eyes held a faraway look, and I could see tears clutching at their corners. She said slowly in a trembling voice, "Her name was Alice Adronis, one of our greatest sorceresses and my dearest friend. The elemental was her creation." She paused and swallowed. Astria seemed to be trying very hard not to burst into tears. "She could only live as a victor, or die as a warrior, could Alice." "But why would she know my name? Why would she say I had to survive?" "I have no idea, Vega. I... She looked away. "What happened after that?" Astria took a moment to compose herself. "As the first century went by, the magical powers with which we were imbued faded drastically. It was at that point that the decision was made to let them die completely." "How do you let magic die?" I said slowly. I didn't know why, but I felt a great sense of loss at this. "By not using it. By not believing in it any more. Belief, having faith in something, is a very powerful thing, Vega. Perhaps the most powerful thing of all. And as the sessions went by and we started dying off, our descendants knew little of what we were. And finally, virtually no Wug in Wormwood knew anything of us at all, but accepted as their history the lies that had been created for them." I took a deep breath, put aside my misery, and told Astria about the Adderstone and Destin, the chain, and how I had come by them at Stax. She nodded and said, "Stax was the castle of our leader, Bastion Cadmus." "You took his castle with you?" I asked, wondering how this was possible. But I supposed anything was possible with blokes who could do magic. "We had to create another place to live. Every bit was precious to us." "And the stone? And Destin?" "Objects possessed by Bastion." "And the Quag? And what we were told about it? You haven't explained that." "I have no need to explain it," she said, her tone sharp again.
I bit back my anger and groped around for something else to ask her. "But why are you here?" I asked. "I am quite simply the keeper of the Quag." "So, you had your family here with you at the cottage?" "Yes, my mate Thomas and I came to live here with our sons and daughters." She paused, and for the first time I could see her features soften just a tiny bit. "Thomas never did take the elixir. He was the first of us to go. After Archie passes, it will just be me." "Why do you do it?" "Stay here." Her eyes flashed. "It's my duty, Vega. I gave an oath as keeper, and I mean to keep it." She rose, came around the desk, and stood next to me. I tried to imagine her as more than 8 centuries old, older than poor dying Archie, but I couldn't. "How much did you know about your grandfather?" she asked. "He was very nice, but stubborn too. He is far more than that. He is an Excalibur." "A what?" "Those who are born with their magical powers intact and an innate and profound knowledge and understanding of our real history embedded in their minds. They are terribly rare, but he was one of them. My grandfather left Wormwood." "I know he did." "And you couldn't stop him?" "Excaliburs do not carry a sign on their foreheads proclaiming them as such. It was only after he left that we truly became aware of what he was and could do." "So you saw this? What, through your seercy?" "Yes." I felt my anger rising. "Then I suppose you saw Morrigan blast me with a blue light, and Delph with a red light that turned his mind to mush and left him gargoyled for 10 long sessions?" My voice and fury rose as I spoke. "You saw all that, did you?" "I did," she replied calmly, which made me even more furious. "She argued with my grandfather. She wanted him to stay." "Doubtless she did. But against a true Excalibur, she was but nothing." I stood. "And did you see my parents disappear in a ball of flames? Did you see me crying my heart out? Did you see that, Astria bloody Prine?" Her gaze never wavered. "I did, Vega. I did indeed." "Well, good for you. I hope you enjoyed it, because I sure as hell didn't." I was halfway to the door when she called out, "Do you know where they went, Vega?" I slowly turned and looked at her questioningly. "No, I don't." She scrutinized me closely before saying, "Let's apply a bit of logic, shall we? If they're not in Wormwood, and they're not in the Quag—" "They're beyond the Quag," I said. "Yes. So why can my grandfather leave Wormwood without ever stepping 1 foot into the Quag, like I have to?" "Leaving Wormwood and bypassing the Quag would have been easy enough for someone like him." "And my parents? I suppose they made the decision to leave me?" "No. Virgil summoned them." "Summoned them? Why?" "Did he never talk to you about it?" she said, fiercely. "Tell me the truth." "No, never," I said, taken aback by her harsh tone. Was she as nutters as Thorn? "You do not know of his plans. Tell me if you do. Tell me!" I took a step back, for her face had twisted into a furious mass. I thought for a moment that she was going to attack me. "I have never heard from my grandfather since he left," I said calmly, "and he never told me anything about any plans. All he ever told me was that he loved me." This was a lie, of course. My grandfather had actually told me something about Wormwood. He had said that the most bitterly awful place of all is one that Wugmorts don't know is as wrong can possibly be. I had no idea what he was talking about then, but now I believe that I did. Her expression became normal once more, and she sat behind her desk and steepled her hands in front of her. "I think that is enough for one night. At next light we will fetch your friend. and then all will be right again." She smiled at me in a way that made my skin crawl. I walked slowly back to my room, wondering who I really was, and concluding that I was nothing. If Astria was right, my grandfather had been able to leave Wormwood because he was magical. This Excalibur thing, in fact. And he had summoned my parents to join him, which showed that he could bring others to him if he so desired. But he hadn't summoned me. He had left me behind in Wormwood. He apparently considered me of no importance whatsoever. So, no matter whether I made it through the Quag or died here, I was nothing. Sometimes the truth helps. Sometimes it hurts. And sometimes it destroys you.
Chapter 17. Reunited. Despite not wanting to, I slept like a stone. I was finally awoken by something tugging at my sleeve. At first, I didn't focus on what it was. Then, with a start, I bolted straight up. Harry, too, let out a yip and leapt off the bed. I was eye to eye with Seamus. His bulbous eyeballs seemed horrifically huge.
"Bloody hell, what are you doing here?" I gasped, holding my chest. "Came to fetch her to eat. Madame Prine asked me to." I composed myself. "You were taken care of last night." "Fed like a king. Mead to drink and a soft bed." "I'll be along. I need to get dressed." He shuffled off and I slowly pulled on my clothes. Then it struck me. "Vega, you git." I rushed out of my room with Harry, too, at my heels. I found the kitchen by following the smell of food. Seamus and Astria were already there. He was standing next to a large round wooden table, while she was standing in front of an enormous and ancient blackened stove, where several fat pots sat bubbling and 2 skillets were sizzling. "I hope you're hungry," Astria said to me. "I am, and I'm sure Delph must be famished." She shot me a glance. "I suppose you would like to break bread together?" "I would, yes, please. I really, really would." "Well then, let's be off," she said decisively. She moved so quickly that Harry, too, and I barely had time to react. A cloak appeared out of thin air and settled neatly around her shoulders as she headed down the hall. We hurried after her, with Seamus bringing up the rear. The front door opened of its own accord, and we all passed through it. The green dome remained over the cottage, although through it I could see that the sky was now clear and bright. She passed through the emerald wall, and we scurried after her. She took out of her cloak pocket something that looked like a shiny stick and pointed it at the sky. Her lips moved, though I couldn't hear the words coming out of her mouth. A few moments later, soaring across the clear sky was Delph, still asleep and still inside the web that Astria had configured last night. He settled gently upon the ground in front of us, curled up and snoring. Astria gave a final wave of the stick, and the web, which I could see as a number of lines of vivid lights, disappeared. As we watched, Delph started to wake up, stretched, yawned, opened his eyes, and— "Holy steeples!" he screamed as he jumped nearly 3 feet in the air before landing upright, his body contorted into the sophisticated fighting stance I had seen him employ in the duellum. "Delph!" I cried out and launched myself at him, squeezing him tightly. But Delph, while he hugged me back, was still staring warily at Astria, and he was still fairly in his fighting stance, despite our hugs. "It's okay, Delph," I said. "This is Astria Prine." Delph was obviously mightily confused by what was happening. Well, I knew what would take his mind off that. I said, "Are you hungry? We're about to take a meal in Astria's cottage." As I knew he would, Delph focused very quickly. "Well, that sounds all right then, eh?" he said, straightening up and dropping his fighting stance. I led Delph toward the emerald light, which he drew back from until I walked through it and beckoned him to follow. As we approached the cottage, Astria gazed up at my tall friend. "So, you're Daniel Delphia, are you?" "I am," he said, shooting me a quizzical look. Friends call me Delph.
And you're travelling with this one, she said, hooking a thumb at me.
I am,
Delph said again. Astria turned and headed into the cottage without another word. When she had gone into the cottage with Seamus, I screamed, once more jumped into Delph's arms and squeezed him so tightly I thought either he might burst or my arms would fall off. I gushed as I felt tears rise to my eyes. You're all right, Delph. I was so scared. That bloody cloud! You just disappeared. He hugged me back and then slowly set me down on the ground.
I don't know what happened, Vega, to tell the truth. I was talking to you one sliver, and then the next thing I know, I'm in the middle of some trees, with no idea how I got there. It was weird like. What happened to you?
After you vanished, I met a hob named Seamus. He took me to Astria's cottage.
And how do I get back here?
I'll explain everything, but it's going to take a while, so be patient.
Well, let me eat first, and then I'll be more patient.
We held hands all the way to the cottage. Part of me didn't want to ever let go of Delph. I would rather die than lose him again. I had lost my parents and my brother. I could not lose Delph. I just couldn't. With him, I knew I could face anything. Together. I led him into the kitchen, where Seamus was already seated in a chair by the stove, on which the pots and skillets were still bubbling and sizzling respectively.
So, who's the little bloke?
Delph asked as he sat down. Seamus, the hob I mentioned.
Hob?
Remember in Quinton's book?
A hob? Oh, right. Helpful blokes.
Well, actually, he isn't really all that helpful, I whispered. Astria had swept off her cloak and hung it on a wall peg and now was once more overseeing the stove. She called out,
Vega, please set the table.
This puzzled me for a moment before I figured what I needed to do. Plates, cups, goblets, forks, knives, and napkins, please, I tacked on at the end. Delph nearly fell out of his chair when all these things came plummeting from the ceiling to land softly on the table, all lined up, proper-like.
What the?
He began.
And bowls,
added Astria.
and spoons.
The bowls and spoons alighted next to the plates, making Delph jump again. I put a calming hand on his arm. Patience, remember? I noted that on the floor a pan of water had appeared in front of Harry too, along with a bowl of food. He looked at me, as though waiting for permission to begin. I smiled and nodded at him, and he started to gobble and slurp.
"'Tis ready,"
announced Astria. She swept a hand across the pots and skillets, and then pointed at the table. What was on the stove was thus transferred to our plates and bowls. We looked down and saw fried eggs and bacon and ham and brown toast and sausages and kippers and porridge in our bowls as well. Jams, butter and honey pots also appeared in front of us. Our goblets were filled with milk, our cups nearly brimmed over with hot tea. I looked at Astria, inquiringly. "Aren't you eating too?" "I've not much of an appetite. You two eat. We'll talk later." She walked out of the room. Seamus followed. As we ate, I told Delph everything that had happened to me. As I did so, his jaw dropped so low it was almost resting in his pile of smoked kippers.
"Are you telling me that all that happened in the course of one bleeding night?"
I finished a bit of bacon. "Well, that doesn't count the time I was asleep."
"Bloody hell,"
he said, cramming 2 fried eggs and a kipper into his mouth. He drank down his milk, and his features turned sombre. "What is it, Delph? Do you want some more food? I'm sure—"
"It's not that, though. I could go for a few more eggs, and maybe a half-dozen bits of bacon, and another kipper or two, and I wouldn't turn down a few more fried biscuits, and another cup of tea, I can tell you that."
He again nearly leapt out of his chair when this exact amount of food and drink appeared on his plate and in his cup. When he'd righted himself and begun to eat once more, I said, "So, what's on your mind?"
"It's all rubbish, ain't it? All we've known. Bloody lies."
He was right. They were lies. But there was truth out there, and we would find it. Chapter 18. Trapped. After we finished eating, Astria led us into the room located off the library.
She sat behind her old desk, staring at us and drumming her fingertips on the wood. "I want to be sure that I understand your true and sincere intent," she said. Delph and I glanced at each other. I spoke up. "I thought I made that clear enough. We mean to get through the Quag. The three of us, including Harry too, of course," I added, scratching his ear. She looked at Delph. "And you?" "Like Vega Jane said, we want the truth. Done with all the lies, ain't we?" Astria nodded and drew out the stick-like thing she had used to bring Delph here. I could now see that it wasn't clear. It was actually made of crystal. "What is that?" I asked. "My wand. It is a necessary element to perform magic," I said slowly. "I did magic, sort of, back in Wormwood. But I had no wand." "You mean with the elemental? Or the chain?" she said. "No, I made a window that Morrigan destroyed, put itself back together." "Indeed," said Astria, looking quite interested by this. "Why would I be able to do that?" I asked. "If power runs down the line, it touches all in that line." "My parents couldn't perform magic," I said emphatically. "And how do you know they couldn't?" she asked. "Well, they never did." "That is not the same thing as being unable to." "If my parents were powerful, why would they have been in the care?" "Maybe the fact that they were powerful caused them to end up in the care." My brows knitted together as I thought over this strange possibility. "Are you saying their power made them sick?" "No, I'm saying that their power made them dangerous to others." As the meaning of her words sunk in, I rose on quivering legs, my face flushed, my chest swelling with fierce emotions. "Are you—" I faltered. I made another attempt. "Do you mean to say—" Again I could not finish. Delph reached over and put a supportive hand on my shoulder. Astria said, "That they were cursed to prevent them from escaping Wormwood?" "Yes, that is exactly what I mean." My eyes flashed. "Morrigan! She's the only one that could have done it." "I agree," she said so casually that my suspicions soared. "And you knew about it!" I yelled. "Of course I knew about it," she replied so calmly that I wanted to hit her. "Our goal was to stop anyone from leaving Wormwood." "So you had Morrigan curse my parents into what they became?" "I saw what she did." "You could have stopped it then," I pointed out, heatedly. "But I did not want your parents to use their power to escape." Now I pounced. It was stupid, but I couldn't help myself. "So then, why are you helping us to escape the Quag?" I demanded. "Who said that I was?" she replied instantly. Suddenly I read all in her look. How I had so misjudged her, I didn't know. Delph gave voice to what I was thinking. He leapt up, grabbed my arm, and yelled, "Run, Vega Jane!" Before I could even rise from my chair, she pointed her wand at Delph and said, "Elevata!" Delph soared up into the air, stopping right before he hit the ceiling. She gave her wand a bit of a wiggle, and he spun upside down. I stood, my eyes wide and my heart racing. "Stop that!" I screamed. "Don't hurt him! I'm the reason we're here! Leave Delph alone, please!" Astria flicked the wand downward, uttered one word, "Dissente," and Delph turned right side up and fell heavily into the chair. Astria laid her wand upon the desk and stared at both of us expectantly. "I may not be what I once was, but let me assure you, my powers are still far beyond your comprehension." She paused, and I knew what she said next would have monumental impact on us. I was not mistaken. She said, "You shall remain here in my custody." "For how long?" I snapped, though I well knew the answer. "For the rest of your lives," she said calmly. "It gives me no great pleasure to do this. You are obviously brave, and your motives are genuine and deeply felt, I'm sure. But," I exclaimed, "but as keeper of the Quag, I have a job to do. and I mean to do it. Now, you will have the run of the cottage and the land inside the dome. And if we try to get past the dome? Delph asked. Despite him asking the question, Astria's gaze held on me. Her eyes seemed to swell to match the size of the room. Not pleasant, she said. At all. I really couldn't believe what was happening. We had escaped Thorn and his bloody kingdom only to be imprisoned once more by this cow. And while Thorn was dangerous, he wasn't magical. Astria, to my mind, was 100 times more formidable than the git Thorn. Astria rose, and without another word she left the room. I slumped back in my chair. Delph, however, remained rigid in his. She is a sorely tried female, he observed. She's sorely tried? What about us? We're going to be here until we're bloody well dead. A lot of sorrow in her, Vega. Easy to see. I think she's evil. She's not like Thorn. He would have just killed us and put our bones on his wall. Not keep us fed with a roof over our heads. I suppose Delph was right about this, though our bones would end up here eventually, I thought miserably. Well, Astria said we had the run of the cottage, and the land inside the dome. So what do we do with that? Asked Delph. We are not staying here, Delph. Thorn couldn't stop us, and neither will Astria Prine. We are escaping this place. Okay, but how do we do that? I say we start with Archie. Chapter 19. Looking Back. Delph and Harry, too, followed me down the hall. I opened the door to the room and walked in. We gathered at the side of the bed and looked down. I said solemnly, "This is Archie Prine, Astria's son." Delph gazed at the shrunken man in total bewilderment. While I had explained to Delph about the elixir, it was altogether something else to see it for yourself. I pulled up a chair and sat down next to the bed. "Hello, Archie," I said softly, hoping to rouse him gently from his sleep. He stirred, and his eyes slowly opened. He blinked, but though he'd seen me before, no recognition came to his features. "I'm Vega, and these are my friends, Delph and Harry too." Archie kept his gaze on me. I bent lower. "We've come to stay with you. And Astria." "You have?" he croaked. I nodded. "She told me about you, and her, and this place." She did?" I nodded again. "She said you'd grown tired of taking the elixir." "Sacrifice." He shook his head, and when he tried to sit up, Delph and I helped him. Now he was looking at us from a far more comfortable position. I nodded knowingly. "Sacrifice," I said, "and the Battle of the Beasts, and Bastion Cadmus." I was saying these things in the hopes that something would jog Archie's memory. "Loda, tosh," he said. "Beasts, piffle." "That's right. Astria said so too. She said there was a war, though. She said one side lost, and the other won." Archie gasped and pointed to the bedside table, where sat a cup of water. Delph grabbed the cup and handed it to me. I helped Archie drink from it, wiping away some drops that dribbled into his beard. He sat back and cleared his throat. Maladons." "Maladons?" I said, shooting Delph a glance. "So you fought them?" He nodded, and a tear slid down his cheek. "Fought. And I lost. We lost." Delph exclaimed. "You mean your lot got beaten?" Archie slowly nodded. "Fled here. Hiding. Mice in a hole." In a moment of anger, he turned and spat on the floor before resettling against his pillow. "Cowards!" Delph and I exchanged disturbed glances. I said, "And you knew Bastion Cadmus?" "Our leader killed." He swallowed funny and then started to cough. I gave him some more water. "Dad,
wanted to keep fighting, but, Mum, he shook his head, bloody keeper. What's the point? Bloody keeper, sacrifice, what's the point? He looked up at me with pleading eyes. Eh? He said. Eh? I didn't know how to answer him. He closed his eyes, and a moment later we heard his gentle snores. We rose and quietly left the room. When we got to my room, Delph, his eyes as big as saucers, said, Blimey, bloody Maladons, war and killing, and hiding, I added, like mice, in a hole. What? Don't you get it, Delph? They created Wormwood as a hiding place, because these Maladon blokes were trying to hunt them down, and they conjured the Quag around it to keep them out. And to keep us in, Delph added, like the wall round Wormwood. We looked at each other. I'm sure what I saw in Delph's features mirrored my own, complete and utter despair. I said, Astria wanted to know about Virgil, what he was planning, whether I had talked to him. How could you, when he's been gone since you were a wee thing? He's a powerful sorcerer, an Excalibur, in fact, which means he's always known everything, including things Astria has withheld from us. Blimey, I guess that explains a lot. So, what do we do? Asked Delph. Keep learning things. It's all we can do for now. But if we're never to leave here, what does it matter? The truth always matters, Delph. That night, during a sumptuous meal that Delph and I lingered over, I drew up the courage to ask Astria a question. Can you show us Wormwood in your CSE? Why? She asked, suspiciously, as she took a sip of her tea. I glanced at Delph, who immediately attended to his custard. He might have been thinking about Astria sticking him to the ceiling. Well, since we're going to be here forever and everything, it would be nice to see our home, I added quickly. I don't suppose you'd let us go back there. We'd promised never to enter the Quag again. I was lying, of course. I would never stay in Wormwood. Not now. She set her cup down. Let you go back to Wormwood? Knowing what you do now? Do I look balmy to you? She glanced down at her wand, which lay beside her plate. Although I could wipe away your minds, of course, then you could return. Would you like me to do that? She raised her wand. No, I said quickly. I like my mind where it is, added Delph. Well, I thought, she had certainly called my bluff. But can we at least see our village? I pleaded. She contemplated this for a few moments, and then rose. A slither later, we were in the room with the 2 cups on the table. Astria did what she had done before, only this time with the other cup. I had to hold Delph back when the flaming liquid shot across the table. Wormwood, said Astria simply, with a wave of her hand. And there it truly was. The cobblestones, the old buildings. There were Wugs I knew walking along. Hestia Loon, her shopping bag in hand. Herman Helvet at his window. With a rush of excitement, I saw mighty Thansius marching purposefully along. He passed by another Wug I knew. Julius Domitar, who ran stacks. He was tottering along, seemingly full in his cups. He raised a hand in greeting to Thansius. Then another Wug came into view. Me dad! Cried out Delph. Sure enough, there was Duff Delphia, making his way on his 2 timber toes. A whist pup was striding next to him, tethered to a leather cord that Duff gripped. I brightened and looked at Delph. He looks good. Happy. But my smile faded, for Delph didn't look happy. Only homesick. I reached over and took his hand and squeezed it. He looked down at me and attempted a smile, but I knew his heart wasn't in it. It was a lot to be kept from your family. And didn't I know that? I glanced back at the tabletop when I heard the clattering sound of hooves on cobbles. The blue carriage. I drew closer, wanting desperately to see who was in it. As I watched, the driver, Thomas Bogle, rein the sleps to a stop. The carriage door opened, and out stepped Morrigan.
"Cool blimey,"
exclaimed Delph, who was looking over my shoulder.
"She don't look like herself, does she?"
Morrigan had always been tall and queenly, perfect in both mind and body. Before our differences had been made clear to me, I had always admired her. I had wanted to emulate her. But this Morrigan was far different. She didn't seem as tall. Her hair, normally blood-red with every strand in harmony with its neighbour, was now dishevelled and thinning, the lustre gone. Her face looked sessions older, with lines and sags prominent. Her tall, well-shaped body had a sunken appearance, fragile where she had always been robust. I glanced at Astria. She had a puzzled look on her face. This was startling to me because it's the first time I had ever glimpsed uncertainty in her features. "What's wrong with Morrigan?" I asked. She shook her head slightly. She looks a bit tired, is all." I looked back at the image and saw him step out of the carriage. It was my brother, John, and though Delph and I had not been gone from Wormwood very long, John also looked different. His step was brisk, his manner authoritative and supremely confident, and, dare I even think it, cruel. But then again, he had been cruel to the wugs working on the wall. I said, "My brother became very different under Morrigan's tutelage." "Different how?" she asked, but when I looked at her, I could tell she already knew the answer. "He was sweet and innocent, and then he wasn't," I said bluntly. "What did she do to him?" She didn't answer right away. "'Tis complicated." "'Tis my brother," I shot back. "The answer should be simple." I looked back at John, my thoughts whirling so fast I thought I might simply pass out. Instead, fierce emotions building large in my chest and head, I walked out. Then, I started to run. I sprinted through the cottage and out the front door. I sped down the crazy angled path, across the lawn, and, with Destin around my waist, I took to the air and flew straight at the emerald dome. I don't remember anything after that. Chapter 20. Words. Whenever I'd been knocked out before, Delph was always there. This time, he wasn't. Instead, Astria stared down at me. I blinked and slowly looked around. I was in my room, on the bed. Astria didn't look unduly worried. "I suppose you had to try it." I sat up and rubbed my head. "What happened?" "You hit the dome, and the dome did not give." "You did." I said nothing to this, both my pride and a rising anger making me mute. I wanted to ask her again about John and Morrigan, why she looked so different, but I had a strong feeling that my questions would go unanswered. Before I could say anything, she broke the silence. "I understand that you talked to Archie. You said we could go where we wanted," I said testily. "And what did he tell you?" Ignoring her query, I said, "I feel sorry for him." "Why? He's lived a good long life." "He's lived a long life. I'm not sure how good it's been." She looked like I'd slapped her, which bolstered my spirits greatly. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean," she said icily. "Archie spoke of sacrifice." "Whose sacrifice? His? Because he didn't really have a choice, did he? Or his father? You made the decision for all of them, just like you're doing with us." "You know nothing whatever about it, Vega. You're throwing out words that make absolutely no sense because you are ignorant of the facts." "Well, they'd make sense to Archie, I'm sure. I mean, he's the one who lived all this time and never really lived at all. That's probably why he's so bitter. And who can blame him, really?" I wanted to make her hurt. I wanted to make her feel something for what she was doing to us. For her taking our lives away, too.
I thought I understood you, Vega. Now I know that I don't at all.
It's quite simple, really. You've taken my life away, and I'm not happy about it. I'm sure you'd feel the same.
For the greater good,
Please, don't try and justify it. And I won't believe you anyway. It's like the lie about the battle of the beasts. What did Archie call that? Oh, right, piffle. So that's what your greater good is. Piffle. I'm sure Alice Adronis would have seen it the same way. She died as a warrior, not as a mouse in a hidey hole. So that's what you are, Astria, despite all your grand power. A frightened mouse in a dirty little hole. I never took my gaze off her as I said all this, and I said it in the maddeningly calm tone she had employed with me the whole time I'd been here.
You are a stupid wug, she snapped.
Alice didn't think so. She gave me the elemental. She told me that I had to survive. If you call me stupid, then you're calling your best friend stupid as well.
Astria got up and left without speaking another word. Delph immediately burst into the room with Harry too in tow. You okay? He said anxiously, while Harry too leapt up onto the bed and licked my hand.
I'm okay. What actually happened?
Found you knocked out on the ground, didn't we?
I tried to get through the dome. I knew it was stupid, but I
just wanted to get out of this place, Delph finished for me. I sighed and lay back against my pillow. I gripped Delph's hand.
We will get out of here. We will. I swear it.
He met my eye, but I could tell he didn't completely share my optimism. Course we will, he said, tacking a smile onto the end of his words. I sat up and hugged him, and felt his warm breath on my cheek. He hugged me back. It was just us against, well, everything. But for some reason, I felt like we had a chance, a fighting chance. I'd never asked for anything more than that. I got off the bed and shook the collywobbles from my head.
You saw what was happening? I asked.
What, you mean in Wormwood? Morrigan? John?
I nodded. Astria was shocked by how Morrigan looked. Something is going on, but she doesn't know what, and it's scaring her.
Well, if it's scaring the likes of her, we ought to be terrified, I reckon. I could always count on Delph for spot-on observations. But terrified or not, I didn't come into the Quag to finish my life as a prisoner. Every part of my body was burning with one desire: to be free. The next light, we cornered Seamus outside of the kitchen. The little hob had kept his distance from us ever since Astria declared us to be no longer free. So, can you leave if you want, Seamus? I asked, as Delph and Harry too hovered in the background. He looked at me nervously, his huge eyes twitching.
I didn't nosy what Yusy is talking, Seamus, I said warningly.
Harry too gave a low, throaty growl that I could tell was making the hob very anxious.
I can go if I want to, he said warily. But you can't.
I studied him closely.
Seamus, why do I think that meeting you in the cave was not a coincidence?
I could tell right away from the look on his face that I was right. He blustered and denied and blustered some more, but I persisted and would not let him leave.
Well, it might have not been,
he finally conceded. Because Astria sent you? He looked around cautiously before giving a brief nod of his large head.
And the flying creature that made me run into the cave?
Well, she might have sent that too.
And the cloud that took Delph away?
I added bitterly.
She conjured that too, didn't she? Didn't she?
Seamus slowly nodded, though I had never seen him look so frightened. Delph said, But why? I glanced at him before looking back at Seamus. Because Astria saw us in the Seer Sea. She was afraid we might make it across the Quag. She manipulated things so Seamus and I would meet. And one thing led to another, and then here we are, prisoners forever. Seamus gave a resigned sigh,
She is very powerful, is Madame Prine. I leaned in closer to the hob. Well, you know what? What? He said, his eyes as huge as supper plates. I snarled. I'm powerful too. Later, I led Delph to the library. My thought was that in some of the books we might find things that would better explain what Archie had already told us. If there was a terrible war between our kind and the Maladons, someone had to have chronicled it somewhere. I told Delph to start at one end, and I would begin at the other. However, it was not to be. I reached for a book and tugged. It would not come out. I tried with both hands. The same result. I looked over at Delph, who had one big foot placed against the front of the shelf as he pulled with all his might on one thick volume. "Blimey!" he finally cried out, sounding winded and letting go of the book. "It's Astria's doing," I said, my fury rising. "She doesn't want us finding out anything else from the books, which of course means that these books do explain things." I gazed longingly at the thick tomes, just inches from my hand, and they were of no use to me. Their pages might as well have been blank. We went to Archie's room. When I tried to open the door, it screamed at me. "Go away!" "Holy staples," said Delph, who had jumped nearly to the ceiling, though I didn't because I was used to this greeting, though not at Archie's door. "Well," I said, "it seems that Astria is certainly limiting our run of the cottage, which is actually a good thing." "Why'd you say that?" asked a stunned Delph. "She's afraid we might find something useful, which means there's something useful here." But as much thought as I had given to this, the way we would get out was one I had never even considered. Chapter 21. The Sign. I didn't mean to intrude upon her, but I simply walked in, and there was Astra looking at her seerseer. In the image was Morrigan, still looking bedraggled. She was waving her hands around as she had done when performing magic. I didn't know what she was doing until Astria waved her wand over the image, and it rippled as though someone had tossed a handful of pebbles in a bucket of water. Morrigan nodded and lowered her hands. Now I understood. They were communicating. And then I knew that Morrigan must have told Astria all about me, and to be on the lookout. That I could do a bit of magic, that I had learned some of the truth about Wormwood, and that I had escaped from Morrigan and Wormwood. My anger at Astria increased 1,000-fold. She had led me right into her trap. The next thing I knew, Astria had turned and was looking up at me, her wand uncomfortably pointed in my general direction. "What are you doing here?" she asked sharply. "You said I could go where I wanted in here," I said innocently. "So, did you have a nice little chat with dear Morrigan?" I said acidly. With a flick of her wand, the images were gone, and the wood was now simply wood once more. Astria and I locked gazes. "You really should keep your nose out of things that do not concern you," she said in a tone that managed to send chills up my spine. However, I stiffened my resolve and snapped. "Well, it is my business if the consequences will affect me. And Wormwood. It might not be your home, but it is mine. Did you know that bloody King Thorn intended to invade and destroy Wormwood? Do you even care?" "I would not have allowed—" "Bollocks!" I shouted out. "You don't care. I would remind you," but I was not to be denied my say. "You may be safe under your emerald dome. Not everyone has that opportunity, mighty keeper of the Quag." "You are safe here," she retorted. "Not by my choosing," I shot back. I had anticipated her response. "And I did not enter the Quag to be safe. Only a fool would do that, and I'm no fool." The door was thrown open, and Delph and Harry too appeared. Behind them I could see Seamus's huge eyes peering at me. They came fully into the room, and Delph shut the door. "Everything okay?" he said nervously. "No, everything is not okay,"
I barked, keeping my eyes on Astria. "You're acting very foolishly, Vega," she said, darkly. "Oh, so it's foolish in your eyes to care what happens to others? I suppose you didn't care when Alice Adronis died in battle, then. I did. I cared. I was there. I guess you were already in your hidey-hole here by then, were you?" "Better to hide than die," she retorted. "Better to fight and die than live as a coward," I screamed in her smug face. "Fight?" she chortled. "You wouldn't last a sliver." "I can fight." "You are nothing. Even your grandfather understood that. It's why he didn't bother with the likes of you. He left you behind. Where you belong." I pointed a finger right in her face. "I am more than you will ever be, you insufferable cow." Her wand moved so fast I barely followed the motion. She said something I couldn't quite catch, and then I was catapulted across the room, slammed against the wall, and fell to the floor, bleeding from innumerable slashes and cuts all over my body. "Vega Jane!" screamed Delph as he raced over and knelt next to me. He looked up furiously at Astria. "What did you do to her? What?" Harry, too, barked and growled and looked like he was about to attack her. Delph held my head up. "Vega, the Adderstone, where is it? In your pockets?" I was in so much pain that I couldn't tell him that the stone was back in my room. I could see my blood pooling on the floor. I felt sick and light-headed. Delph screamed at Astria. "Help her! Madam Proyne!" said Seamus in a pleading voice. Through my half-closed eyes, I could see the horror-stricken look on Astria's face. To her credit, she seemed unable to comprehend what she had done to me. "Help her!" yelled Delph. "Please!" But then something happened inside of me that I couldn't fathom. It came from a place apparently so deep inside me that I had never before visited it. I had no idea it was even there. The pain was gone. My head cleared. Everything I had been feeling, all the anger and loathing, seemed as nothing to what was now swelling inside of me. It was as though I was no longer myself. I was someone else. I easily threw Delph aside, rose on steady legs, waved my arms and screamed, "You will not beat me!" Waves of light came out of my hands and exploded across the room. Everything seemed to have slowed down, such that I could see exactly what was happening, although it was occurring at tremendous velocity. Astria was lifted off the floor and thrown across the entire width of the room. She crashed into the wall and slid down, battered and bruised, her wand falling from her fingers. The vortex of light waves emanating from my hands engulfed Delph, Harry too, and Seamus. They were blown off their feet, sailed across the room, and landed hard against the wall, crumpling to the floor. Every stick of furniture in the room, including the CSC, was blasted into smithereens. Wood and glass swirled around the room like confetti. And then, as quickly as it happened, it was over. I stood in the middle of the room, my wounds healed, my hands now at my sides. I gazed around at the devastation I had involuntarily wrought. "Delph! Harry too!" I screamed. I was at their side in moments. I gripped Delph's arm and Harry too's front paw. "Tell me you're okay. Tell me, please. Oh, my holy steeples, what have I done?" Tears poured down my face until first Delph and then Harry too stirred. My canine licked my face, and Delph gripped my arm, his smile crooked, but leaving me vastly relieved. I helped them up. "Cor blimey!" exclaimed Delph. "Where did that come from?" Tears still sliding down my cheeks, I said, "I don't know. I just don't know, Delph." I turned to see Astria still lying on the floor, but conscious. She was staring up at me with emotions so complex, flitting across her face, I had no way of interpreting them. She slowly rose, as did Seamus across the room. Astria took a few halting steps forward, her gaze never once leaving my face. I walked over to her, so that we stood, toe to toe. I was determined to let her speak first.
"How did you do that?" she demanded.
"I can fight," I said quietly. "All I need is the chance." Her face sagged, and I saw her eyes blink rapidly. Her free hand went to her trembling mouth, and before I could get out another word, she had rushed from the room. We heard her clattering down the hall. I raced after her, but she was already out of sight. She wasn't in her room. She wasn't in any room of the cottage to which I had access. I finally found her outside. She was over by the dome, sitting on a large rock, her wand held loosely in her hand. I slowly walked up to her and sat on the ground next to her. She had heard me approach, but didn't look at me. I said, "I hope I didn't hurt you. I didn't intend to."
"You very clearly did," she replied calmly. "But then I certainly hurt you first."
"It just came upon me," I said slowly. "I still don't understand it." Our gazes fixed on each other.
"Don't you, Vega? Well, I understand it quite clearly."
A few slivers passed before she spoke again.
"I do care, Vega. I care very much. I have spent the last 800 sessions of my life caring about others."
"I know," I said quietly.
"Do you know why I'm so small, even though I take the elixir?"
I shook my head. "I just assumed that you were always short."
"I was nearly as tall as Alice once."
"What happened?" I said in a perplexed tone.
8 centuries of responsibility have literally weighed me down, Vega, and taking the elixir, while it gives one life, robs you of other things. Important things."
"Like what?"
"Perhaps compassion. Perhaps understanding of others' points of view. Perhaps things that I need more than ever right now."
I said nothing, because I sensed that she just needed to get this out.
"And I also know that one can reasonably dispute my methods, even my goal, as you did."
"But I did it in the wrong way. I shouldn't have used the words I did."
"You were actually quite eloquent, Vega. Perhaps more than you know. And my words to you were equally harsh."
She gazed up at the sky again. The next words I said, though, got her full and rapt attention. "The Maladons." She turned to look at me.
"Archie told you?" I nodded.
"Yes."
"The bloody Maladons."
She said the word as though it were the most disgusting one ever conceived. "They are powerful, I take it?"
"Yes, so much so that they destroyed us and everything we believed in. Utterly and completely."
"Maybe not so completely," I replied. She gazed at me, and I thought I saw just a hint of a smile. "What can be done?" I asked. She considered this query for a bit.
"You said you want to fight."
"Yes." She looked back at the cottage.
"What you did in there, Vega?"
"I don't know how I did it."
"Doesn't matter. You did it. That's what counts."
"Well, my grandfather is an Excalibur, and you said that power follows the line."
"It is actually more than that. Much more."
She turned on the rock to face me, and her tone became quite deliberate.
"An Excalibur is born with everything he or she will ever have in the way of power. That made your grandfather very mighty indeed. But there is a greater power even than that."
"What?" I said breathlessly.
"For those who are not so powerful when young, but grow into more formidable power as they become older, with such power so deeply rooted in them that they can sometimes perform large feats of magic without a wand.
without actually uttering a spell. You have no idea how remarkable that is. I think that you are one of those, and they are even rarer than the Excaliburs. They are so rare, in fact, that we do not even have a name for them. Perhaps I will commence calling such a phenomenon Vega. With that, Astria fell silent, and I could think of nothing else to say. I thought we would simply sit together under a beautifully clear sky, apparently contemplating the absolute worst of futures. I was about to be gobsmacked, as I never had been in my life. If you want to cross the Quag and take up the fight once more, you will need to be trained up, she said. We will commence at next light. Before I could say anything, she rose and walked back to the cottage, leaving me sitting there, alone. Chapter 22. The Other Elemental. I could not sleep that night. I tossed and turned and squirmed and dreamed. Finally, in a cold sweat, I rose, dressed and went outside and sat on the stone slab by the door with Harry too, and stared up at the emerald dome and beyond that to the sky over the Quag. This coming light, Astria said, we would start our training. I had no idea what that would entail, and it was a bit unnerving. Well, more than a bit, actually. As I sat with Harry too, the door opened, and there was Delph in his long nightshirt. He didn't look like he had slept either. In his bare feet, he sat down next to me. "Like old times," he said, "when we were up your tree?" But that wasn't very far in the past. It seemed so long ago that I could barely remember it. "Yeah," I said absently, still staring at the dome. "You said Astria wants us to go across this place now." "She wants us to fight." "These Maladon blokes?" "Right. But we don't know nothing about 'em." "I guess that will be part of the training, Delph." He looked down, his brow creased with concern and his expression one of frustration. "But I ain't magical, Vega Jane. What you did, blasting everything like that, I can't do that. You know I can't." I took his hand. "What I know, Daniel, Delphia, is that you and I are in this together. We were separated once, and we will never be separated again. I can't do this without you. You know that, don't you? You must." "That female from the past said it was you what got to survive, right? Well, I expect she knew what she was saying. So, if it comes to it, I'll do whatever it takes to make sure you do. And I mean, whatever it takes." I felt swells of cold dread filling me. I looked at Harry too. He reached out a paw and placed it squarely on my shoulder. The look on his face was somehow perfectly clear to me. "I will die for you too." That look seized me with terror. I glanced over at Delph and then back at Harry too. If they died for me. No, what if they died because of me? We fell asleep on the stone and were roused only when Astria appeared at the door and called to us. We put on our clothes, ate our breakfast and assembled in the library. "What will the training consist of?" I asked. "Learning magic. But that means a wand." "Indeed it does." "Where did you get yours?" "It was given to me by my father." "Where did he get it?" "He took a bit of himself and formed my wand by the proper incantation and passed it down to me. It is how such things are done in our world. It gives a connectivity among families that is largely unbreakable. In this way I have the full force and power of all my ancestors." "He took a bit of himself," I repeated. "Blimey, what bit would that be?" said Delph, voicing what I was thinking. Astria said, "His blood. That is often used. You can see the hardened drops of it embedded in the base here." She looked at Delph. "Have you ever done anything magical, Delph?" Delph gaped at her for a long moment. "I'm not magical," he finally said, as though it should have been obvious. And you base this conclusion upon what, precisely? That I ain't never done ruddy magic, that's what. Neither had Vega Jane, until the opportunity presented itself, she retorted. Delph said, Well, I've never done magic, though I've been in situations where I wish I could have done, so that means I'm just a big lug. You're not a big lug, Delph. I'd be dead back at Thorns, but for you. You think of things I never could. And you're strong and so very brave. Shall we commence? Interjected Astria. At that moment, the door opened and I nearly fell out of my chair. A young male, not much older than us, stood there. He was dressed oddly in a long nightshirt with his bare calves and feet visible. His face was unlined by care or worry, and his dark hair was long and swept helter-skelter over his head. His eyes were so dazzling blue they seemed like ice chips reflected against a cloudless sky. I saw Delph looking at him, as puzzled as I was. Archie! I turned to look back at Astria, who had called out the name. She had risen from her chair and was staring goggle-eyed at the fellow. Archie? I thought. But Archie was in bed, ancient and dying. Then it hit me. You took the youth elixir, I blurted out. Archie smiled and strode forward. He was far taller than his mother, but not so tall as I was, and of course he was much shorter than Delph. Correct. I partook of the elixir of youth, he conceded. His speech was oddly formal, and his tone that of a much older male, which made sense, since a bit ago he had been very ancient indeed. He stretched like a cat and then shivered. Feels absolutely splendid. Far better than lying in bed, gasping for air. What in the world made you do it? This query came from Astria, who was still staring at her son. In answer, Archie pointed at me. She was my motivation. Me? I said, bewildered. He nodded. Mum sat with me last night. Don't think she expected me to last much longer. And she told me that she was training you to take up the fight once more. I wanted to help you. Thanks, Archie, I said, giving him an appreciative smile. Then I turned to face Astria. But we have a problem. Such as? I have no wand. Without one, I can't do magic, Archie said. She clearly has a practical mind, Mum. It was disconcerting having Archie call her that, when she looked not that much older than he was. She glanced down at my pocket. What about the elemental? What about it? Take it out. I pulled my glove out and started to put it on, but she stopped me. There's no need for that, Vega. But Alice Adronis told me. I'm sure she did. But she was also in great distress when you met, and I doubt that she was thinking clearly. So, just trust me, for I have given this much thought and believe I am correct. Just take it out with your bare hand. Yet despite her words, I noted that she was keeping her wand at the ready. I cautiously slipped my hand into my pocket. My fingers inched closer to where the shrunken elemental lay. My breathing got heavier, and my heart started to beat faster. Alice had worn the glove. She had told me. I felt my fingers an inch from the wood of the elemental. I looked first at Delph. He was staring dead at my pocket. I glanced at Astria. She was looking not at the pocket of my cloak, but directly at me. Believe, Vega, she said quietly. Believe in what? I asked, bewildered. In yourself. I caught my breath, swallowed a huge lump in my throat, and decided that taking this slow was only making it worse. It was better to just get it over with. I thrust my hand forward, and my fingers closed around the elemental. I had closed my eyes at the moment of collision of flesh and wood. Now I opened them because nothing had happened. I drew the stick out and looked at it, clutched in my hand. It looked tiny and impotent. I glanced at Astria. She was staring at the thing as if it was a frozen serpent. What? I said. I haven't seen the elemental for over 800 sessions, she said, her voice both awed and sad. I saw Alice hurl that at so many of our enemies. She glanced up at me. Would you, please? I instinctively understood her. I willed the elemental to its full golden size. I held it up as though I was about to hurl it. Astria took a step back, her eyes filling with tears as she stared at the elemental. Then, when she glanced at me, she did a double take. What is it? I said, glancing down at myself. Nothing, she whispered. 'Tis nothing. You just reminded me of... Never mind. You can shrink it now. I did so and said, Now what? Tell it to lengthen to 9 inches precisely. I was surprised by this, but conjured the thought and watched in satisfaction as the wood grew to what seemed the proper size. Astria drew closer and examined my hand in relation to the elemental. Good, good. Yes, that will certainly do. Do for what? She stepped back. Now that will be your wand. My face screwed up. My wand? You just said that a wand had to be passed from a family member, and that it had to have something of that person inside it. And those conditions have been met here, she replied. How? I exclaimed. I got this from Alice Adronis on a battlefield hundreds of sessions before I was even born. She what? Interjected Astria. She couldn't be related to you? She couldn't have put something in the elemental of herself? She paused. Wrong, on both counts. That's impossible, I shot back. Look at it. Look at it closely. I stared at the elemental. There was nothing to see. But then there was something. I bent my face nearer. It was a dark red line, like a thread weaving through the wood. Astria said, It's a strand of her hair, Vega. Alice's beautiful auburn hair. I looked up to see her watching me. It can't be. A simple test will suffice. She pointed at the wall of books. The incantation is, Rejoinder Book. Roll the R and make a slow, deliberate back sweep with your wand toward you, and let your mind focus only on the book. Like this. She pointed her wand at the first bookcase, uttered the phrase, Rejoinder Book, and drew her wand slowly toward herself. A book shot off the shelf and zoomed right into her hand. She set it down and turned to me. Now, you do it. I looked down at the elemental. I can't. Yes, you can. Place your thumb over the top of the wood and your index finger below. Let about 6 inches of the wand extend out from your hand, and not too tight a grip. It won't slip. Why not? Because it has become a part of you now. I stared down at the thing, expecting to feel horrified, but I actually felt warm and safe. I glanced at Delph. He was staring at me. You can do it, Vega Jane. You know you can. You've done things. Things! You can bloody well fetch a book. I turned back to look at Astria. Just believe, Vega, as you did when you plucked the elemental from your pocket without need of that glove. Well, she had me there. I had done that. I took a deep breath, readied myself, looking at my hand. The books. The wand. Wand? Maybe I could do this. I focused on one book in particular. I let my mind see only it. I said in a firm voice, Rejoinder Book! I got the word right, rolling the R, just as Astria had. But in my excitement, I snapped my hand and, with it, the wand toward me. The entire bookcase flew from the wall and shot right at us, books cascading from it. I screamed and dove to the floor, together with Delph and Archie. Embattlemento! Cried out Astria. I looked up in time to see the bookcase halt in mid-air, as though it had hit something solid. Then it shot backward, settling neatly against the wall. All the fallen books picked themselves up and zipped back onto their original places on the shelves. I slowly rose along with Delph and Archie. I gazed shamefacedly at first the bookcase and then Astria, and then gazed ruefully down at the elemental, still clutched in my hand. When I glanced up, Delph was staring at me with such astonishment that it was quite unsettling. "I guess I'm not very good at magic," I said miserably. "On the contrary," said Astria, "you have surpassed my expectations. I believe that you can be a first-rate sorceress." This made me feel euphoric, and that feeling lasted until what she said next. Astria held up 5 fingers. "These are the numbers of layers to the Quag, Vega. Each layer, or circle as we refer to them, is a world unto itself, separate from its neighbour. Each holds unique and deadly challenges. Each changes all the time, growing and evolving, feeding of the magic that created and inspired it." She paused and then added, "And please understand one thing quite clearly. Despite your magical prowess, each circle could well be your graveyard." And with this final chilling pronouncement, she turned and left us. Chapter 23. The Education of Me. The next night after we had our meal, Astria led me, Delph, Harry too, and Archie to a large room, of which the cottage seemed to have an ample number. Along one wall was a huge blackboard, like the one we had used at learning back in Wormwood. Astria closed the door behind us, and then took out her wand and pointed it at the board. In an instant, writing started sprawling across it. "Your first lessons," announced Astria. She gave her wand another flick, and a small ball appeared in her hand. "Now, Vega, remember the incantation from the last light." "Rejoinder," I said eagerly, desperate to prove myself in her eyes. She nodded. "I want you to take this ball from me, using that spell." She held up her hand before I could do anything. "But first, we need to go over some basics, so that what happened before will not repeat itself." She pointed with her wand to a section of the blackboard. "Read that," she instructed, "out loud." I looked at the section and commenced to read. "Proper spell work involves performing a number of things at the same time, but always employing the principle of MBS, or mind, body, and spirit. That is to say, focusing the mind, preparing the body, and engaging the spirit, so that all 3 elements come together at the appropriate time. Merely saying, the incantation does nothing if these elements are not properly combined." I turned to Astria. "So, how do I do that?" "Keep reading," she replied. A bit put off, I returned my gaze to the board. "Combining MBS with the proper incantation and the appropriate wand movement will result in the desired result. Nothing less than that will work." I finished reading and turned back to her. "Well, okay. I got that." She held up the ball. "You jerked your hand before. You need to be slow and deliberate in the movement. But far more important, you need to employ MBS appropriately for any of this to work properly." "Which is why I asked you how to do this MBS thing," I said, irritably. "Becoming upset with me will not result in your mastering enchanting," she said politely. "So calm yourself. Focus your mind on this ball and nothing else. When you have done that, you will next summon your physical side such that all your bodily energy is congregated in your wand hand. Lastly, your spirit should be in complete harmony with your mind and body." "Bloody hell!" exclaimed Delph. "That's not asking a lot, is it?" Astria turned to him. "It is asking a lot, But when you're attempting to do something truly extraordinary, isn't it fair to ask a lot in return? Delph blanched and looked at his boots. She turned back to me. I said, "How will I know when I've achieved the proper balance?" She held up the ball. "When this rests in your hand, of course." I squared my feet and shoulders. I looked at the ball and did my best to push out all other thoughts. I looked at my wand hand, trying to force my physical side to move itself completely there. I had no idea in what part of my body the spirit resided, but in my head I got it to get comfy with my mind and body. I held my wand loosely and then, remembering my mistake from before, I gave it a slow, deliberate backsweep and said, "Rejoinder, ball!" rolling my R perfectly, or at least I thought so. Absolutely nothing happened. The ball continued to reside firmly in Astria's hand. I stared open-mouthed at her, but she didn't seem surprised at all. "It was only your first attempt." "But I did it before," I said in more of a whine than I intended. Archie said, "Well, actually, you nearly crushed us all with that bookcase, love. Mum got the book." I gave him a surly look before saying, "Can I try again?" Astria nodded and said, "You will try many times, I dare say." 37 attempts later, the little ball flew to me and fit snugly into my quivering hand. I wasn't expecting it because I had pretty much concluded by the 18th attempt that I was never going to be a proper sorceress, and maybe Delph and I should return to Wormwood and beg for our jobs back. It didn't sink in that I had succeeded until Delph clapped me on the back so hard I very nearly toppled over. "You did it, Vega Jane! You did it!" He picked me up off the floor and crushed me in his embrace. When he made no sign of freeing me, Astria said, Delph, it would be good if we can move on, which will require you, of course, to let her go." Blushing madly, Delph dropped me on the floor. Astria's focused expression had not changed. "Let's do it again, shall we?" My enthusiasm faded because, from her serious look, I understood exactly what she meant. Being able to retrieve a little ball on my 37th attempt was hardly going to get us through the Quag, but I couldn't help but smile inwardly. I had performed wand magic after all. Maybe I could be this sorceress thingy. I pursed my lips, focused my MBS, and said the incantation as I slowly and deliberately moved my wand. The ball came to me 14 times in a row. It was only then, when seeing it in the palm of my hand wasn't nearly as exciting as it had been the first few times, that Astria said, "Let's move on then." She motioned to Archie. "I'll need your help to demonstrate this one, dear." Archie nodded and slipped from his cloak pocket a long, thin, reed-like piece of what looked to be blackened wood. He saw me eyeing it and said, "My dad gave this to me when I was far younger than you." "With a bit of him in it?" I said. Archie nodded. "A tooth. If you look close, you can see just a hint of it near the handle. Family history has been my mum knocking my dad's tooth out over a wee argument, and he decided to save the tooth for passing a wand down." "It wasn't like that, Archie," said Astria firmly, 2 splotches of colour on her cheeks. "Your father had a toothache and wanted some relief, that is all." Astria cleared her throat and moved to the centre of the room before pointing with her wand once more at the blackboard. "Do you recall the incantation I used when the bookcase came flying?" Surprisingly, Delph spoke up. "Embattlemento," he said, quickly before gazing around and looking stunned that the correct answer had come out of his mouth. "Precisely," said Astria, eyeing him closely. "It is a defensive blocking spell used to protect oneself from harm. We will demonstrate." She motioned to Archie. "On the count of 3. "Which curse, Mum?" he asked. "Oh, whatever you like, Archie dear. Surprise me." Blimey, it was like they were discussing what tea they wanted to drink. They simultaneously raised their wands. She said, 1, 2, 3. Archie said, "Injurio," and whipped his wand at her. What looked to be a skylight spear burst from its tip. At the same instant, Astria slashed her wand in front of her from right to left and said, "Embattlemento!" The blast of light hit an invisible barrier conjured in front of her and ricocheted off, ripping a hole in the ceiling. Delph, Harry 2 and I had dropped flat to the floor. We looked up to see the gaping hole in the wood. Astria pointed her wand upward and calmly said, "Erasio." The hole vanished. We rose on trembling legs and stared at the pair. "I'm not sure I'm ready for that one," I said. "Which is why we will begin with this." She took the ball from her cloak pocket. "I will throw this at you. You conjure your barrier with the incantation. The sweep of the wand is from left to right, the movement sharp and clean. Make yourself believe that the ball will injure you." "Okay, but your movement was right to left," I corrected. Her eyes twinkled. "I'm glad you were paying attention." I readied myself while Delph, Harry 2 and Archie took collective steps back. Even though it was just a ball, I guess they were recalling the bookcase fiasco. "On the count of 3, said Astria. 1, 2, 3. She heaved the ball right at my head with great force. I swept the air with my wand and said, "Embattlemento!" The ball bounced off my conjured wall so hard that Astria had to duck as it hurtled back at her. When she straightened, she looked at me in some amazement. "That was quite good, Vega. Quite good indeed." I couldn't hide my smile, but I could hide the fact that I had pictured in my mind a jabbit coming at me instead of the ball. Yet I had done it. On my first try. I wanted to scream with joy until the next 4 times when the ball hit me full in the face. We worked at it for a long while until every 3rd time my conjured wall held. That is good enough for now. Let's move on to something a bit more serious. She pointed her wand at a corner of the room, gave it a flick and said, "Gollum Masquerado." There appeared a large male. I was shocked at first, but then I could see that he was made of clay. I had used that material back at Stack's. "Why do we need that?" I asked. "I would much prefer you practice on something non-living," said Astria. My smile faded as, without warning or preamble, she made a downward slashing motion with her wand and hissed, "Jaggeda!" The clay male was suddenly covered in cuts. Had it been a real person, he would have been bleeding from innumerable wounds. I stared from the slashed clay male to Astria. This is what she had done to me before. She knew it, and she knew that I knew it. "Not pleasant," she said grimly. "You want me to do that?" I asked, my voice tremulous. "Do you want to do it?" she shot back. I looked at the clay figure and imagined it to be Delph or Harry 2 instead. I looked back at Astria. "Not now." She looked at me for a long moment. "Then let's move outside." As we trooped down the hall, Archie came up behind me and whispered in my ear, "It's okay, Vega. Most of us couldn't have done that our first time. In fact, some could never achieve it." "Why is that?" I whispered back. "You have to really want to hurt someone." "Well, your mum seems to have no problem with it." "She was in a war, Vega. She's killed before, and she's had 800 sessions to brood. It gets to you, doesn't it?" We exited the cottage and passed through the green dome. Archie stretched his arms and looked to the sky. "Been ages since I've been out of the cottage. Just breathe in that air." "How long ago did you stop taking the elixir?" I asked.
"The light you showed up on our doorstep."
I was stunned. "You mean you age that quickly?"
"You age pretty much right away when the effects of the potion wear off. It just takes a bit of time before you actually die." He said this so casually that I could only stare. "Well, I'm glad you decided not to die." He smiled. "Me too, Vega. Me too." Astria raised her wand.
gave it 3 parallel flicks, and said, Crystallado Magnifica. 3 feet away from us appeared an amarok, bounding through the fields, evidently in pursuit of prey. It was so close that I could see the red eyes, huge chest, bared, yellowed fangs, and the cold breath bursting from its nostrils. Delph screamed and jumped back. I yelled and pulled my wand, about to will it to full elemental status so I could hurl it at the beast. But Astria held up her hand. The amarok is many miles distant. This spell allows you to see things far away as if they were very close. A useful device in the Quag, don't you think? As I stared at the amarok, I said, Very useful indeed. She waved her hand once more, and the image vanished. She pointed toward where a forest was located. Now, you try. I raised my wand, gave it the requisite 3 flicks, and said, Crystallado Magnifica! It was as though we were in the forest. I could see everything. Everything. As I watched, a deer came soaring into view. I had loved to watch them from atop my tree as they ran through the woods back in Wormwood. I grinned at Delph, but faltered when his reciprocal smile turned to a look of horror. I whipped back around and stared at the deer once more. From out of nowhere, a ghastly, quasi-transparent creature had appeared. With astonishing speed and unerring accuracy, it had plunged right at the beautiful deer, catching it in its ethereal grasp. The deer looked as stunned as I felt. Here it was, running blithely along. Then, it was torn to shreds, and the thing consumed it. I tried to turn away, but something grabbed me by the shoulder and held me in place. I looked around to see Astria there, holding me, making me watch. I turned back around, and the most astonishing thing happened. The monster that had killed the poor deer had become the deer, albeit a ghostly, filmy white version of it. Astria waved her wand, said, Finite, and the entire image disappeared. She turned to me and said, That was a Wendigo, a malevolent spirit that can possess whatever it devours. Creatures such as this lie between you and your destination at the end of the Quag. My voice shaky, I said, And you helped create all these horrible things? She looked taken aback by my comment, which, I had to admit, had been somewhat accusatory. Not all of them, no. But by conjuring what we did, we laid the foundation for these creatures to spawn even greater horrors than the originals. The effects of magic can often be unpredictable, Vega. You must come to understand that. And do you think it was all worth it? I asked in a firmer voice. The answer to that is still to be written, she replied, just as firmly. Chapter 24. A Sorceress of Sorts. The time raced by as my education continued, my true education. By saying the phrase passe poussée and tapping my wand against my right leg, I had disappeared from the room we were in and transported myself to the hallway outside. I don't know how I did it, or why I had travelled to that particular spot, but Astria was very encouraged that I had accomplished this on only my 4th attempt. I had even worked out some reverse curses with a degree of success, but I had also very nearly drowned poor Delph by miscasting the confounded spell, engolfiado. I now lay exhausted on my bed. It didn't seem that saying words and waving a little stick around could be tiring, but it actually involved far more than that. This mind, body, and spirit requirement was much harder than labouring at stacks. Someone knocked on my door, and I wearily raised my head. Yes? It's Delph, Vega Jane. Can I come in? Give me a mo, I'm not decent. I jumped up, threw on my cloak, and then opened the door. You look very, decent, he said shyly. Thanks, Delph. But how can you tell? Your eyes are closed. He opened them just a bit as though to test whether I was truly decent. Then he opened them fully. Now, what was it you wanted? He took the chair next to my bed while I perched on the corner of the mattress. He was curling and uncurling his large hands, something I knew he did when he was both nervous and upset. Just say it, Delph. He nodded. The thing is, Vega Jane, the thing is... He stopped, stood, and started to pace. Harry, too, and I swivelled our heads back and forth as he did so, following his long gait as he crisscrossed the room. He whirled around, looked at me and said, I can't do this magic. So what bloody good am I to you? What good are you to me? You're joking, right? He made a huge muscle with his arm, but it wasn't intended as a show of strength, a fact made clear by his next words. Pointing at it, he said, This is all I have. I'm strong in Wormwood, pretty much none stronger. But here I'm a bloody weakling, Vega Jane. I can't help you. And if I can't help you, I'll end up hurting you. He suddenly slumped to the floor and just sat there, looking spent. As though he could sense Delph's pain and anxiety, Harry too used his snout to lift Delph's hand and perhaps his spirits. As Delph stroked Harry too, I said, Okay, Delph, let's say you can't do magic and I can. 'Cause it's the truth, he said fiercely. But I'm just learning how to do this. You saw that. What I saw, Vega Jane, was a sorceress, or whatever you want to call yourself, getting better and better. You'll soon have the stroke of this magic stuff. And do you really think all you have to offer are muscles? He looked surprised by this comment. Eh? What else then? All I got. So it wasn't you who came up with the strategy for me to win the duelum? Who cares about the damn duelum? Ain't you been listening? I can't do magic. I rushed over and seized his shoulder. Neither one of us came into the Quag thinking we could do magic. But we still came here. And you know why we did. I grew silent because I wanted to hear him say it. I wanted to know for certain that he wanted it as much as I did. He said, To find the truth. I nodded and let go of him. That's right. Maybe I'll be a good sorceress. And maybe I won't. Maybe you'll never be able to do magic. I don't know. I don't know much about anything in this place because it's so unknowable. But that won't stop us from finding answers, Delph. And if we die trying, well, I'd rather that than live a life that's not even my own. Delph slowly nodded and said, Okay, Vega Jane. Okay. So, are we good? I asked, peering at him closely. We're good, he said, with a smile. More time passed, and my lessons continued, unabated. I muttered so many incantations that it seemed I could recall none. I made intricate moves with my wand. I employed my mind, body, and spirit together in ways I couldn't have even fathomed before. And it was all done under the strict tutelage of Astria Prine. She seemed to enjoy the role of teacher far more than jailer. I had my share of victories and a nearly equal number of total disasters. One terrifying moment had come when I directed a curse at the clay male. Jagada! I called out, whipping my wand at the target. But my enthusiasm had led to a momentum in my arm that badly threw off my aim. My curse hit poor Archie, and he started to bleed from gashes all up and down his legs. I screamed. Harry too yipped, and Delph raced over to him to help. But Astria calmly said, Orazio, and waved her wand at Archie. The slashes immediately healed, though his trousers were still ripped. I apologized profusely, but Archie took it in stride. There's not been any of us that hasn't made mistakes, Vega, he said, encouragingly. And you're doing just fine. However, I was so shaken that I could do no more that night. Later, I cried myself to sleep, the image of bloody Archie refusing to leave my thoughts. The next night, I crushed the clayman by invoking the spell Impacto. I very warily performed the Imperio curse on Archie and struck him blind, but the reverse curse worked just fine too, restoring his sight instantly. Mind, body, and spirit, Astria kept stressing to me. I'm getting the hang of it, I said confidently. The basics at least. I looked at her, knowing that something else was dwelling on the tip of her tongue. But, I said, but you've had to do none of this while an opponent is casting spells back at you, trying to hurt or even kill you. That changes everything, Vega. But how can I practice that? You will practice that, when you are ready. You mean truly fighting? Yes, you will have to do so to get through the Quag. That night I lingered in front of the fire with Astria and Harry too, while Delph and Archie went off to bed. The first night I was here I saw the room covered in dust and cobwebs. It was set up like a nursery. She slowly nodded. It was a nursery, Vega, for my children. It must have been difficult for them, I began. She gave a hollow laugh. As you so astutely pointed out, I took their lives from them. I remained silent. I shouldn't have said that to her. I'm sure she had meant the best. But sometimes decisions come at a great cost. For others. They never had the chance to meet anyone. Never had the chance to fall in love, marry, and have a family. See their children grow up and have their own children. She let out a long breath that I could sense was chock full of remorse. She glanced at me before looking away. My youngest, Ariana, was the first to die. She was so full of life when she was a child. Then she grew into a bitter old biddy. And who could blame her? This cottage, her brothers and sisters. And me. That was all she had. Then, one by one, the others went. Tired of not living. A decision I had made for them. She lapsed into silence. A quiet eye was hesitant to break. But the fact was, I had another question to ask her, and it would have a great impact on me personally. You said you had killed, I began. She was staring into the depths of the fire. She looked so young that it was difficult for me to accept that she was over 8 centuries old. To defend myself, I was quite good at it, as you will have to be. I drew closer. When I threw the elemental at the males attacking me on that battlefield, I didn't know it was going to kill them. And you wonder if you have it in you to consciously do so? I cried when I hurt poor Archie. It is not a natural thing to kill another. At least, it is not for us. Do you think that's why, well, why they beat you? The Maladons? Do you know how they came by their name? Did Archie tell you that? No. In our ancient language it means terrible death, Vega. Terrible death? So you named them that? Because of what they did to you? She shook her head. No. They named themselves. To inflict terrible death on others is the highest calling they have. That's awful, I said, nearly unable to process how anyone could be that evil. The Maladons have always been remarkably good at killing. Although, toward the end, many on our side became quite adept at it as well. Alice Adronis killed scores of them, and seemed to care not a jot. I don't think that's true. She turned to face me. And how could you possibly know that? I saw her. On that battlefield. She was honourable, noble. I'm sure the killing did bother her, as it would me. And your point? Asked Astria curiously. Well, if we didn't care, we would be no better than the Maladons. And then what would be the point of defeating them? This comment seemed to surprise her. You figured that out without any help whatsoever from me. I've had to figure out a great many things on my own, I said quite seriously. But that still doesn't answer the question of whether I can kill if I need to. I don't even know what the spell is to do it. Is there a particular one? Rigor morta, she said immediately, her features deadly serious. It is the most powerful of all curses. While we have other spells that can eventually lead to death, that is the one guaranteed to produce it. It even sounds hurtful. Point your wand at me and say it. What? I exclaimed in astonishment. Point your wand at me and say the incantation. But I can't do. Now, she screamed, or I will do it to you. Now, Vega. Terrified, I raised my wand and cried out, Rigor morta! My wand gave what amounted to a little sneeze, and that was all. I guess I need work, I said lamely, but you would have blocked it or countered it if... There is no shield, only inevitable death. I was horrified. Then, if it had worked? It could not possibly have worked, Vega. You were scared. It was why I screamed at you. One cannot perform the curse while scared. It is not the emotion required. What is, then? Something more than loathing, or even hatred. An emotion so strong that it blocks out every other feeling you have. It must be like molten lava in your blood vessels. You must want to kill above all other things, to end the life of another living thing, Vega. Otherwise, you're simply wasting your breath. It is horrible to kill someone. So to take the life of another, you must become horrible. I cleared my throat and said slowly, I don't know if I could ever feel that way about anyone. I mean, there were blokes in Wormwood that I didn't much care for, but I couldn't kill them. I mean, I just wouldn't. Would you rather it be you dead, or your enemy? She retorted. For I can tell you quite plainly that a Maladon confronting you will not hesitate to kill. I sat back and thought this through. To get through the Quag and do what I needed to do, would I have to become a killer? It seemed that I would. Chapter 25. A Warning. I rose early next light and dressed quickly. I could hear no one stirring yet. Even Harry too was still asleep at the foot of my bed. I walked down the hall and stopped in front of the doors that had refused me entry my first night here. I took out my wand, gave it 3 parallel flicks and said, Crystallado Magnifica! I jumped back so far that I actually slammed into the opposite wall. Full in my face, burning a hole in my brain really, was a jabbit curled up in a cage made of brilliant light. The terrible creature was fast asleep, its hundreds of eyes closed. But sleeping or not, I wanted to run away, shrieking. Instead, I tapped my wand against my leg, hissed, Pas posse, and thought of my destination. Anywhere but here, actually. Moments later, I was outside the cottage, and also free of the green dome. I looked around at the peace and quiet of an early morning's light. I got a running start and took to the air with Destin firmly around my waist. I kept my gaze swivelling back and forth, both above and below, my wand at the ready. A sudden gust of wind hit me, and I went into a dive. I caught myself in plenty of time, at least 100 feet up in the air. Righting myself, I looked ahead and paled. The clear sky had turned to a towering, darkened mass. Jagged skylight spears were being cast out of the black clouds. Accompanying thunder thrusts pierced my ears. I had no choice but to flee to the ground. I landed hard and stumbled a bit before regaining my balance. I looked upward. The sky was once more crystal clear. What the hell? I bent my knees and shot upward. I was immediately engulfed in horrendous wind and torrential rain. I was flipped and shoved all across the sky, the rain hitting me so hard it felt like wax from a piece of wood. The water blasted in my eyes and down my throat, making me gag. I shot downward and sprawled on the ground, soaked to the bone. I rolled over and looked up once more. The sky was all blue again. I twisted my hair, wringing the water out of it, and did the same with my clothes. When I looked to my right, I was so astonished I touched my arm to make sure I was still where I thought I was. Because it was me, approaching me. Barely 10 feet from me, it stopped and stared. Now, I've had experience with a maniac, a despicable creature thing that can take the form of someone and then clutch onto you and make you relive your worst fears while it slowly crushes you to death. But I had never been confronted by, well, me. Of course I knew it wasn't me. It had to be some creature that was intending to do me harm. Well, I was prepared for that. I would just do something to scare it off. I raised my wand, pointed it at the creature, gave my wand a flick, kept my eyes on the thing's right arm and said, "Injurio!" The pain was so immediate and so intense that I gasped, bent over and grabbed my right arm. That had really hurt. I must have done the spell wrong. I pointed my wand at my arm and said, "Orazio!" The pain stopped. I looked at the creature. It had drawn closer. It was my exact double. And now my fear was mounting. Though it had done nothing threatening, every instinct I had was telling me to be very afraid. Focusing my mind, body and spirit, I pointed my wand at its leg, gave a slashing movement with my wand and said, "Jagadar!" 4 rips in my leg appeared, and I howled in agony, dropped to the dirt and clutched my wounded limb. Tears in my eyes at the pain, I looked up to see the creature now standing barely a foot from me. The thing's mouth opened, and I saw inside hideous rows of blackened, sharpened teeth. Then a tongue flicked out and licked my face. But it wasn't a pleasant touch. I could instinctively tell it was tasting me. Blind with pain and fury, and not wanting to be eaten, I raised my wand, gathered my hatred for the thing, focused my mind, body and spirit, and screamed, "Rig!" I never finished because my voice was gone, which meant I couldn't complete the spell. This thing must have done it, and without my voice, how could I stop it from eating me? The thing opened its mouth wider. All I could see was this impossibly large black hole big enough to actually swallow me whole. "Imperio!" a voice said. A blindingly white light hit the thing full in the face. It instantly changed into a blackened husk that was all teeth and gnarled limbs with a single massive eye. Then the same voice said sharply, "Rigor morta!" A coal-black beam shot out and hit the creature directly in the chest. It burst into a huge ball of smoke and then was gone. I turned to see Astria standing there, her wand still upraised. She looked down at me, pointed her wand at my leg and said quietly, "Orazio." My cuts instantly healed. I stood on shaky legs. She pointed her wand at my face and said, "Unmutado." "What was that thing?" I asked, my voice now returned. She looked at where the creature had been. The grass underneath was burned. "A doppelgang, a creature that can become whatever it sees. In this case, it became you. But when I tried to cast a spell on it, the spell hit me instead. That's the primary strength of the doppelgang. Its prey will strike out at the thing, never realizing that it is, in fact, attacking itself. The doppelgang will wait patiently for its prey to kill or incapacitate itself, and then it will eat the unfortunate one. So when I tried to use the rigor mortis curse, I stopped you, because you would have killed yourself. But how did you stop me? Mutado, a spell that takes your voice away. I just performed the reverse curse, which is why you can speak once more. And you struck the doppelgang blind because if it can't see, it can't become something else, meaning it reverts back to its true self. And with that defense gone, I was able to kill it, she added sternly. You're quite fortunate that I found your room empty and came looking for you. I was flying around when a storm struck. Of course it did. Because the Quag doesn't want me to fly over it. Her angry look faded. Excellent, Vega. You are treating the place as a living, breathing, evolving organism. As well you should. She looked at the spot where the doppelgang had been. You actually learned a valuable lesson this light, Vega. You must be prepared for anything. I can teach you much, but I can't teach you all that you will face in the Quag. She pointed ahead with her wand. The first of the 5 circles lies just out there. Destin's flying ability will be limited from now on. But not impossible. No, but you should use it only in extreme circumstances. And even then the danger you're fleeing may be as nothing to the peril you create by attempting to fly. She looked pointedly at me. But speaking frankly, please, do not think that all 3 of you will make it through alive. The odds against that are so enormous as to approach the miraculous. And, while I do obviously believe in magic, I do not, and never have, believed in miracles. She turned and walked off. But I stood there, as though rooted in the dirt of this awful place. I'm not sure the doppelgang could have hurt me any more than Astria just had. Chapter 26. Lessons from Hell. I sat in my seat and stared up at the blackboard. Delph sat to the left of me, while Harry too was at my feet. He wasn't dozing. My amazing canine was paying attention. Archie sat in the very back, at the head of the room, and standing in front of the blackboard was Astria, clothed in a long cloak. She tapped her wand at the blackboard, and writing appeared on it. The Quag, as I told you before, is divided into 5 circles. Delph had his inkstick poised over his parchment. It appeared to me that he was even more focused on this lesson than I was. And then it struck me why. He couldn't do magic. But he could know the circles as well as anyone. That might prove important later on. The first circle, began Astria, is named the Myconmore. I flinched. The Myconmore had been mentioned on Quinton's map. The Myconmore is a maze of startling complexity, and populated with creatures that might well prove lethal in any encounter. What is the maze made of? I asked, after I wrote all this down. It can be many and various, thick, living hedges and forests of trees, walls of stone so high you can't see the tops of them, vines of poisonous plants, battlements of bones, and these elements can change on a whim. Bones, I interjected. What of? Bones only have one source, she said. The dead. Yes, but dead what? I persisted. No wugs, if that's what you mean. Other creatures that were killed in there. The principal threats in the Myconmore are the Chontu and the Wendigo. Also the Manticore is nothing to be trifled with. So, what's the secret of getting through the mazes? Delph asked. In response, Astria tapped the board, and on it appeared a mess of pathways that seemed to have no end. She pointed her wand at it and said, Confuso, Recuso. The maze lengthened out and became as straight as a poplar tree. I turned to her in amazement. That's it? Just the one spell? It's not simple if you don't know what it is. In fact, if you don't, you'll wander the maze forever, for it is what is deemed a perfect maze. I looked curiously at her. What does that mean? A perfect maze? One with no detached walls, and no isolation sections, which refer to a parcel of passages totally encircled by walls. These are completely unreachable because there is no trail to those sections from any starting spot in the maze. There is exactly one solution to a perfect maze, and only one. And there is only one path in the maze from one spot to another spot, making it utterly perfect. Hence the name. She tapped the board once more. Instantly, another maze appeared there. As I looked at the thing, I could make neither head nor tail of it. However, as though in a trance, Delph rose and went over to the board. He ran his eye up and down the drawing, and then picked up an inkstick that lay on Astria's desk and started to draw a line. Around and around he went, up and down, side to side, down this path, down another, left here, right there, and the whole time Delph was staring at the board, his focus complete. Finally, his line of ink ran itself right out of the maze. He turned to see both Astria and me watching him, in amazement. "What?" he said, eyeing us warily. "How did you do that?" Astria exclaimed. "Do what?" "Get out of the maze," I blurted out. "Ruddy brilliant it was, Delph!" He looked at what he had done as though he was seeing it for the first time. I just went the way that would get me out of the bloody thing." Then it occurred to me that Delph had always been like that. He had found the most efficient paths through the forests in Wormwood better than anyone. He had come up with a strategy for me to prevail in the duellum. He had come up with a diversion so that I could escape from Thorn's room. He had a mind that grew large thoughts from small things. "Well," said Astria, "I think that you might do very well in the Mycombe Moor, even without the spell I just gave Vega." I was glad she had said that, for I could see Delph's spirits lift immeasurably. "Now, we must move on to the beasts that will confront you in the Mycombe Moor. You must be prepared for them." She looked at Delph. "Both of you." She waved her wand. Appearing on the blackboard was something that made me jump up, my wand at the ready, and Harry too, to bark and then attack. Astria waved her wand once more, and my canine was whisked gently back to where he had been sitting. She looked at me and said, "This is a chontu." I was staring at a head without a body attached to it. The face was foul with jagged fangs, flames for hair, and eyes that were utterly demonic. "What does it do?" I asked fearfully. "And where is the rest of it?" "That is all there is," she replied. "The chontu was spawned over the centuries by different creatures and species, intermingling, as we call it here. It is said that the chontu will wildly attack anything in the hopes of using its prey's body parts to replace the ones it does not have. As this is not possible, it will always fail. But its bloodlust never wavers." Delph said, "So, if it can't use the body, what does it do with it?" Astria replied calmly, "It eats it, of course." "Of course," parroted Delph, his face growing a bit pale. "The chontu can fly, as you might note, since it has no legs with which to walk. It can appear in quite a rush and can do so silently. One must be prepared." "And what do we do when it does appear?" I asked. "You must stop it, Vega," she said emphatically. "You mean kill it?" "This particular incantation is effective." She lifted her wand and then snapped it downward like it was a whip, right at the image of the chontu. She cried out, "Enamulus fixidus!" A purple light shot out of the wand and collided with the image of the chontu. The creature had been baring its fangs. Now its jaws clamped together and its mouth no longer opened. "What exactly did the spell do?" I asked. "Cemented its jaws together. And if it can't eat, it'll die." I swallowed nervously and looked down. I knew Astria was staring at me, but I wasn't prepared to meet her eye. Not yet. She waved her wand, and the chontu disappeared, and another creature took its place on the board. Astria said, "The manticore." I was looking at a thing with the head of a lion, the tail of a serpent, and what looked to be a goat in between. The jumble of animals was positively terrifying. "It is swift of foot, with immense strength, and its flaming breath is unquenchable," she said. I glanced at Delph, who was staring at the manticore like it had somehow possessed his soul. "And how does one defeat it?" I asked. "Any number of spells I taught you will do nicely, but it's tricky, because a manticore can read minds, so it knows what you are about to do, and will take appropriate, evasive action." "Well," said Delph, "that's a bit of a problem." "So how do we beat the manticore?" I asked again. "There are two of you, so Delph will have to distract it. Let it read his mind, Vega, while you perform the appropriate spell to rid yourselves of the thing." I looked at Delph once more. I thought he would be shaking his head and looking mortified, but he was nodding and said, "Now, that's a right good plan." "It's a right bad plan if the manticore ends up killing you before I can take care of it," I said forcefully. "It's dangerous, Delph." He looked at me like I was a nutter. "Dangerous? We've nearly died, 6 times already since we've been here? Dangerous? Ha!" Something nudged my hand. I looked down to see Harry too, pushing it with his snout. I thought he just wanted to be petted, but there was a look in my canine's eyes that spoke something else. It was as though he was saying, "There are 3 of us, Vega, not just 2. "Moving on," said Astria. She waved her wand again, and the manticore vanished and was replaced with an even more odious creature, which I had already seen once before. I thought Astria shivered just a bit too as she said, "The Wendigo." Having already seen this spectral creature devour a deer from the safety of Astria's Circe, I knew that it ate flesh. Astria said, "This creature doesn't simply kill. It can possess you by eating your mind." "It eats your mind," said Delph, looking horrified. She said, "You saw what it did to that unfortunate deer." I nodded, my mind holding the image of a Wendigo running away in my body. Astria said, "Now, it's crafty. You must always be on the lookout for the warning signs that a Wendigo is nearby." I poised, my inkstick over my parchment, ready to write down these warning signs. When she said nothing, I looked up. "What are they?" I asked. "These signs?" "A vague feeling of terror," she said. "Well now, that's right helpful," scoffed Delph. "I mean, I doubt we'd be feeling that way otherwise, eh?" She continued. "And a sense that the facts stored in your head are drifting away and being replaced with strange, often horrible memories that are not your own." "How can it do that?" I asked. "You are being imprinted with the residual memories of the prey that the Wendigo has killed in the past and which linger in its own mind." It all sounded horrible enough. "Then what do we do?" I asked. "There is one and only one incantation that will defeat the Wendigo." She held her wand in front of her and then made a slashing motion that resembled the letter X. She said in a very firm, very clear voice, "Omniol." "What does that do?" I asked. "It removes the mind utterly and irreversibly." "It removes the mind? Then what happens to the Wendigo?" I asked. "It dies, of course. That is just how it must be here." And I supposed she was exactly right. Chapter 27. For the Ages. We sat before the blackboard for long periods of time. I also practiced my spells and incantations, and performed reverse curses when Astria tried to attack me. I could tell that she always held back some. But as the time passed, I could also discern that she didn't have to hold back quite as much. What I had found, to my pleasant surprise, was that in combat I had certain instincts that served me well. I could adapt after sizing up my opponent's strengths and weaknesses. I was quick on my feet, both literally and in my mind. I had done the same thing in the Doolum back in Wormwood on my way to becoming champion. She also made me work through mazes she conjured inside the cottage. I had great difficulty in doing so, and often resorted to the Confuso-Recuso spell. But Delph was never at a loss, and was able to get us out of every single maze that Astria created. Yet I wasn't overly worried. So long as I had the spell, no maze could defeat us. Over tea in the library, Archie told us that he had once thought of venturing across the Quag.
"Why?"
mumbled Delph, his mouth full of biscuit.
"Well, mate," began Archie, "when you've lived in the same cottage with the same person for hundreds of sessions, it gets to you. You want to try something different, don't you? A breath of fresh air."
"I'm not sure I'd call the Quag a breath of fresh air," I said.
"Well, anyway, it didn't happen."
"Why not?" I asked.
"My mum found out about my plan and put a stop to it." "How?" "You can do magic too," said Delph.
Archie's expression became forlorn.
"Yes, but I'm not as good as she is. She'd win every duel, hands down."
"But she wants to help us get across the Quag," I noted.
"Bloody ironic, ask me," said Archie.
After our lessons were finished each light, Delph worked on maps tracing routes and learning everything he possibly could to help us. And I practiced my spells and incantations over and over. At night, Delph and I would study, talking back and forth as we sat in the book-laden library. My notebook was full with what Astria had taught us, and the margins were heavily cluttered with additional thoughts. I'm sure that Delph's looked the same. Most nights we fell asleep in our chairs, our parchment upon our chests, and Harry too snoring on the floor next to us. We were told that the second circle was known as the Withering Heath. It was not any sort of heath with which I was familiar. Instead, it was a vast forest with trees so densely set side by side that Astria said it was sometimes difficult to breathe. This circle had such creatures as the deadly and quite mad lichens, which I had glimpsed through the seer sea, and the hyperbores, which were blue and could fly, and might be an ally or an enemy. Astria also impressed upon us that the second circle was full of depression, and that if we allowed it, that feeling would come to dominate. The third circle was the Erida Wilderness, which was actually the opposite of what I thought a wilderness should be. Astria had said, "It's a vast flat expanse that stretches seemingly forever, and Jabbits and Cuckoos inhabit the third circle." I well knew what Jabbits were, but I had never heard of Cuckoos. "They will provide light in the gloom when you might very well need it," she said. "And, as I previously mentioned, there is the unicorn, whose horn will defeat all poisons." Delph and I had looked at each other. I said, "How do you get the horn?" "There are two ways. One, you simply kill the unicorn and take it." I didn't much like that way. "And the other?" "You convince the beast to freely give it." "How?" "That you will have to figure out for yourself when the time